ज़रूरत है और इंडिया इसमें स्टार्टअप को लेके बहुत अच्छा करेंगे और इंडिया का जो यूथ है स्पेशली वो स्टार्टअप नए नए स्टार्टअप लेके आ रहा है और बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है। इस तरह के इवेंट होते रहने चाहिए जिससे सरकार को जो स्टार्टअप से जुड़े लोग हैं उनको काफ़ी बेनिफिट पहुंचेगा। तो थैंक्स गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया।
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This event was for 3 days, and we got the opportunity to come and present over here. This startup Mahakumbh, as you can see, there are more than 1,200 startups over here, and we could get the opportunity to interact with our Honorable Prime Minister today. This was a great pleasure to speak and talk about our product, and his appreciation has really inspired all of us. So great event overall, and nice to be here. As a startup, we got the opportunity and invitation to come here, and it's very far off from my place. I was in Pune, so it's to come here and to present my startup, to increase the scale up the event, and scale up our business opportunity. This was a great thing. So that is what inspired me to come here and be part of this. So here there are so many startups. We get to know the real development happening around us, and it helps us to even understand that who can be helping, and the entire ecosystem which is supporting us. So this is a platform where everyone meets, and I hope this continues every year or periodically, at least, to make sure that we all meet together and understand each other. To be honest, as a women entrepreneur, a lot of support is coming from the government side, and I'm personally thinking that at every place wherever I have been presenting my product, as a women entrepreneur, we have got little extra to explain to people, and they have really taken us seriously to support. So the challenges wise, I don't think much challenges I have faced, other than maybe moving around. Sometimes it takes little while because we have our family to support. But otherwise, from the government side or from the entire ecosystem, it was a great help. I think you should become entrepreneur, and you should try to do something in the field where you are having expertise.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So basically our startup works on a medical alert system. Like it's a smart wearable that focuses on the medical alert system, like fault detection and crash detection. Like in India, in every 2 minutes an accident occur, and from that a casualty also happen. If we remove the on-spot casualty, the second most reason of the casualty is the delayed emergency response. Okay, so like if the user is wearing a smart wearable and something happen like that, so it will quickly alert to the nearby emergency services and their contact number with their live body vitals and live location, so they can easily get to that location. So like last year my friend got an accident, so like we reached there around 20 to 25 minutes, and ambulance reached after 30 minutes. So I got an idea from that. But if we make a smart wearable that not only measures the daily metrics but also the medical alert system, like fault detection and crash detection. So basically, like there are like-minded people, like there are many investors, VCs that they have contacted us, and there are also like mutual collaborations, like companies also for the suppliers of our smart wearable. So like my main motive is to like the networking in the event. My one of the opportunities, like I got like 2-3 deals for like getting the investments in that. So like that opportunity I got, and also the MSME chairman has visited a stall, so he has invited me to like attend their future events also. Okay, so basically like this is the first kind of event, like this is at a very large scale. I also attended the Google for Startups, like we got recognized by Google for Startups also. So like this is the like very large event where more than like 1,000 startup stalls are there, like more than 3,000 like HNIs, incubators, accelerators are there, and more than like 30,000 footfalls are also occurring there. So like it's very like useful if every year these kind of events happen. Currently, I am in the final year student of GlobalInnovationHub. So my main vision is not to get a job, rather than create a job for the like young entrepreneurs, and like, so my main vision is that like want to continue with this startup only.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are digitizing the unorganized segment. As you know, the 85% of the sale of food is done by the smaller retailers, what you call unorganized segment. So what is the difference between organized and unorganized segment is the technology. So we are providing technology to these smaller businesses like a small hawker, a thelawala, or a small shop, so they can organize their business, which helps them to sell online and also digitize their offline business. Like if they want to do a billing, they can just speak to the system. They say half kg tomato or 40 rupees ka vendi. It will digitize that and automatically create a bill. So it's a micro ERP we provide to them, which helps them to digitize their business, and they can compete with the new world because everyone is getting digital as more and more people moving towards digitization. Now the larger today the e-commerce is there only with few people, top of the pyramid 10% people, but 90% people have devices, they have digital payment, they have internet, but they are not doing digital commerce. The reason is their sellers are not there, their price points are not there. By enabling these smaller businesses, we want to provide the benefit of technology to larger part of the pyramid and impact their life and improve the food wastages, which is today highest in the India. So this kind of event helps us to reach out to a lot of people, understand what their needs are, which will help us to improve our product. And also we are looking for franchisee in one area. So for example, currently we have 1,000 shops in Bangalore and we want to launch in Delhi. Then we are looking for one partner who helps us in launching that. And also it helps us to look for the investors. And third, it helps in spreading awareness because now people know that this platform is there. For example, if I am in Delhi and I am in an apartment, now I can tell my nearby shop guy, "Ki please use this platform," and it will help him also and help me also.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
And my business partner is over there. Her name is Nemo, and I'm visiting India frequently. I'm very happy to be here. The reason I'm here today because I got an invite from Startup India that I work with them a lot, and I'm very involved in the innovation ecosystem here. I run a company called Innovation Asia, or Innova Ventures, that we collaborate with most of the tech Asian countries here in Asia. And we also have a venture capital that invests in Indian and Israeli companies. I think that being one of the only foreigners here in events like this, it's an amazing privilege and asset. I think that it's the gathering of the best tech communities that I know. I'm also a part of Thai in Israel. I'm the Thai Women Israel manager. I think that it allows me to experience and to meet new partners and old partners. I met some of my good colleagues here today as well that I work with. And I think it allows Indian community to come together because India, you know, each state has their own kind of ecosystem. It's so vast. So those gatherings allows India to connect. I was also here for G20 during August. So this is why I'm so excited to come back. I missed PM Modi. I'm very sorry about that. I really wanted to hear him talk. India is one of the most interesting, exciting, and futuristic tech markets I know. I work with the Asian markets and the Indian markets for the past 12 years. It's the second home for me, and it's a privilege to connect India's tech and innovation market to my country, but also to the Middle East. Oh my God, I think it's a really good question because ever since I graduated from my bachelor degree, which was East Asian Studies, I realized that most tech companies, they need to go east and not west. My message is, if you're not here, if you don't have a local hub here, if you don't have a local partner, or you're not considering of coming to India, you're missing the train. And the time is now. Honestly, India in 5 years is going to be the most prominent tech market in the world. You got to start doing. And I think that, on a personal note, I think it's one of the most warm communities I know, most productive and exciting projects I ever had were here. And I used to work a lot in China and Singapore and Japan and Korea. And India has a very different feel to it. And if you're not here and you're not considering, you're just going to miss out. So do come.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We have developed a multi-parametric diagnostic device which gives instant results. The problem that we are solving is that more than 90 crore people in this country, in India, do not have access to primary diagnostics or labs. So we are solving that problem by this device, which gives instant results, is very easy to install, is very easy to operate, can do blood tests with a simple finger prick, and has most of the commonly recommended tests, including the blood tests, including specialized tests like lipid profile, HbA1c, even an ECG, blood pressure, SpO2, all of those infectious diseases and markers. So this solves the problem of 70% of this country's population, which is without these facilities. As I turned 50, I turned entrepreneur, and I found a purpose in the healthcare space because I realized that there was a big gap in primary healthcare. And so that's really been my motivation to actually get into this. There are huge opportunities that come up because we met a lot of doctors, we met a lot of hospitals, we met a lot of people who sell to these customer segments. There are also opportunities that we identified for exporting this product, because what is relevant for rural Bharat is also very relevant for large parts of the developing world. So there are opportunities that we found in Africa, opportunities in CIS, opportunities in the rest of Asia, Eastern Europe, etc. So lots of opportunities in this Startup Mahakumbh. I think it's a wonderful initiative. My message is, keep having more such events. I think it's so empowering to see so many startups, so much of innovation happening in this country. Really, we should have more such events. We should have at least once a year this kind of an event.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Honestly, India in 5 years is going to be the most prominent tech market in the world. You got to start doing. And I think that, on a personal note, I think it's one of the most warm communities I know, most productive and exciting projects I ever had were here. And I used to work a lot in China and Singapore and Japan and Korea. And India has a very different feel to it.
इसमें आके जितने भी स्टार्टअप से जुड़े लोग हैं उनको काफ़ी सारी इंफॉर्मेशन मिली है कि कैसी सरकार काम करती है, कैसे एक दूसरे के साथ काम किया जा सकता है। यहाँ जो लोग आए थे अलग अलग स्टार्टअप से, उन्हें एक दूसरे के साथ नेटवर्किंग करने में भी बड़ी सहूलियत हुई। तो ये अच्छी चीज़ है। मैं तो कहूँगा साल में एक बार नहीं, साल में 2-3 बार इस तरह के इवेंट्स होने चाहिए।
Got good connections over here, we got investment opportunities, we got mentorship, and this help us to bring our platform on a scale or to get clarified on things which we are working on it, and we think that it gives us a great opportunity to work on it on a better and efficient way.
So this kind of event helps us to reach out to a lot of people, understand what their needs are, which will help us to improve our product. And also we are looking for franchisee in one area. So, for example, currently we have 1,000 shops in Bangalore and we want to launch in Delhi. Then we are looking for one partner who helps us in launching that. And also, it helps us to look for the investors. And third, it helps in spreading awareness because now people know that this platform is there. For example, if I am in Delhi and I am in apartment, now I can tell my nearby shop guy, "Ki, please use this platform," and it will help him also and help me also.
Like 2 3 deals for like getting the investments in that. So like that opportunity I got, and also the MSME chairman has visited a stall. So they he has invited me to like attend their future events also.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV. To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
India is actually evolving towards the startup ecosystem. There are multiple policies and government funds that are actually there for the startups and students to actually explore the industrial requirements. So every day is a startup day in India right now. Like you can see here, we are I think more than 1,000 startup here in this single roof, standing with their products with unique ideas and solutions that can actually benefit the future of India. So we are actually building a revolutionary future India and bringing something that can actually impact the lives of people and the industry. For my business at Navstream Innovation, it's an energy monitoring company. So energy is one of the biggest segment in the world. So energy is everywhere, and if energy, and we have multiple ways of generating energy. But now, right now, the need is the monitoring any kind of platform that can manage their batteries and monitor their energy storage system. So at Navstream Innovations, we are building this platform that is Voltrack, which can actually give you a brief understanding of their energy storage systems, whether it's in lithium, whether it's in sodium, or these types of transition that is happening in this energy field. So we are not just limited to lithium. We are also providing the solutions for any kind of chemistry, flow batteries, lithium batteries, sodium batteries. So it's an integrated hardware that goes over the energy storage system and provide all the information on a platform that is here. You can see variables. We can also predict the lives of the battery. So we are predicting the life of the battery, how much a customer or business they can expect from the battery based on energy density. So this is what we are doing at Navstream Innovation, actually revolutionize the energy segment in India. I think opportunity, in terms of opportunities, as you can see today, we have seen our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, in this event. He had actually given us some motivation that India actually can do something in the field of startup ecosystem. And what are the things are actually there in India? What are the opportunities we have in India? It was a great event where we can actually interact with other startups and find out the potential goals and also the problem statement that is actually in the industry, and do something and find a solution to build a startup and grow our startup.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Last week, the startup community gathered in Delhi for the biggest Mahakumbh.
Sir, I can't hear
The
you.
3-day event was held from 18th to 20th March and was rightly named the Startup Mahakumbh. The event saw participation by founders, visionaries, innovators, and investors, and of course, leaders from across the nation. Hello, welcome to the Thought Leader Show on MyStartup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. My guest today is Shrikant Sinhaji, who is the CEO of Telangana Academy for Skills and Knowledge, also known as TASK. Sinhaji is a visionary leader dedicated to enhancing youth employability and fostering skill development in Telangana. My other guests are two students who attended from Telangana who were picked by task and they attended the Mahakumbh, Harika and uh, Chandra. So, welcome to the show, sir. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for having us.
Let's start by Siraj sir. I would like to start with you to just give us for the viewers, for the benefit of the viewers, as to what Mahakumbh Startup Mahakumbh was all about.
In 2015-16, when the Honorable Prime Minister started the term itself, startup, at that time the term was not even known in India. And that is where we had just about 300 startups in India. Fast forward to 2024, the Startup Mahakumbh was a gathering of a lot of startups, investors, and everyone. And it was at the right juncture because today, in the last couple of years, we have moved from 300 to 123,000 startups. And that's a huge growth, which needed to be celebrated. And that is where multiple organizations of the government, multiple bodies like TAI and others, NASSCOM, ASSOCHAM, everyone could unite together along with the government of India to start the Startup Mahakumbh. It was a 3 days event being held at Bharat Mandapam, which became very, very famous for the G20 summit. So this was also the background where the Startup Mahakumbh was conducted. There were more than about, across the days, about 12,000 to 15,000 delegates, participants, speakers, etc. visited the Mahakumbh. So if you look at what is Kumbh, Kumbh is a place where you come, you meet like-minded people, you discuss, you solve problems, and this entire thing also got conducted. It was truly an amalgamation. It was truly a collection of all visionary leaders. Dr. Amitabh Kant, Mr. Chintan Vaishnav, Director of Atal Innovation Mission, the UGC, the AICT Chairman, Dr. Sitaraman. You had all the visionaries over there. Apart from people from the government side, we had the Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal. We had the people from DPIIT. We had people from various other bodies also. So that is what Mahakumbh was. And the icing on the cake for everyone was that the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, also decided to be part of this and motivate our futurepreneurs. Two of them who are also on this call, and we have also, the coordinator who actually managed to get the students from Telangana, Ms. Sumati, also with us, and we will be talking. They'll be talking about their experience. But if you ask me, I have never witnessed an event like this in my entire life. Over to you, Major.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for painting that complete picture of what was happening at Mahakumbh and what led to the the whole gathering, as it is called, the Startup Mahakumbh. We also had our team there, and we our team kind of filed the story, and we the reactions coming from various participants were very positive. So let's get into I would like to understand from Ms. Sumati as to if you can share how did you go about selecting the students from Telangana to be part of this Mahakumbh?
Actually, I would like to thank our CEO, sir, to pick me up for this great event
to participate, I mean, to coordinate all these activities, sir. I'm actually basically from the Telangana, that is TSWRDC Nizamabad branch, sir. And I was given a great opportunity and the responsibility of all the 30 colleges, 20 colleges students to escort the students towards this program, sir. Without our CEO, sir, this program would not be a success, sir, because our sir, Srikant Sinha sir, has given and taken a lot of efforts for entering into the startup Mahakumbha, sir. He personally has taken a lot of personal care, and he has handed over us the gate pass, and with that gate pass we could enter into the cabin, sir, into the startup Mahakumbha. This was the first stage where we could enter into that such a big event, sir. So if that pass would have not been, means we would not entered into that event, sir. That I thank the CEO, sir, for that handing over that kind of a pass. He took his personal care and he has handed over us that pass, sir. And later on we could enter and we could attend the program.
What was your experience? Firstly, if you can, tell us from where you are in Telangana, and what do you study? Tell us a little bit of your college, and then if you can, share your experience of being part of this Mahakumbh.
I'm Harika, representing my TSWRDC, W Vikarabad, sir. And I'm pursuing my degree BCom CA second year, sir. And this was my first experience, sir, to go to Delhi for an education purpose. And it was my pride and pleasure for giving me this opportunity to go to Delhi, sir. And I'm so excited. And I was also excited to go to Delhi as per my future goals are connected to this Startup Mahakumbh. And also, it was a very great opportunity for the task members to give undergraduates an opportunity for going to Delhi and letting know them what are their dreams and how to pursue and how to achieve our dreams. And it was a great event, sir. And firstly, I would like to thank our task CEO, sir, Srikant Sinha, sir, for providing us the invitation cards. And it was very difficult for us to join in that big crowd, sir. But you have helped us a lot by providing us that invitation passes.
If you can share your experience being as part of the Mahakumbh there in Delhi.
Lalit Chandra from Rajiv Gandhi University of Knowledge Technologies in Basar. And yeah, first of all, I would so I am representing my whole college right now, and as the secretary of entrepreneurship cell of our college. So we usually constantly try to build the startup culture in our college and bring that business and entrepreneurial mindset. And we have been to a few programs of innovation or startup expos, but Startup Mahakumbh, it was definitely it was one of a kind of an experience, right? Because it was India's largest startup expo and easily one of the biggest startup expos in whole world. And mostly the students who went there from our college were handpicked, and yeah, so I would like to speak about their experience mostly, and of course, including mine. And it consists of mostly of, it feels a little bit empowering, to see the rural landscape of India being represented at one of the most biggest events in the whole country. Because it's really, throughout the years, the rural India has been in the back door in the development race, which the world has already caught up. And to reach to that potential to catch up with the outer world, the rural landscape is constantly trying to enter in this business field and startup field. And the Startup Mahakumbh event had a huge number of startups that cater to the tier 2 and tier 3 towns and cities. So it was like watching us being represented in a global scale. And the problems of rural India are being solved, they are being capitalized on. And it's the rural market is kind of coming into the mainstream. That's what my experience was with the Startup Mahakumbh. We also saw, like, our whole team actually just spreaded across the event and talked to various professionals and problem solvers, and we have been interacting with a lot of them, knowing their marketing strategies and the problems they are working on. And we also talked about future collaborations. And yeah, so it was a lot of the experience has a lot of empowering kind of vibe to it. That's what I would say.
Similarly, it is very clear that the students really enjoyed every bit of being there, and definitely they come back, motivated and pumped up. So, one of the things was, when we had this conversation, you talked about, how you made an attempt of bringing students from rural India. So, if you could just, talk about the thought process that went into selection of these students, and also very importantly, you made a mention that, it was your initiative to ensure that they actually traveled by air, not by train.
Yeah. I think as the young futurepreneur, as we would like to call them, Lalit and has already spoken about it. There were about 700 startups over there, the stalls that were there, and every student interacted with the founders over there, and that is where their learning experience was. Now, the background for this entire thing was when Mr. Madan Padaki of the TIE Bangalore approached me and said that they are organizing a startup Mahakumbh, which is going to be a one-in-a-lifetime event. Of course, now I'm being told that this is going to be repeated every year, and we look forward to it, growing in size and everything else. But yes, when he told me this, we started looking at our internal system itself and seeing, because we work with about 750 colleges across the state of Telangana. And for us to select, and when we were talking to him, we said, can you give us 1,000 seats? So he said, no, that will not be possible, because we are looking at about 1,500 students joining in. So we had about 300 to 400 students coming over there. The students were selected on 2-3 things. One was, we run a program which is a virtual program on creating an innovation and an entrepreneurial mindset, which is called as I4TS, which is Innovating for Telangana, which is an online program. It's a bilingual program, and any youth in the age group of 18 to 35 can log in and do this program online itself. So we looked at the people, and moving ahead, we said, okay, out of these people, who are the people who have submitted ideas, who have started working in that direction towards entrepreneurship? And we gave them a first chance, where we had about 100 odd students coming from the I4TS program itself. For the remaining 300 odd, we said, let's work it out. And that's where we looked at RJUKT, which is, if you look at it, they have got bright students. They are the 99 percentile people from the 10th grade who are immediately brought into the system. And it's a 5 years program that they are doing. And they are the most malleable. They are the most, people who can be molded. And if you look at, and when I had made discussions with the Honorable Vice Chancellor of RJUKT, who's a good friend, we have been talking about how we can expose these students to the world of entrepreneurship and what exactly is happening. And that's where we said, let's give 20 seats to RJUKT also. That's how we started dividing the seats. But of course, the closest to our heart are 2 institutions, which is Telangana Tribal Welfare Residential Colleges and Telangana Social Welfare Residential Colleges, and especially for women. And that's where we said, if we need to actually democratize entrepreneurship, both these institutions should also get represented. And that is where we were fortunate that we had representations from both these colleges across Telangana. And Madam Sumati was the in charge, who brought in 20 plus girls from these colleges to actually witness the event and be there. These people,
thank you, sir, for giving me that opportunity, sir.
No, ma'am, I think you were the moving force. You have handled these students, And of course, I would like you to share also what was the journey like? What were these students' expectations when they were coming over there? Especially, I'm sure that some of the people would have been traveling to Delhi for the first time.
Yes, sir, this is the first time.
That experience, yes, that'll be good, because you would be being asked 100 questions. And what were those questions and how did you handle them? Once I finish, probably you can talk about those things, ma'am. So essentially, if you look at it, that's how we started selecting the students. And finally, we started looking at people who were actually wanting to become entrepreneurs. And that was one of the basic criteria for us to select the students. Futurepreneurs is what they were in the true sense of the word itself.
Chandra, I want to bring you in to fix the audio issue with Harika. Chandra, having been to Delhi and after your interaction with other entrepreneurs there and futurepreneurs, you have a college entrepreneur cell. What is the message you are going to be sharing with your classmates and other futurepreneurs from your college?
That's the correct thing to discuss actually. So we have been thinking obviously for innovative ideas to encourage our own students to get into entrepreneurship and become the job givers instead of job seekers. And yeah, so the whole experience taught us about Delhi and the startup scene of whole India, the rough sum of it. So you see, the process is actually very natural, right? So just because of us being in entrepreneurship cell doesn't mean we get all the knowledge of startups and entrepreneurship. So this experience has naturally evolved our students' understanding of my whole team's understanding about how we can communicate our way, how we can build efficient networks, and how we can actually bring our ideas into working stage. So after the trip, of course, it has been like one day, but we are all already excited and planning a lot of programs in our own college, a lot of competitions, pitching events, and startup hackathons and such and stuff. So you see, we have to work out a lot of innovative ways, and most of the time we have to think out of the box, especially in our college, because most of the students are totally they are not exposed to all these things. So they are not exposed to all these things since childhood.
I'm sure this event would have, this event would help you take that message to the students, right? So, Ms. Sumati, if you could, share some insights into the challenges that you face and how do you go about, convincing, students from rural Telangana to be part of this event?
Sir, first I would like to thank our JS ma'am, because we had a Zoom meet before we start from Hyderabad to Delhi, sir. She told us to make because I was the only person to take the students from Hyderabad to Delhi. So she told me to make a group. And Deepika from our college, TSWRDC Nizamabad, and Harika from Vikarabad, TSWRDC. These students has coordinated all the activities, and even two more students from Swati from West Warangal, and one more girl, Nandini. These three students helped me out in all my program traveling towards the startup Mahakumbha, sir. Because of these students, I could successfully bring the students safe to again return back to the Hyderabad, sir. And in every stage where I was crossing, all the people cooperation and coordination, I could do this, sir. Really, it was a big task, of course, for me, but I could, because of the support from our CEO, sir, and the head office, and our secretary, sir, and JS ma'am, monitoring constantly in every 2 hours, I could do this program successfully, sir. And this program was really actually, even I too don't know that we have just picked up the student from our college. She was just poet, sir. She's having a art of painting, sir. So we have taken her as a housemaster of our I have picked up that girl, and with her idea, with her my student is topic is that is related to the eco-friendly products to eradicate the plastic. So we have taken that concept, and I have worked on it for 10 days with that girl, sir, and done the PPT, and so brought the products. And with her talent, hidden talent, she has got, sir, painting on that eco-friendly products. We had painted on the like toddy leaves and jute bags. The painting was done, sir. I've even brought the products to exhibit there, but I didn't get that opportunity to exhibit there, sir. And but she has done a lot of efforts, and she was very silent in the class. And I don't know, when I made as a team leader to this 20 group of students, she has taken the initiative, she and Harika, both of them. Without their support, I would not really do this program successfully, sir. Because in every day I used to conduct, before starting, and in every half an hour we used to conduct the meeting. Everything is going on correct, means they used to say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. They have cooperated, and not only those, sir, all the students of social welfare colleges and the principals also, they were monitoring us constantly, especially our JS ma'am. She has taken the personal care where this, because especially they are women, and they have to be safe and also participate in that program, sir. And without the support of CEO, sir, we could not have done this program, sir, because a lot of efforts he has taken, sir. I would thank him for organizing and picking the students of the social welfare degree colleges of 20 students from this social welfare degree college. And also, I'm being a part, I feel very pleasure and pride, sir, because first time, even I'm also, it's the first time traveling return through flight. So journey through flight is for me also, it's a experience, a first time experience. I was very excited when the tickets was given to us, and with the support of CEO, sir. And especially
So it's
this,
not
I would, sir,
opportunity, is it?
I,
It's all
so
about giving opportunity, as I understand, right? So give the
yes,
opportunity,
sir.
and they would, people like yeah, youth like Harika and Chandra would, grab both the hands and do the needful, right? So Harika, could you share the experience, after you came back to your college? What was the reaction of your classmates?
It was my first experience to Delhi, and also I have learned many things in that startup Mahakumbha, and mainly in the exhibition, sir. Like what are the products, and how to exhibit our product by just making the articles, and also mostly people will be more, they'll get more knowledge by seeing the products, not by learning, not by seeing any, not by telling. So I learned how entrepreneurs should be, and how, what are the qualities to be a successful businessman, and what are the strategies. And also I learned many things there, sir. And we also thought that, as a girl, I thought I cannot even go out of my home, but the task CEO sir provided us an opportunity to go out of state for taking a first step towards our dreams and to achieve success, sir. And also, the after coming from Delhi, the first reaction of my fellow students and my faculty and my principal, sir, was they were very proud of me, sir. Like I was the girl from my college to represent our college, but we did not get a chance of representing what was our idea. But we got much opportunity, and we have got much experience, that we have seen what is business, and how business products and how businessmen will be, and what are their speaking skills, and how to communicate with each other, and what to do to be a successful businessman, sir.
Thank you, Harika, for that. So Chandra, before I go to sir and close this, what are your thoughts after we come back? Are you thinking of launching your own startup?
Yes, sir. So can I speak
So
about
Harika,
my startups?
yes, Harika, go ahead. You will do that. Yeah.
So should I start first?
Yes, Harika, go ahead. Yeah. Chandra, you can
So
go to Harika.
as a BCom CS student, I have a startup idea of millet menu, sir. And my startup My company name is Millet Menu, sir, and it contains an app development, sir, an app development, and also millet diets, sir. We need to develop an app, and in that app, the app will be available in every digital watches and smartphones, sir. It will say that how much millet intake we have to take daily, and what are the profits, and what are the healthy millets we have to intake, and what is the deficiency of millets in our body, sir. And also if we intake the millets, what are the healthy benefits. And also it is not only an app to say what is the millet diet and at what time we have to take, but it also provides, some members will not have the accessibility of making and taking all the millets and making their own product, no, sir. We'll make the millet menu, or we'll make the products, and we'll sell them, sir. It is not only an app, but it is also a trading business, sir. Like we'll sell our millet menu, we'll sell our products to customers and make them learn what is the importance of millets, sir. It is my startup, sir.
Good. That's very commendable of you, Harika. That a trip like that is, motivated you to launch your own startup. So, Chandra, coming to you, have you come up with an idea, or your group of friends or classmates? What is it?
Yes, definitely. So I have my own idea of a semiconductor related startup, which I take a lot of interest in. And semiconductor is also getting a lot of boost from the government, right? So yes, I do hope I run a successful startup in the future. And yeah, so Startup Mahakumbh has actually helped me to connect with a lot of experts in this field of semiconductor technology. So yeah, and my team members also have a few startups of construction marketplace and student loan lending platforms and a lot more. So yeah, we cannot thank enough task, and especially Srikanth sir and our own faculty coordinator Rakesh sir as well. So yeah, so I do hope I run my own successful startup in the future.
Raji, it looks like a trip to Mahakumbh, and as Startup Mahakumbh wanted to achieve, it has ignited young minds.
So absolutely, I think not only ignited young minds, as Madam Sumati was saying, that the students took ownership, students took leadership, right, in the journey itself. So it started from there itself. The qualities of being a leader, a good team player, a good, everything started getting inculcated from there itself. Of course, the experience was awesome for them when they saw the Bharat Mandapam itself, right? And I'm sure that I'm speaking on the behalf of Harika also and Lalit Chandra also, that it would have been awesome for them to see the large auditorium and everything else and the grandeur of the building itself. And then coming to the Startup Mahakumbh Expo area, right? Which is another experience which is beyond anything. Because you saw 700 startups over there, and you're able to understand that, okay, this idea which I was thinking is something which is a realistic idea. I probably can do something better than this in my own way. I can bring down the pricing. I can bring down multiple things. This is going to be a USP in taking this forward. And that is what actually started the thought process. And I could see the people, and the energy over there in the expo area was extremely, extremely high and infectious. Apart from that, of course, they had speakers for the previous 2 days. Some of our students were part of it, where they even got a chance to hear to Mr. Aman Gupta, Mr. Piyush Bansal, and the Zomato owner also. So they also heard those people. Plus, they even took part, and there were roundtables going on over there. While the entire session the expo was happening in the same halls, there were roundtables happening. In fact, I was also part of one of the roundtables on the second day, for which I had traveled, which is more towards how do you encourage entrepreneurship in universities. And I think this entire thing would not have been possible while everyone is giving me the credit for it. I think it was all a team effort putting together the entire task team. And of course, unless until the sponsors for the event, the various people who actually gave in the money, SIDBI, e-marketplace of government and other, and plus all the private partners also like Zomato, etc. I don't think this kind of an event would have been possible. What
Yes,
this
sir.
event has done is not only ignited these people, but brought them and said that, look, today, anyone and everyone, and as the Honorable Prime Minister said in his thing, is today our entrepreneurship journey is there. The story is being told in tier 2, tier 3 towns and villages. And it is becoming a culture. A culture is something which can never be derailed or stopped. And that is what I think truly that is happening. Mr. Madan, of course, was supposed to be there on this show, but unfortunately, due to a prior commitment, extending, he is not able to join in. So probably from his side, I would also like to thank him for providing the opportunity to the TAS students, as well as also mention to the young students over here that they have also become part of a group now of futurepreneurs who will be mentored. So they have become part of a network of about 1,500 plus students who is going to be mentoring, who are going to be mentored by some of the topmost founders and mentors in India. They are going to be handheld, and they will be supported in whichever way by the organizers of Startup Mahakumbh. So after igniting their thought process, getting them to think about different ideas, coming up with solutions for problems, the next step is how do you take it forward. So this is not a one-time event that has happened, but it is going to be followed by a complete process itself to ensure that the ball doesn't get dropped in between.
Sinali, before I wrap up this conversation, what are your thoughts? I mean, do you think, given the success, the impact it has created, the Startup Mahakumbh, should there be a similar small-scale Mahakumbh at state level or even district level, so that more students, more youth, or the futurepreneurs, as you call them, get the opportunity to interact, right at the probably at the district level, state level, and then probably go to the national level. That way, we make the net much bigger, much larger.
No,
and
absolutely.
Add to that would Telangana and task take up the task.
No, absolutely. I think Telangana has got a very, very vibrant ecosystem of entrepreneurship. As you already know, we have T-Hub, where people who are with an MVP, they help them accelerate. If you have a woman entrepreneur as a founder and you have an idea, you don't even have an MVP, WeHub will help you accelerate. Then you have organizations like Rich who bring in research, etc., to the startup world and the industry. You have, Intinta Innovator program run by, Telangana State Innovation Council, and T-Works, which is the prototyping center, and of course, Task, which is into creating an entrepreneurial mindset. So with all these organizations working together, I think organizing this kind of a thing at a state level or a district level, of course, TSIC had been doing events, the Intinta Innovator program that I spoke about, which is more of a Shodh Yatra, trying to identify, innovations that are happening currently, in our villages. So it'll be a good idea to have this. And what is most important is that I think it's important to link it with different SDGs and other things also, so that our youth are aware about the sustainable development goals, what it means, how exactly can they play a part in ensuring clean and green environment, and all these other things. So I think it's important for us to do something at the state level also. And definitely, earlier on, we used to do something similar in August, around 15th of August. I think it's important for us to keep this momentum up at all the districts. In fact, I'm very happy to say that when I got to know that apart from Telangana, across India, the students had come, and today entrepreneurship, these 1,23,000 people that I'm talking about, are from 600 districts across Telangana, across India, sorry, and which is a real thing. Just see how the needle has moved. So definitely we should do those things also, and then help them, mentor them, and coach them so that they can become real, probably decacons later on. Not only unicorns or unicorns, but decacons later on.
Rightly, as the Prime Minister said in the speech at the Mahakumbh, that this has become a social norm and it's not going to stop. So, and we will be, as MyStartuptv, we will be following everything that's happening in the startup ecosystem, and we hope to see you again on some of our shows. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining, and thank you, panelists, Chandra, Harika, and Smriti Madam. Thanks for joining.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This particular startup in 2016, where we found out the problem is like when fleet owners not able to manage their tire properly. So that's where our solution, we build it. We build a product, we build some of the IoT solutions, mobile applications, web applications to just take care of their tire, their inventory, their how to get a better mileage, all such of preventive care that we can able to provide. And one of the device that we have is tire pressure monitoring system, which can measure real-time pressure, temperature, driver behavior, and misalignments of the vehicles, which is giving the road safety impact, cost impact, financial impact to the transporters. And we got a patent also for that. So that's where we are. Event is giving us the startup boost, where we got a networking, we connect with the different startups. We can able to share our ideas, thoughts, and one of the places, if we go there, multiple founders, multiple all such of stakeholders that we are meeting, and the government organizations are also there, like GEM is there, Startup India is there, all some of the different founders that we met it. So it is always be better to have it this type of event, which is helping startups to grow and meet different ideas, thoughts, and the industry leaders. Yeah, whenever any startups are coming, because initially it is coming from the very ground, and they need to build a team. So team is the first thing that any startup, any founder is get faced any issues. Secondly, you need to have a good product, because product is only giving you the comfort saying that this product is viable or it is a profitable, sustainable model. Then the third part is coming, the fund which is required for any startup. It is from the bootstrap to taking a fund from the, you can say, friends and families, then raise some of the capital, seed round, and then another round of like Series A, Series B. So that is the journey of the startup, when they start from the team to product, then the fund, and then scale it up to the next level. With Narendra Modi ji, the event started in, like, you can say, Startup India, Stand Up India, which is in 2016. And from there onwards, we connected with this particular initiative with the Modi ji, and he's keep focusing on different type of verticals which is supporting to startups, like fund of funds or any this type of events. So that is helping it out. And what rightly just now Modi ji said is, like, we need to connect and we need to grow to the entire ecosystem, and every startup should also support another startup, so that this ecosystem build and everybody will be the growing stage. And this is the vision for Modi ji, is for the 2047, where we all are in the, like, developing nations, and we can grow together. I think that's how. See, my message is like, see, everybody was looking earlier for the government service or the private job or this type of thing. But this is the new vertical started, where the startup or the new college out graduates will also start their own startup. They can think of new ideas, because the India, the country, is the place where so much of innovation and things are required, and it is very near to you now. So I'll give you them, you can feel it, you can build the product, you can see how you can able to create a good impact to the organization or the country. I think that will help it out to all these startups.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Moving on to our next session, it is a fireside chat with Dr. Sapna Poti on industry, academia and startup academia alongside Anup Pai and Indrani Karuna Sagar, which is moderated by Mr. Naveen Lakur. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and lovers of inspiration, welcome to our fireside chat by the beach. Tonight, we have the pleasure of gathering under the starlight sky with the soothing sounds of the waves as our backdrop for an evening of thought-provoking conversation during the fireside chat on industry, academia, and startups academia. Tonight, as we come together on this picturesque Tanirbavi beach, let us embrace the spirit of collaboration, exploration, and discovery. Thank you for joining us for this fireside chat on industry, academia, and startup academia. May our conversations tonight be as invigorating as the ocean breeze and as enlightening as the stars above. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and privilege that we welcome our panelists for today. I request Dr. Sapna Poti, Mr. Anup Pai, Dr. Indrani Karuna Sagar, and the moderator of this session, Mr. Naveen Lakur, to please come on to the dais. Dr. Sapna Poti is currently the Director, Strategic Alliances in the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Dr. Poti is a PhD from IIT Madras with a dissertation in Enterprise Resources Planning and has around 30 years of experience. Her current role is to facilitate and promote scientific research and development and innovations in India. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Anup Pai is the founder of eSamudai. Anup is building eSamudai, which is a decentralized digital community network for local sustainable living. Building eSamudai is a 1 to 0 journey which enabled him to navigate the increasing rate of change, which he terms hyper change. Previously, Anup had a 0 to 1 journey with Fintellix Solutions, which he built from scratch to sell to Nasdaq, listed Verisk after 2 rounds of funding from Tier 1 VCs like Sequoia. eSamudai is actively engaged in building a network of digital districts interconnected on India's national digital public infrastructure. Within each district, a nest is created which combines community commerce, community finance, and community media. Nest integrates people into a network of cooperatively operated local digital businesses. Recognizing climate change as the greatest challenge of our times, eSamudai has configured Nest to prioritize local action while fostering global cooperation for sustainability. Welcome, sir. Dr. Indrani Karuna Sagar is an MSc PhD in Medical Microbiology from Kasturba Medical College, Manipal, India. Her professional career has spanned across 4 decades in multiple prestigious institutions such as Kasturba Medical College, JMI MPR, Pondicherry University of Agricultural Sciences, Mangalore, and Karnataka Veterinary Animal and Fisheries Sciences University, College of Fisheries, Mangalore. She was also the Associate Director of Research at KVA FSU, Bidar, until her retirement. She has served on several national and international committees, including FAO, WHO, Joint Expert Committee on Microbiological Risk Assessment, member of FAO Subcommittee on Antimicrobial Resistance. Scientific Advisor, International Foundation of Science, Sweden, Faculty Member of the International Life Science Institute, Singapore, and National Academy of Science, USA. She is actively promoting One Health research and education. Her recognition at the international level includes the coveted position of Director of UNESCO Center for Biotechnology, Chair of the International Jury for UNESCO Life Science Prize for Research and Social Relevance. She was the Director, NITTE, and also headed the NITTE University Center for Science Education and Research and was the Dean Faculty of Biological Sciences for 6 years from July 2014 to October 2020. Presently, she is the Director, Projects and heads the Technology Enabling Center of Department of Science and Technology at NITTE. She is a recipient of several awards and recognitions in India and abroad, notable being National Technology Development Award, Government of India, Fellow National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Sir M. Vishweshwaraya Award for Excellence in Research and Lifetime Contribution to Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka, Punjab Rao Deshmukh Outstanding Woman Scientist Award, ICAR, Government of India. She was recently ranked 11 among the top scientists in India in microbiology 2023. Thank you for being here, ma'am. Moderating this session is Mr. Naveen Lakur. Mr. Naveen Lakur is the founder and chief innovation coach at Institute of Inspiring Innovation, corporate divisions such as Dell R&D, Mercedes-Benz Research and Development, Standard Chartered Bank, TCS Healthcare, Fujifilm Sericol, Crimson Logic have utilized his training programs to nurture their human capital with innovation competencies. Naveen Lakur is a serious entrepreneur turned innovation coach. Naveen loves to inspire enterprises and entrepreneurs to innovate and guide them to grow in the right direction. In his professional career, spanning 25 plus years in the industry worldwide, he has co-founded several innovative companies. He has also been a catalyst for 250 plus ideas to have become commercial realities. He's passionate about sharing his practical knowledge of building companies and nurturing ideas. He brings to the table his personal experience of a unique combination of systemic innovation, a structured and scalable, structured and scalable approach, and tactical innovation, a frugal and flexible approach. Besides his active engagement in the industry, he indulges in writing books with international recognition, and he loves telling business stories. Sir, we're glad to have you here. I kindly request you to commence this session.
One side it is industry, the other side is the academia, and then the other dimension, the three dimensions, right? So is the startup. And looks like all three of you are bringing all those three aspects to the table. Like, when I heard your keynote talk, it was coming out, and with your IIT Madras, one side the academia, and now with the startups that you're doing, and also from the industry experience that you've had. So you're a combination of all three, and similar is what I'm getting to see from the other panelists also. Welcome. I'm sure it's going to be interesting and useful for our audience. So this was the synergy that we wanted to bring. And we were looking at curating some questions while asking the audience at the same time. This was done even before the session. So I have few of them for all of us. And are you game? So yes. Wonderful. So here, the very first one, interesting one, it is between synergy or silos. Okay, the theme is it synergy or silos? In your experience, how effective are current collaborations between industry, academia, and startups? What are the biggest challenges faced, and how can we foster greater synergy? Okay, so synergy versus silos. What's your thought?
Yeah, initially, earlier days, I think the industries and academia and startups used to have their own silos. But now it's more and more industries are also coming forward, looking for startups. We also included from the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor 2 clauses in the CSR. One is to fund research, which is aligned to Sustainable Development Goals, and the other is to incubate any startup. So these clauses also help the CSR funding to reach the startups and academia. So that is the other reason why they're all wanting to work on some of the Sustainable Development Goal areas like water, waste management, renewable energy, etc. So there's a lot more synergy now. However, as you mentioned, what are the challenges? There are quite a few challenges. One is the pace at which people are going. So industry goes at a different pace. Startup is able to match that pace in some ways. Academia surely is not able to go on that pace because they have their regular jobs of teaching along with research. So they are not only doing one or the other. And hence they are not, and they are also technologically, interested in cracking bigger and bigger technology problems. So they are not interested in the mundane stuff. So they are always seeking something very challenging and so on. So they are in a different world altogether.
Manthan itself as a platform is actually promoting that synergy, right?
Yes.
So bringing the ecosystem players together. And one of the books that I've authored is by name Inseparable Twins. Like they are 2 sides of the same coin. To me, I see the synergy and the silos are like the 2 sides of the same coin. They coexist. In fact, in the previous panel discussion, we saw that some investor are focused on the specific areas of the investment in the gaming, right? So it is in silos in a way, but there is synergy. So they are like 2 sides of the same coin, and in the way you are focused on developing a platform which will bring everybody together and optimize the efforts. And I'm sure she's spending more time on the academia side, right? So but then you want to connect with the industry and also want to see how startups are benefiting. And NITE is one of those institutions where incidentally I was the super mentor for Atal Incubation Center NITE. So I have a special connection with your institution that way, and where startup, from the startup focus. So what's your approach? Do you think it is in silos or is it synergy? And what are the challenges that you think should be addressed?
It's $1 million question. When I think that I come from a generation that did not look at anything beyond what happens within the 4 walls of a classroom, max a university portal, that's it. And through the 5 decades that I've spent, and as they mentioned in different institutions, I have seen the change that has happened in the thinking. And that change has been also undergoing a lot of innovation. While the government had, started off incubation centers, along the way they realized before they incubate, understanding the TRL level of any technology that one is interested in has to be probably looked into and has to be mined, whether it's from a school project, a college project. No one ever thought that what they did was going to become of significance because we were limited to getting a degree, finding a job. But today the situation is different. Research encompasses, apart from basic aspects that you study, a translational value. And this has made all the difference in the connect. In my former years, if somebody in a university was associated with a company or worked for some company, it was considered criminal. But in the last 2 decades, things have been changing. And government also has started supporting through, as I said, incubation centers. And as the director of a center set up by Department of Science and Technology, which is called as a Technology Enabling Center, we serve as the link even before identifying who can become a startup by making them realize that what they did is of significance. We have, of course, some startups from our center, and you are very well aware of it.
Yes.
Apart from, say, looking at developing apps, which in the engineering college is happening all the time, I lead a biotech center, and therefore the focus towards understanding real life situations to think of solution. For instance, the climate change aspect that was talked about by one of the startups. Who is going to be interested in a device if you tell them you can have this to reduce the carbon footprint? This would come, I mentioned to him, under the corporate social responsibility. So they have a responsibility towards a larger project such as reducing carbon footprint, and not merely thinking about something that an individual can just benefit for themselves through sales.
Okay. So I'm an entrepreneur, and when I see a silo, I take out my bazooka, right? So it's always been that way. See, I mean, silos come from an old world where protecting and, sort of being ultra competitive was a thing, right? We are in the new Web3 decentralized network economy, which is symbolized by what is known as competitive cooperation, right? So there is cooperation at some level, and there is competition at many levels as well. So, and synergy is the only way to be in the network world. I mean, when you try to hoard information decays at a very rapid pace, because now we know that information has got half-life, and the more you hoard your knowledge, the less it becomes in value. When you share knowledge, it increases in value exponentially. Absolutely. And these are all learnings that we're having from physics and other natural sciences and other things. So I am a big advocate of the fact that silos need to be broken down. Faster you do it, the better. I take out bazookas every day to break out silos. And that is done through conversation, that is done through consulting and trying to share each other's point of view.
I think in general, I agree with you, right? But you as an entrepreneur, and you've raised investments for your entrepreneurial ventures. Well, as much as the synergy is what is required from an ecosystem side, but as a startup, you need to specialize, you need to actually focus on particular area. That is also in another way as a silo.
That's
right?
focus.
So how important is that to specialize and to focus?
So look, I mean, nothing can be done without focus, right? You can't achieve anything if you don't focus. But at the same time, I think our work has become so interdisciplinary these days that we have to collaborate with other people with other walks of life, right? Because you're not building in a silo.
Yeah.
You live in a society, and solutions have to come and live in. I mean, and for example, since we're talking about academia, industry, and startups, so we think building from our perspective, but I think that we're building. I'll be living in the world of the young tomorrow, right? In 20 years, the world I'll be living in is their world.
Correct.
Right? So why can't we see the whole world from their perspective? Because eventually, what the biggest opportunity in India right now is the youth of India, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's the opportunity, right? So if you build for them, I mean, if you build, everything we think about is saying, what can we do with young people, and how can their lives be?
That's the vision and enrollment. And actually, the next question is actually based on that theme, which is the talent bridge. Okay, so here is the question based on the theme, talent bridge. Many argue that academic research often lacks market application, right? That's been the way. We all know that this current academic, the design of the education system was for Industrial Revolution 1.0, and while we are there at 4 and looking at knocking at 5 and also talking about 6, but the system is stuck at 1.5 maybe, right? So, and while we are wanting entrepreneurship as the mindset which is required with the youth, and youth as the biggest asset, so the talent bridge, the gap is pretty large, right? So how can startups and industry help bridge this gap? Attracting and nurturing talent with both research expertise and commercialization skills. Okay, so that's a pretty big one, right? While there is a gap which is high, and you being an entrepreneur, I would love to hear from you. If you are hiring people, or if you want youth to embrace entrepreneurship, what are the gaps and the challenges that you see, and how do you think we can address that? Your ideas, your thoughts.
So first and foremost, I think I spend a lot of time with people in campus. And I think entrepreneurship has gone from being like a sexy thing to being something that they want to pursue, definitely, because everybody has come to the realization that a job is not going to give you security, financial security, and fulfillment through the 40 years we're going to work, because change is happening so fast, right? So entrepreneurship is definitely there. I feel I've got very, stoic old ideas about how to implement. I think the alumni networks of every college are crucial here, right? To be able to bring the alumni network who come from either academia or in government policy making or in industry or in startup, connect to the institution at a deep level, right? Because there is already trust, right? You already know that you are from that institution. If alumni networks engage with student networks, job done, right? You have collaboration built there. And there's synergy already there.
Absolutely. That's a wonderful secret that you've brought out. I think today, all that what you need to learn from just as an academic, as a content, right, is all available. And even ChatGPT and the AI is all available. You don't have to go to college for that degree and, that kind of learning. It is the network which is going to be very useful. And are we building that platform? Educational institutions, are they building that? I think that's the new mindset, right? One of the quotes in my book, A Little Extra, refers to, building from an entrepreneur perspective, it's very appropriate. Building a net worth is ordinary. Ordinary is not bad. We need to build net worth. Building a network is extraordinary. Ask any of those people who have built great net worth, they will tell you how their network mattered, right? So educational institutions in the entrepreneurial mindset, I think it's so important. And in the research perspective, that, can we build that network, right? Can that play as a platform? And moving that question to you as a research, right? Because you're from biotech aspect, and, so most of the educational institutions, the way it works, it is based on the ranks, and based on the placement is where the demand for their institution grows. Yeah. And we are talking about entrepreneurship. It's not about getting a job, it's about giving jobs. And the mindset is about research, mindset is about solving some problems, and so on. So how much of that is happening in academia, and what do you think is the gap in India, and how can we bridge that?
The first point is, I think doing research in a laboratory is all about a lot of honesty with what you're doing, not looking at how much is going to find a place in the industry. Whereas when you get into an industry and start working on the same aspect, you deal with a lot of lies. And this big divide is what sometimes frustrates people who have gone from a laboratory where they did probably research of a very high order, and then they go to an industry and say, especially we've seen this with so many people telling us that it's completely different in an industry. It's about getting certifications. It's about having the right market approach to its saleability ultimately. But somewhere the two meet, because I think industries also have realized that for them to be sustainable, marketable, internationally acceptable, one does need to go through a very good R&D system. Absolutely. In their own centers. And I think this in-plant quality controls, in-plant R&D, absolutely, and networking.
But is that happening?
It's beginning
because
to happen.
The way academia, the way it is taught, right? Mug up, answer, and if it is A for not apple, then you don't even get a mark. When today people relate apple to a phone than a fruit. That is the world that we are in. And where the gap between the academia and if you see what the research mindset is required, it's no connection only. So how do we think we can bridge that?
I personally think, see, we have to consider every method of approaching a problem from the perspective that exists in a particular country.
Yeah.
We can talk about these kind of methods in Germany. We talk about it. Okay, I've been to most of the countries.
I think.
But in India,
yeah.
if you look at the number of students in a
Yes,
classroom,
yes.
the number of students in a university, all of us have gone through that old-time kind of education. But there is today opportunity for the younger people to have exposure, either online or through the visits, to know how they can maneuver and mold what they have
I'm
learned
sure if
to
there is
suit the industry.
Yes, I'm sure if there is an opportunity and time, I would have wished, how do we get many more Indranis, right? So where Sir M. Vishweshwaraya's award is what you're a recipient of, and what does it take for that research mindset, that wonderful engineering aspect in terms of be it bio or be it any other field today, right? How do more students develop that? And I think those are the secrets probably the industry needs, the academia needs, and the startup would also need, because the research oriented here in India, as part of our startup ecosystem and my personal experience of dealing with hundreds of startups around the world, I've seen here that the research mindset is low here with the students, young entrepreneurs. It's either they say it's a gut feeling, or it is like, somebody else is doing, so I'm doing it kind. It's a copycat model, or somewhere else it has worked, so let me do. And even the investors are backing that way, right? So that is where I think the new mindset altogether is required for India. And for India to lead from the front for entrepreneurial things,
It's
right?
changing, but it's changing.
Yes.
Any change in India will be slow. We wouldn't be having Manthan, which is addressing so many issues.
Yeah.
Everything against the background of the very, very large numbers. And we need to realize that gone are the days where you proposed research projects and they got approved for the basic science that you were doing. Today, there is a social science component to it. There is a component where the translational part of what you're doing is taken into consideration by the experts. And it is here that I would maybe say the startups should come even to centers like us to talk and apply for projects with the government, where it doesn't become so highly, I should say, I wouldn't say competitive, it's like pressure about what you're going to deliver.
I think there's a hidden...
Say BIRAC, big grants from the DBT, all these are available, and we have been hand-holding people, and I can I can inform you that quite a few of them have got support.
Actually, that is where the secret is, right? Where the young youth especially should know how to tap into the resources of the academia, where there's labs, research centers, and so on. So it's not as much utilized, right? So I think underutilized, and that shifts to her when you mentioned about Manthan, and she was actually traveling last several days and straight landed up here, and the talent bridge. Talk to us about how your travel, just recent one, and about the Manthan, and how the talent bridge is bridging, and how are you bridging, and what do you think can be done?
Right. So I was traveling to Dubai because Manthan got selected by the World Government Summit, which is organized by the Prime Minister's Office of UAE, along with WHO, United Nations, and World Economic Forum. So this got nominated in the last minute, and they kind of came to know about it through interview that I gave in Government Insider. What I feel is that when it comes to industries, yes, they are very keen on certification, etc. They do whatever is required for livelihoods because they have to generate them, they have to pay salaries to their people, and hence the pace at which they need to go is much faster. However, I think the research outcome that comes from various academic institutes is also very useful for startups. Almost all innovations that we see are somewhere or the other an outcome of research. If it's not an outcome of research, then at least it has some international journal papers behind it. Because almost anything to do with drug discovery or biotechnology or even Ayush for that matter needs certifications. So because of that, I think it needs to work closely with academia. In terms of Manthan, of course, it brings in, the whole idea is to source, CSR grants, foundations, line ministries and so on. So people think once you make this platform, everybody will come on their own, just like it is in Facebook or Amazon, right? But the point is, it's not true. You have to have people behind it who convince these industries, convince these foundations to come on the platform. The minute they get good proposals, they'll keep coming back. But if they don't get good proposals or they don't get good solutions, they are not going to come back. And it's a big task to bring them back. Or if one academic institute or one startup has burned their fingers with the industry, then we are dead. I mean, I have cases like that, where one IIT, I don't want to name them, but I was so frustrated and furious. I really had a big fight with the director, where they have returned some of the funds which they received. Can you beat that? Like, I mean, here we are dying and trying to get people to pay and all that. And these guys, and they're telling me that we didn't get enough good startups. I said, how come? The first 3 startups could have been, you would have given them more money. Just because you didn't get 5 of them. So that less people want to think today. And this is also coming back to your AI, that AI is making, and also a lot of these gadgets are making people stop thinking normally. That intelligence that has to be used, why are you not using that intelligence? You're a faculty member of an IIT, for heaven's sake. And we have put a lot of efforts to bring that organization to you.
What are the emerging areas of research and technology where collaboration between industry, academia, and startups hold the most promise? Bonus question, each one will get a chance to share a success story of a collaboration between industry, academia, and a startup that has led to a significant breakthrough or positive impact. Okay, so we will come back to that. But before that, future focus. What should academia, the startups, and the industry should collaborate for as a future focus?
So first thing is, I think a lot of focus is going on bio and technology synergies, right? I mean, a new space of research around how we can build systems that are biomimicry, and how can we make have more, let's say, artificial intelligence in the whole biotechnology. Or so I think there's going to be a lot of research in there, and that can, if we can extend the life of the human, if we can make our lives more healthy, productive, that's excellent, right? The other, I think, is I feel we do less, but we should do more, is in theoretical physics and looking beyond current instrumentation. We depend, in current science, we depend a lot on instrumentation and experimentation and proved results. Whereas we're entering periods in theoretical physics which go beyond what we can experience or experiment with. And I think we need to invest more in theoretical physics, because that's going to lead us to quantum supremacy and understanding quantum at that level, I feel. Right?
Wonderful.
So,
in fact, this resonates very well with one of the experts that I was talking recently. They said Indians, as the Bharatiyas, the ancient wisdom that we have, mathematics, that skills comes natural to us. It's been in the DNA. If only we know how to really, nurture that, and it might play a big role in the AI generation, that the youth is going to be like playing a big role, and you wouldn't know whether it is machine or man who is working, right? So it kind of extends and resonates very well with the point that you're saying, as a future focus, right? So, madam, future focus.
The way you talked about Indian mathematical mindset, yes, the proof of it is already there with both Satya Nadella as well as,
Sundar Pichai.
And not to speak of course, Ramanujam, who, of course, we lost him very early, but his legacy, when I go to Cambridge, more people know about all that. So these inspiring stories are very important. But coming back to your question, I think industries in India need to have more confidence in the institutions in India. I think there is a basic lack in that. Whatever be the reason, if today you make a white stand with me and there is a problem that is put forth, they would rather have it solved or approached. They approach the lab somewhere outside, not knowing that that person will come back to me to solve the problem.
The back end. The back end.
I know, I have actually examples of all that. Yes. When there was serious problem of, okay, I used to work a lot with shrimps, okay? It's a major exchequer earner for this country. And in 1984, 85, there was boom. Yeah. But when there was a major disease that struck, well, they went and approached. They were, of course, government institutions. Even government always trusted them. Today, they trust us also, I think.
Yes.
But they went and approached the experts in Australia and in America to help them with the disease problem, until suddenly we had some directors from the government and all turning up in our lab, and we wondered how they came to us. They were guided by those people saying the expert on this topic is in the College of Fisheries at Mangalore, Dr. Indrani Karunasagar and Dr. Idia Karunasagar. And so you need someone else outside of this country to tell you are good.
Yeah.
Maybe the recognition we enjoy is also part of that, because we have had so many bilateral projects, so many people from abroad. Yeah. And for those very diseases and...
The thought leadership, right? So I think...
Today it's different.
Yes.
The government of India has introduced, that is why, bilateral projects in a big, big way.
Correct.
So equal partnerships, patent sharing, everything is there.
I think this is where academia, we should also teach. We know how to solve problems, but we should learn how to present, exactly. Right? So sure. One of the key things, when I used to travel around to bring projects to India, I've heard this multiple times to myself directly. They're saying, "Oh, you guys are amazing. If only we tell you what to do."
Exactly.
Okay, so that's the mindset, and like they will tell and we will do kind, right? So unless we start learning how to present and we know how to innovate and we know how to represent, right? That I think is changing. So it will, and now we are with the digital, kind of democratization which is happening, and tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities, no barriers, right? It is, we need to learn and develop that skills, and that is where academia should go beyond the subjects and bring the softer side of skill development to happen.
No, the channels are publishing.
Yeah.
But publishing has become the biggest industry. I'm sure with Dr. Poti sitting here, she would, I'm telling all this because I know they are involved in helping to solve many of these problems.
Absolutely. And that's
they
the
pay
next,
so much. That's why
that's
I'm very
the next stage of Manthan and Future Focus.
Exactly.
I'm sure she's developing this platform itself as an architect for Manthan. So what is the sapna for that? So your name is Sapna, and Future Focus is that dream, right? So what is the dream that you have seen?
So I think a lot of academia, startups and industries today have started working together. The pilots are very small, they need to be scaled and things like that, and hence industry is required. Like I said, research outcome needs to get into an innovation. Only then the innovation is going to be really profound and solid. And hence there is a lot of this synergy which is going on between these three. Let's take the pandemic times. When a ventilator had to be developed, researchers were putting all their efforts in making a good ventilator with technology, with all that was required in terms of making that ventilator. That went to a startup for pilots as well as they made the cohort, and then they took it forward and did the pilots and things like that, and they built the whole business plan, all of that. And then came an industry like Maruti or like ABB and several companies which came forward and said that we will scale it up. Yeah. So when during a pandemic this could be done, which is a value chain between three different animals, that can be surely done in day-to-day business. So if you see Mahindras, you see Tatas, they're always looking, Mr. Anand Mahindra himself is always looking for new ideas. Yes. He's always looking for new startups. He's always looking for research output. And that's what they come to Manthan for. Let's not go so far. Even if you look at XPRIZE Foundation, which is an unknown entity for most of the startups, we have brought them to Manthan. They said, that is Mr. Elon Musk is also funding that. They said decarbonization, anything from idea to TRL9, you let us know which is, what's there as a good idea and what have you as a solution, and we will give grants and we will take that forward. So that is the kind of stuff today.
Wonderful. That's the future focus, and the month in itself is supporting that future focus of building synergy and so on. So, from my side, the future focus, tomorrow, my talk is going to be all based on that. Twin trends, I'm going to be speaking tomorrow evening. So if you want to listen to what I have got to share, be here tomorrow evening. Okay. So, but the last question for all of us, I'm sure it's going to be, an inspiration to everybody who's listening in and tuned in virtually also, right? Share a success story of a collaboration between industry, academia, and a startup that has led to a significant breakthrough or positive impact. Be it you as an entrepreneur, be you as somebody in the academia, and you as somebody from the ecosystem of startups. I would love to hear one story each. Yes.
So let me go first. There is this startup called Modulus Housing. So they worked with Chitra Thirumal in Trivandrum, which is one of the best institutes I've come across. And they came up with a modular hospital, which they built in 3 months' time with about 2.53 crores of cost, right? So there are these two people. And then we went to several industries and talked about this. So he just came and he said, this is what I have, and I have a CDSO certificate for it, which is a big one, because you got a certificate, and so we can go ahead with this, right? So we requested Tata Memorial Hospital that can we develop one prototype in Munger, which is where they wanted one more unit. And so they said, yes, but we don't have the funds. So we got Wells Fargo, which is a financial organization, has got nothing to do with hospitals or anything to do with anything. They said, we'll fund it through our CSR funds. So we got one prototype done there. Once we got that done, we did roadshows through with the help of NASCOM Foundation and talked to so many companies. Finally, we got 54 hospitals done with 15,000 square feet land from state government free of cost. So here, not only is it academic institute, startup and industry, it's also a state government. So there are 4 stakeholders, right? And we've done this in 3 months' time flat. And it's a case study where 54 hospitals across the nation were done. And today, those have been adopted by those CSR organizations which funded the hospital. So they are carrying on with those hospitals. This startup has got 500 hospital contract from National Health Mission, NHM, and 140 from Meghalaya and several other states. So he's at a different level today.
Wonderful, wonderful. A round of applause for that. It's a very inspiring, and you know what it can do, right? When synergy happens and collaboration happens. Thank you.
So my area has been mainly food, water, and of course when I say food, both agriculture dependent as well as fisheries. So after becoming a technology enabling center and scouting for research that could give rise to startup, I have a whole lot of it. But what really is a success story is when during COVID, an individual working for Z as an interviewer, he lost his job. And as he walked, he's from India, and as he was walking, he found so much of betel leaves, nobody to use it, lots and lots. So he came to us and he said, there is lots and lots of betel leaves. I don't know, I feel if you suggest what I can do with it, we can think of an industry. We have the food technology division. So we said, since betel leaf has got medicinal properties, can we think of making betel leaf tea? Of course, the process is a very long one.
Yeah.
It took close to a year. He hadn't yet become a startup. Idea came from him, so we cannot take the credit for the idea.
Yeah.
But hand-holding, doing everything in the laboratory until it became a product.
Wonderful.
in 2 years' time that could be launched. And he got startup grant from MS Ramaya, big money.
Fantastic.
But helping him with getting the appropriate machinery.
Yes.
And also the pilot studies were supported. The machinery was available at CFTRI.
Wonderful.
He is now gone international because he has orders from many parts of the world, but not yet a big company. It is actually betel leaf tea that he has made.
Yes.
And it gives us, all of us who are working in government, it gives us great satisfaction when startups and entrepreneurs become successful.
Now you never know how a chai wala can go to whatever level, right? So there are enough inspirations, and this is a wonderful story of inspiration and a story of success.
One more small story.
Yeah.
This is where I say industry should have faith and come to us.
Yeah.
There is a major block in Supreme Court that has been raised on the cancer-causing property of betel nut. Campco is a very big industry. And they came to us, they said, a lot of problem is being faced. Many people's livelihood depends on agriculture. Can we do something to work on this problem? Okay, they didn't say find an answer to say it's not cancerous. They say, can you scientifically work on this? So it didn't have a lot of steps the way we do for a government project, It was easy to prepare the project, give it to them, and right away they supported with a whopping sum. See, for us, for 1 year, 1.5 years, somebody gives 45 lakhs to do something, it's big money.
Yeah.
It was a comprehensive exercise involving the dental college of ours, because I take care of the whole university, the research center, and of course social scientists, and my own people who have a stall here, DST Tech. All of them were involved. And the study went on to look at the property, anti-cancer property or otherwise, of betel nut, obtained from Puttur, Shimoga, wherever it is grown, because there could be variation, without processing, okay? So it came to be that a lot of chemicals go into processing. The word betel nut could be panparag.
Yeah.
The word betel nut could be everything that has been tampered with, taken with tobacco, taken with sunna. But a lot of the laboratory results that were done using model systems like zebrafish, Drosophila, tissue culture, and of course real life data obtained by a lot of data generated by visiting every household.
Okay.
Is there a genetic component in the family?
I think this is a stage set for the need for industry, the academia, and the startups alignment to happen, right? The need for that. There's a big enough number of opportunities and the problems out there to be solved, and I think the stage is waiting for performance, and there's a lot of wonderful knowledge and inspiration. One quick success story from your side. No, there was a signal already which came to me saying, we need to wrap it up, and which we are.
So one is all these stories. We've got 3 stories already, so I won't add more. So
please, you are an entrepreneur.
I don't have any stories to add right now. So
your own story.
So I think we should all talk about collaboration. I think the way the stories I've heard, I think it's just about people trying to solve problems together, right? I mean, and Tapasya Beach Festival, and I just want to talk about the organizers and bring them back. Vishwas.
Vishwas, a round of applause for Vishwas and all the organizers here, right?
Karthik. So
Karthik, a round of applause for Karthik.
I think the way the collaboration has come out, they've brought industry, startup, and academy on the same stage.
Oh,
this
fantastic.
has all happened. So
this is an example. Wonderful. This is a success story. We should write about it, right? So this as a platform.
Thank you, everybody. Let's go to the...
So one of the things that I witnessed or been part of this as where the collaboration happened amongst all 3 is during, again, going back to the COVID times. Well, I was the super mentor from Niti Aayog, and Wadhwani Foundation had engaged us for mentoring the incubation centers. So one of the incubation center assigned to me as a super mentor was LMCP, AIC LMCP. And LMCP is the first pharma college in India, post-India independence. This is in Gujarat, Ahmedabad. And when the CEO and the manager and all I was mentoring, and this was during the first lockdown time, and COVID, and people were stuck and wondering. So that was the time I was asking what's happening in healthcare, and healthcare is health is wealth today, and lockdown, and what innovations are happening. And so on top of the mind, innovation that time was about sanitizing and masks and so on. So the real innovation, take a guess, and it was vaccine, right? So don't know when it is going to come, which country is going to release. And I asked one question to them during my mentoring thing. How many people, if there is a vaccine, need for vaccine, how many people would need it? I wanted to quantify. Obviously, they said everybody in the world, right? So, but I wanted numbers. So they said some 6.3 billion people would need vaccine. Okay? So then my next question was, what does it take? We don't know, 3 months down the line, or 6 months down the line, or 1 year, 3 years, no idea. But when it happens, how many syringes are required for that vaccine to be provided? And they said, obviously, it will be 6.3 billion or even double of it, and depends on the vaccine, right? So where do we get that from? There's absolutely no way that we have that, and no country is equipped. And there is probably one which nobody wants to go with it during the vaccine, especially related to COVID. So just imagine a situation where vaccine is there, they announce that vaccine is there, but no syringes. There will be riots, there will be black market, there will be and the worst part is the vaccine price is cheaper than the syringe price. Just imagine that situation. Right? And the worst part is still it won't work if you can afford, because the principle of philosophy of vaccine itself is the herd, the more the people, then the efficacy increases, right? So then I said, you being in the healthcare industry, and some of the best industries being come out of your educational institution, because it's the first pharma institution in India, and 75 years in the making that time. Right? So what can you do? How can you? So long story short, they sprung into action, got some of the startups to take care of the logistics and all that. Then they saw industries which could manufacture syringes, but hardly any in India. And those who could, very little. They started providing support, looked at how to fund, and bringing funding support, clearances, because government in pharma and syringes and all, you need a lot of clearances. All of that they did. And today, India is the largest exporter of syringes in the world. And Gujarat has played a big role in that. And not only that, irrespective whether the vaccine is ours or not, syringes has been ours around the world. And if you look at nowhere in the world, ever there was a report that was raised that shortage of syringes in the world during this whole vaccination time. And the best part is this, the whole world has an alternate for syringes beyond the vaccine today. And that is industry, the academia, and the startups, a combination, and the impact that we can create. I think if we can synergize, and these three aspects, the entrepreneur, the academia, and the startup ecosystem, I think we can make a huge difference in this world. And this is the time, this is the opportunity. And thanks for bringing us together and making this event happen. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Thank you for that very warm welcome. Kaya Wanju and Namaskara. Kaya Wanju is the word for hello, in the language of the Whadjuk Noongar people, the traditional owners of the land where I live in Perth, Western Australia. The Whadjuk Noongar people have a cultural heritage that dates back many thousands of years. And it has been wonderful to learn more about the equally rich cultural heritage of the state of Telangana. I'd like to acknowledge and thank the Honourable Anumula Ravant Reddy, Chief Minister, the Honourable Dudila Sridhar Babu, the Minister for Information Technology, Electronics and Communications, Industries and Commerce and Legislative Affairs, and for the very warm welcome to the great state of Telangana. I'm delighted to be here in Hyderabad today at BioAsia 2024 during this official ministerial visit on behalf of the West Australian Government. It's been a pleasure to meet many of the representatives from your thriving biotech industry as global partners. The size of your globally renowned life sciences sector is breathtaking, and I am thrilled with the opportunity to experience it firsthand. As well as sharing an Indian Ocean, both of our states share an entrepreneurial spirit. This is reflected in our shared vision of transitioning to future economies that decarbonise, inclusive, and innovative and diverse. It is also reflected in our shared emphasis on the knowledge economy, with a mutual understanding that fostering the growth of our innovation ecosystems will result in jobs, prosperity, and increased accessibility to world-class healthcare. I'm honoured to speak with you today about West Australia's vision for our own health and medical life sciences sector. The West Australian Government has a clear vision for our future economy, a vision that by 2035 would see us at the forefront of a cleaner, greener, more tech-savvy economy that provides high-quality jobs and high-quality products and services to the world. The West Australian Government has been embarking on a targeted approach to attracting investment and growing trade opportunities that will enable Western Australian industry to become smarter, more sustainable, and more diversified. As a $410 billion economy, our interest is in growing industries to diversify this economy, which includes support for 8 key industries. Prominent amongst these is the health and medical life sciences sector. With 1/3 of Australia's land mass, our healthcare system spans the largest geographical healthcare jurisdiction on the planet, delivering in some of our harshest and most remote conditions. We have recognised the importance of activities that will improve the value and productivity across multiple sectors of the external-facing economy. With respect to health and medical life sciences, our goal is to leverage our investments in our world-class hospitals, medical research institutes, and research universities. Over the past 5 years, WA's health and medical life sciences ecosystem has doubled. As we are well aware, COVID-19 highlighted the importance of innovative healthcare solutions. It made us aware of the importance of building sovereign capability, of ensuring and securing local and global health and medical supply chains, so that ourselves and our partners are resilient in the face of supply disruptions and global healthcare challenges. One key action the West Australian Government has taken in the establishment of the Future Health Research and Innovation Health Fund 2020. This sovereign wealth fund, built from the success of our iron ore exports, currently stands at 1.8 billion Australian dollars. It provides a secure source of funding to drive health and medical research in Western Australia, delivering innovation and commercialisation outcomes. This fund has already made investments into a range of research programs, and these opportunities are only accelerating. Western Australia has a world-class, vibrant innovation ecosystem underpinned by our leading research institutions, globally competitive manufacturing capability, and highly skilled workforce. In order to support this ecosystem, the West Australian Government has established the Skilled Migrant Job Connect program. This program supports skilled migrants with funding and free settlement services, including mentoring and cultural training to help them establish their lives in Western Australia and participate in Western Australia's workforce. More information is available at the West Australian Expo stand here in BioAsia. West Australia's health and medical life sciences sector has many strengths, including a world-class research base and entrepreneurial talent in health and medical research and clinical practice. 5 universities that all have strengths in life sciences and are outstanding medical research institutes with specialisation in areas including paediatrics, rare diseases, personalised medicine and ear and eye health. The emergence of a contemporary, technologically enabled healthcare system that is comprised of a blend of public and private hospitals offering advanced practice and strong emphasis on clinical trials. Western Australia is a unique jewel that will allow you to succeed in business and live in an amazing lifestyle surrounded by one of the most pristine landscapes that you'll find on the planet. Western Australia is already home to some of the world's leading researchers, innovators, and over the next decade, we will see some amazing advances in homegrown research and innovation. I'm very proud to be here today, leading the delegation of healthcare providers, digital health, biotech companies from Western Australia. I invite you all to learn more about Western Australia and to consider bringing your talents to our state, expanding your business in our region, and accessing all that Perth has to offer as a launchpad for the rest of Australasia. The West Australian Government, through the Invest and Trade Western Australia office located in India, please reach out or visit us at our booth to engage with Western Australia. Thank you for your warm welcome today.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We've been told that makes us the fastest growing company in Hyderabad. Our latest $100 million investment will bring over 1,500 BMS employees together across IT, drug development, and global business operations to enhance our innovation capabilities for patients everywhere. And that adds up to much better problem solving with many more smart people and creating a hub to enable the people we bring into the organization to deliver more medicines to more patients even faster. One final misconception that I want to address is to those who say that what we do is easy. It's not. It's filled with risk-taking, calculation, and ups and downs. And I'll give you one example from my own career. I had the pleasure of working on cell therapy when it was a very nascent technology. No one knew it was going to work. In fact, there were many days we looked across the table and we said it's definitely not going to work. And here we are today, scientific advancements enabling us literally to turn the body into its own medicine. As a leader in cell therapy, we are incredibly excited about these advances, but it didn't happen overnight. It happened incrementally. What I find when I talk to people outside of the industry and sometimes within the industry is that they really don't understand how iterative and incremental the process of innovation is. That's because people like to focus on light bulb moments. But we know it's the everyday moments, the constant moments of looking for a cure or a path forward for patients, and that's the driver of innovation. Scientists toiled for decades to deliver on the promise of immuno-oncology or immunotherapy, harnessing the body's immune system to fight cancer. We were the first to actually make it happen, and the impact has been transformational. It wasn't that long ago that if you were diagnosed with melanoma, you typically had less than 12 months to live. Our first trials in melanoma with our first IO agent, ipilimumab, showed about a 20-month survival. And some people said, well, that's only an 8-month advance. Not that impressive. But what they didn't realize is that 8 months raises the bar. It becomes the new baseline, the new standard against which the next generation of medicines will be measured. And today, we have patients treated with our combination IO therapies that have been alive for 6 years and some as long as 10 years. The increments matter because they are finally adding up to the cure that newly diagnosed melanoma patients can hope for today. And as the only company with 3 approved IO agents in the United States, we continue to raise the bar again and again. There are countless other examples of how increments really add up to patient benefit. But what if we could go from incremental to exponential? I am super excited about the promise of AI and other digital tools to help us move faster and with a higher probability of success. It's the accelerant that can help us deliver more medicines even faster. We can talk about the impact of this technology from a couple of different perspectives. First, it can be an accelerant operationally. I'll use BMS examples, but I really think this is something that's happening across the biopharmaceutical industry. With AI tools, we can write protocols for clinical trials much faster. Instead of months, we can do it in days. The magnitude of impact can be the difference between a patient enrolling in a clinical trial or not. And for patients with serious diseases like cancer, that can mean the difference between life and death. And here's the great part. This work, in large part, will be happening right here in India for BMS. We've used digital tools to model real-world data so that we know if our drugs are working, if they're going to be better than the standard of care. We harness real-world data to create virtual cohorts, collections of virtual patients that enable us to reach decisions much faster. That means instead of recruiting 1,000 patients, we only need 500. Instead of taking 6 years, that trial might only take 3 years. And within research, we're using AI to make better molecules faster. In fact, all of our small molecule trials will be enabled by AI by the end of this year. And again, all of this work is or will be happening right here in India. Those are pretty nice examples of incremental improvements. But what I'm really excited about is how can this make us better at doing what we fundamentally do as a company, applying digital tools to really complicated areas of science to make game-changing advances. Remember how I said that 10 years ago we didn't know if cell therapy would work? Well, today, once a patient is diagnosed with certain blood cancers, we can take cells out of the body and re-engineer those cells to recognize their cancer and then eventually re-infuse them back into the patient. Once inside, those engineered cells attack and kill the cancer. It's a truly remarkable scientific breakthrough. When we first started, there was so much we didn't know. Which patients would benefit, how to design the clinical trials, how to best engineering the manufacturing process. With digital and computational tools, we can now answer all of those questions. And that's enabled us to be a leader in this fast-growing and incredibly exciting field. So much so, we're now moving beyond cancer and taking aim at autoimmune disease with our next generation technology. We call this next generation technology Next-T. Using our broad experience in autoimmune diseases such as MS and lupus, we can jump the gap by using AI models trained on thousands of patients to predict features linked to manufacturing success and to safety. And if successful, this will be groundbreaking. We're aiming to provide a functional cure for these types of diseases, and that's never been seen before. And we're focused on making this incredible technology more broadly available, and that includes here in India. I was just talking to a doctor who treats patients with lupus. He told me about a 30-year-old woman with young children at home, and when he provided the lupus diagnosis, the woman was relieved. Now she knew what was causing her to feel incredible joint and muscle pain. She was prescribed a powerful immunosuppressant, which is the standard of care. And then she asked, when do I come off of this medicine? And the physician had to tell her never. Now imagine being 30 years old and finding out you have to take an injectable medicine that puts you at risk for infection for the rest of your life. Being able to offer this woman a functional cure would be life-changing. It would be a major disruption in the standard of care. These are medicines that matter, that bring transformational benefit. But let's not stop there. What if we could improve the standard of care for diagnosis? Obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM, is a thickening of the heart muscle wall that makes it difficult for the heart to fill with blood. Untreated, HCM can result in life-threatening irregular heart rhythms and sudden death. Mavacamten is our game-changing treatment for HCM. It's the first medicine to treat the underlying causes of the disease, not just the symptoms. In fact, just last week, a physician showed me this picture when he was reviewing scans from his patient. And he said, look, you can see that the heart is remodeling itself. But HCM has always been hard to diagnose, even for specialists. It can take an average of 2 years from the time the patient develops symptoms to when they get a definitive diagnosis and treatment. So the question is, how do we identify patients with HCM sooner and enable earlier detection? Well, we partnered with Viz.ai, which is a company that supplies analytics to hospitals that help interpret the thousands of electrocardiograms administered across those systems. With our sponsorship, they developed an algorithm to analyze ECG results, looking for very hard to find markers for HCM. And when the algorithm detects possible HCM, it alerts doctors which patients need additional evaluation, and that can shave off significant time to when patients are able to benefit from this medicine. Just last August, the FDA issued clearance for this algorithm, and that's a first. It's also a great example of the value of collaborations and partnerships and how they can speed the way to patient solutions. We've always said we don't have a monopoly on great ideas. Working together, we can do so much more than we can do alone, such as tackling really difficult scientific challenges like Alzheimer's disease, a large and growing unmet need around the world. And while there are now 2 approved products in the US to treat Alzheimer's, other approaches are urgently needed. Here you see a human brain. There are billions of cells in every single brain, and within each one of those cells, 20,000 genes are expressed at different levels, all leading to this coordinated story in the human brain that we don't fully understand. For example, we know that when certain proteins begin to clump or aggregate in the brain, this leads to inflammation, which in turn causes brain cells to die. When brain cells die, symptoms begin to emerge, such as memory loss. With AI tools, we can look at each and every one of those cells and sort through the features of protein aggregation that correlate to someone who will develop Alzheimer's disease. We now know that one of the most important proteins that aggregates in the brain is called tau. By clearing tau protein from the brain, we hypothesize that we will prevent inflammation and, most importantly, prevent brain cells from dying. We have an anti-tau antibody in early development that, if successful, could potentially prevent cognitive decline and give someone many more years of their memory to live happy, healthy, and productive lives. And that's what we think of as truly transformational. And that's what drives us at Bristol Myers Squibb. These are just a few of the many examples of how digital technologies and tools, and frankly, our hearts being in the right place, can start to shift the incremental to the exponential. What an incredibly exciting time to be in this industry. We have witnessed tremendous progress in how patients with serious diseases can be treated and respond to transformational medicines. Over the last 100 years, we've gained 25 years of life expectancy through innovation with vaccines, modern medicines, and frankly, really smart and dedicated people doing the hard work. Integrate digital technology, we can add another 25 years of life expectancy in half the time. But of course, The ultimate accelerant is the human in the room. It's people. And we believe that will always be the case. Talented, passionate people who work with a singular focus to deliver more medicines to more patients even faster. On a personal note, having grown up in a small town in Arkansas in the American South, I could never have imagined that I would be here today in the midst of the monumental advances that we are making as an industry and that are on display here at BioAsia. I was very fortunate, though, to be raised by a large, tight-knit family. Almost every night, we spent time together, not just as an immediate family, but as an extended family and friends and relatives. And those experiences taught me about the value of community, being part of something bigger than the individual, where people have each other's backs. It is my hope that we can remind each other of the importance of finding the best in people and appreciating every contribution that gets made. I am so excited about what we can do together and am honored to be part of the future that is being made right here in India today. Together, we can shape the future of healthcare globally and deliver more for patients. So thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Good morning, and thank you all, Honorable Chief Minister Reddy Garu and Minister Baba Garu, and as well as distinguished guests. It's such a tremendous pleasure to be representing Bristol Myers Squibb at this important conference, and it's a true honor to be giving the keynote address shortly. I just want to say a very sincere thank you to the organizers of this event. This event really does epitomize the ecosystem that has been created here in India and here specifically in Hyderabad. Bristol Myers Squibb has an almost 30-year commitment to India, and I'm extremely pleased that we have established a presence now here in Hyderabad. In less than a year, we have taken our presence from an idea to almost 1,000 employees. And that success was not by accident. It came about because of the tremendous support that we've received from the honorable ministers, from the government of Telangana, from the organizers of this event. And I sincerely thank all of you. India and now Hyderabad are at the center of our mission as a company to deliver truly transformational medicines to patients. So it is a heartfelt thank you to all of you, and I look forward to this conference.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Very good morning to all, and welcome to the state of Telangana, the pride capital of our people of Telangana, Hyderabad. Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Revanth Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister from Western Australia, the Honorable dignitaries on the dais, esteemed guests, and the valued members of the life sciences community. And it's absolute pleasure and honor to address you all today at the prestigious 21st edition of the BioAsia Summit. The journey began 21 years ago, and we congratulate and honor all the life sciences community partners who have played the role in building the beautiful ecosystem in and around the world and India too, to create a better world for the citizens of the global and also to the Indian citizens. I thank you all for playing a pivotal role, for creating and putting all your energies, strength, intellectual capacities to create a beautiful world for the people. So it is not every day that we see the several Fortune 500 company CEOs, accomplished scientific leaders like Greg Semenzo, honored Nobel laureate, who is here with us today, that too in state of Telangana. We are honored, sir. And also the captains for several industries who gathered here in this part of this world. This is only possible because of the reputation that the BioAsia event has built. I am truly inspired by the enthusiasm displayed by you all, your dedication and for this advancement of science and healthcare, and which is truly commendable. I am honored to be a part of this esteemed community with the presence of Honorable Chief Minister. Honorable Chief Minister Sri Revanth Reddy Garu and I were in Davos for the World Economic Forum annual meeting last month. And the enthusiasm displayed by the various global investors, particularly the life sciences community, towards Telangana and our vision is extraordinary, and we are very, very thankful for the encouragement they have shown us during our trip to Davos. I am proudly stating that, the state has got 40,232 crores investments, which speaks volume about the confidence of the investors aligned with BioAsia. I had the pleasure of inaugurating the global R&D centers of BMS and the Providence yesterday. And I am delighted to note that both of them have very aggressive growth plans. Thank you, Mr. Chris, and thank you, Hashmin, for your trust in Telangana. And I promise that we will extend all the necessary support you require. As we look into the future, I wish to reassure our investors that their trust in Telangana will yield significant returns. I would also like to use this opportunity to use this wonderful platform to inform you that we are committed to the growth of life sciences sector in Telangana, and we are keen in taking this sector to the next level. Among other initiatives, we will be soon launching a new life sciences policy for the state. The new life sciences policy, which I would like to tell you, is the fusion between the technology, between the life sciences, between the pharma industry, between the policy, between the regulatory agencies. The new life sciences policy, which is not there anywhere in the country. The new dynamic entrepreneurial life sciences policy will be annual in the next few months from now. This will be aimed at positioning our Telangana as an important nodal in the global value chain for the life sciences sector. We will catalyze the robust socio-economic growth through the strategic investments, job creation, and the nurturing of an innovation-centric environment. We aspire to cultivate an ecosystem that not only generates employment opportunities, but also serves as a hub for pioneering therapies, ensuring their accessibility to our citizens and beyond. And I would like to add, our Chief Minister, Mr. Revanth Reddy Garu, is very, very committed to reflect that the Hyderabad, especially the state of Telangana, shall become the skill capital of India. One of our potential and very strong investor was just asking me a question. All the investors, all the global players are looking forward to keep their centers in and around Hyderabad and in Telangana. What will happen to the skill which is available right now? So keeping that in view, our Chief Minister and government already envisioned a plan of putting skill universities. The skill universities will produce enough talent, enough skill. 2 years' time from now, we are trying up with a policy which will be linked to our education system and to the industry, bringing out a new revolution in terms of providing value to academia. This is like we are making mandatory the internship programs with the industry. All the students who would be studying in state of Telangana would be exposed to the industry needs. That the internship program of 3 to 6 months will give a platform for all the students who would be, becoming the employees for either for the life sciences, either for the IT, either for the manufacturing sector. So I don't see any human skill deficiency. And you have all seen many who are on the dais. Like we have Mr. Satish Reddy. You can see from Novartis, Mr. Naveen, they reflect the human capital, and the best human capital is only available and will be available and shall be available only in Hyderabad. With these few words, I thank you once again, and hope your deliberations for the next 2 days will go a long way. Thank you, one and all.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Honorable Chief Minister and friends, it has been a privilege for me to have been associated since 2012 when I was chair of Janssen, and I came from Belgium and found this little nucleus being created here in Hyderabad, and it has grown into a gigantic scale of a hub for innovation, which is incredible proof to the efforts that's been put here in the past. Now, I don't want to take up too much time, but I just want to say they've moved from just disrupting the current state of affairs towards creating the future. And to end with Dr. Paul Janssen's words, the patients are waiting, so let's move ahead. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Thank you. It's the first time I've ever followed a Nobel laureate. I'll give this a try. Coming to Hyderabad is like coming home for us. As many of you know in this audience, Hyderabad is the home of the Providence Global Center. We've been in Hyderabad now for 4 years, and we are the first health system in the United States that has established a presence in India, in Hyderabad, particularly for information technology and the concepts around AI and data. Today, we have 1,400 caregivers in Hyderabad. Yesterday, we were glad to dedicate our new headquarters here, and we look at the future in exponential growth in Hyderabad. We consider Hyderabad and Providence, India, as important as Providence, California, or Providence, Washington. Our hometown, so thank you so much for everything that we have here, and we look to a bright future as we go forward. Our home headquarters is in Seattle, Washington, which in a lot of ways has a lot of similarities to Hyderabad. We're the home of Microsoft. What's that other company that starts with an A? I think it's called Amazon. So we are used to living in a high-tech hub, but we very, very carefully selected Hyderabad, and two of my colleagues that are with me today have been in India, in Hyderabad, for 20 years. And they did the initial work to get Microsoft started here in India, and they've done a tremendous job for us at Providence. What we're looking forward to in the United States, I'm the past chair of the American Hospital Association. In the United States, we have 5,000 hospitals, and probably, I would say, about 800 to 1,000 health systems. What we're looking forward to the future is bringing partnerships of other health systems to us in India. And we've already started with one, Advent Health, that started, but I can tell you there's a lineup of my colleagues in the United States that want to be part of what's happening in India. So why India, why Hyderabad, and what's the transformation? So healthcare, like in India, is a little bit chaotic at times. I represent the delivery side of healthcare. So we're situated in the western United States, and we have hospitals, 52 hospitals from Alaska to Lubbock, Texas. We have over 1,000 clinics, and we have 121,000 caregivers in the United States, and we service anywhere from 5 to 10 million patients in the U.S. About 8 years ago, we said we need to transform our own healthcare system and healthcare. And we needed to go from just a patient care delivery system to an information and services company. So we figured out we couldn't do it alone, so we started hiring people from Amazon and Microsoft and other tech companies to help transform our organization. And one of the first things they said, we need to broaden our scope of computer engineering, and that's why we're here in India. But more than that, we really needed to become a data and analytics organization. So last year, as we've left COVID, we called last year at Providence the year of human connection. We stopped getting behind our screens and started to get back together like what we're doing today. But this year, we declared, and going forward, for Providence and for healthcare, it's the year of transformation and collaboration. Transformation and collaboration. Healthcare needs to transform. The delivery side needs to transform. And how are we going to do that? We're going to do that through the tools of AI and data. So Providence started on a journey to digitize itself and to become a completely digital company, which I would say over the last 5 years, we're almost there. In addition to that, we said that as a healthcare organization, we need to diversify our portfolio. So today, we're a services company that implements electronic health records in Great Britain, in Western Europe, and almost every state in the United States. So a lot of times when a new electronic health record is going on, our people are doing that work as we go forward. The second thing that we said is that we need, data is chaotic in healthcare. And we were not willing to allow our friends at Microsoft and Facebook and Amazon to take our health data. So what we did is said, let's get the health systems of the United States together to create our own data company. Today, Truveta is about 3 years old. It has over 35 health systems that are contributing all of their healthcare data to one point. The power of this is immense. So we account for anywhere from 12 to 15% and growing of all healthcare data in the United States. The importance in terms of biomedical research is that database is incredibly diverse. So it has everything from Hawaiian Islanders to people living in South Central Los Angeles to people that live in Alaska. That kind of a database is critically important to our friends in pharma who are looking to unlock unique properties for medications that they have. Amongst that is almost limitless. The United States government has started to ask us about our data and how we collect it. And we think this is going to be a revolution in the way we do it. But what's critically important is it's data owned by the people that actually do the work and take care of the patients. And we have been tremendously successful in that. In addition to that, we created an organization called Tegria, which enables us to provide services to other hospitals all around the United States and ultimately around the world and particularly in Europe as we stand now. So we've really diversified our portfolio. In addition, we talk about the 6 Ds at Providence. Digitization, diversification. Then the third one's a little controversial, deconstruction. which means we take the health system apart and decide which components are the most important, which ones have value. Today, Providence, in addition to its 52 hospitals, 1,000 clinics, 120,000 caregivers, we're in supportive housing. We have our own health plan, and we even have a high school in Burbank, California. And all of my investors ask us, why did we hold on to a high school in Burbank, California, Providence High School? And when with our investors, they say, we need to know what 14 to 16-year-olds are thinking. And it's really our laboratory to understand where the future is going. We were started 170 years ago in the territory of Washington in the western United States. That tradition, we've always changed, we've always innovated as we went forward. And our saying at Providence is that we exist at an intersection between compassion and innovation. Last year, we did over $2 billion of free care, community service in the United States, in addition to being a $28 billion healthcare corporation. We're looking at the collaboration amongst healthcare systems to really solve some of the problems that we have in the United States in the development of care. So those are the first 3 Ds. Well, what else is there in other Ds? The other D is the delivery of care. We're looking at the scientific way that we deliver care to decrease technologically the burden on doctors and nurses. So today we have a co-caring model of nursing so that our nurses in our hospitals and clinics literally have partners that are on their computers at home doing some of the work along with them. So we look at that as a way to make the difference in healthcare, and we look at things like telemedicine and all of those techniques to really revolutionize the D, which is the delivery of care. What's the fifth D? Diagnostic and therapeutics. If you have any doubt about that, you heard from our first 2 speakers. I've been a physician for 45 years, and we've seen just a dramatic change in what we're able to do. When I started in practice, we kept a total hip replacement in the hospital for 2 weeks. Today, we do it as an outpatient. One of our surgeons operated during COVID on a patient in London from his robotic surgery platform in Seattle, Washington. Seattle operating on a patient in London. So the delivery of care and how we do it and the diagnostics that we use are just going to be remarkable. I'm on the board of GE Healthcare, so very, very interested in the diagnostics that we use in CT scanning and others that make such a difference in our ability to diagnose and care for patients rapidly and thoughtfully. I would never think today what we're able to do 45 years ago in terms of what we're able to offer patients. The last D is probably the most important. I cheat a little bit. It's data and artificial intelligence. So today, Providence has a whole group of folks that do nothing but think about the applications of artificial intelligence. One of the things that we've done, which is different than others that are dabbling in artificial intelligence, is we've said, how do we apply AI to make clinicians and nurses smarter and have less burden? So what's the biggest problem today that most physicians have on the front line? They have an electronic inbox that is this big. And they spend most of their time trying to answer electronic questions and everything else from their patients. Many of us send our questions on our iPhones to our physicians. Well, we've used AI to basically empty the inbox for physicians. So using bots and using artificial intelligence, we triage what the questions are, what has to be answered, and most importantly, who has to answer them. We're also developing AI techniques that can give physicians the answers to complex questions at the point of service, something we call Pearl, which enables clinicians to really have the information that they need. When I was back as an intern and a resident a few years ago, I had everything in a book in my pocket. Today that, I can listen to it in my ear sequence to understand what are the choices and what are the things that we have to do to make patients better, faster, and smarter. Today, we don't read an EKG. It's read electronically for us. Most of you have a watch and you're checking your own EKG as we go. We believe that through AI, things like making sure that CAT scans and MRIs are read the right way, this will become commonplace. And we need to use these techniques to make care smarter and better. We need to take the average physician and turn them into the superb physician. And that's where we really see this exciting interface between technology and healthcare. When we first started hiring technology people at Providence, technology people did not understand healthcare people. Healthcare people did not understand technology people. So we had a Venn diagram, and we had them both here. When you put the two together, that's where magic occurs. So we brought in our folks from Microsoft and everywhere else and sat them down with our clinicians, with our scientists, and with our administrators. And I think that's the secret sauce, to understand how technology can work practically and how data can be used to accelerate what a healthcare system can do. And that's what we believe. Today, we think there's going to be further consolidation of the health systems. We're talking to health systems in India about what they're doing because we believe there's commonality in the problems that we're solving. When we had COVID first hit, we had the first patient who had COVID in Washington State back in 2020. Within one day, we were on the phone with our colleagues in China and in Italy to understand what we needed to do with our patients. And that sense of collaboration is something particularly for us is going to be critically important as we go forward. But we're looking at consolidating all the business practices of healthcare systems in the United States together. So I pose the question, why should every healthcare system in the country and the world have their own cybersecurity? It makes no sense. In order to combat what we need to do on the cyber side, we need to do this together. So we believe things like information technology, cyber, data, actually even finding the right people to work at our hospitals and clinics are things that we should do together as a group of health systems. So we'll be announcing within the next few months what we call the Health System Collaborative, HSC, which means these are health systems in the United States that have said, we're going to look at the whole back office of healthcare and drive that together, both to do it less expensively, but better. So, our vision, as you can see up here, is health for a better world. We look at ourselves as not just a United States-based health ministry, but an international health ministry. And we feel that one of the keys to our success and the success of healthcare in the United States is going to be our commitment here in India with some of the smartest IT technology people we have and that collaboration. So thank you so much for having me here today.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
It's a great honor to speak to you all today about a subject near and dear to my heart, which is oxygen. And we require many things in this life, but nothing more than oxygen. And if you dispute that fact, please hold your breath and I'll get back to you later. The discovery of a system that ensures that every one of the 50 trillion cells in your body receives adequate oxygen at every moment of every day for your entire life. And this is basically a very simple matter of supply and demand. The cells use oxygen to generate energy in the mitochondria, and then we have respiratory and circulatory systems to deliver that oxygen. And the hypoxia-inducible factors that we discovered serve to regulate oxygen supply and demand. If oxygen is not available, the cells use metabolic processes that don't require oxygen, and oxygen delivery is increased through changes in the circulatory and respiratory systems. Well, this was the scene in Stockholm in 2009. You can see the royal family on the right, the laureates on the left, and Nobel in the middle there. This was the King of Sweden giving me the Nobel Award, and this is the award. Thank you very much. On the front, you can see Albert Nobel, his birth date, and the year that he died, which was 1896, and he died on December 10th. And so the Nobel Prizes are awarded on December 10th every year, which is a fairly dark day in Stockholm. But it was also very nice in the winter. And then on the back, you can see my name and the date of the award, 2019. And then in Latin across the top is a quotation from Virgil, which translated into English is roughly, "Let us improve life through science and art." And truly, we've tried to improve life through science. And this started 33 years earlier when we asked a question. We knew that the kidneys produced a hormone called erythropoietin, or EPO. And EPO is secreted into the bloodstream and goes to the bone marrow and stimulates red blood cell production. And of course, it's red blood cells that carry oxygen to all the cells in the body. And the body doesn't count red blood cells. Only hematologists do that. What the body does is sense oxygen delivery. And if oxygen delivery is not adequate systemically, it increases the production of EPO, and that leads to an increase in red blood cell mass and oxygen delivery. So it's a beautiful homeostatic system to maintain systemic oxygen delivery. And when we set out, we wanted to try to understand how do cells in the kidney sense oxygen availability and respond to decreased oxygen or hypoxia by increasing EPO production. And we first identified a sequence that's just downstream of the EPO gene in the human genome that's now known as the hypoxia response element. And this short 33 base pair sequence has the property that it can be taken out of the EPO gene, inserted into a heterologous gene, and the expression of that gene will now be induced by hypoxia. And we use that DNA sequence to identify a protein that was present in hypoxic cells, but not in cells that had adequate oxygen, and which bound to this DNA sequence. And we called this protein hypoxia-inducible factor 1, or HIF1. So a factor is a protein. Inducible means it's made in response to a stimulus, and the stimulus is hypoxia, or low oxygen levels. So this protein HIF1 was the first member of a family of proteins identified that are critical for oxygen homeostasis. And when we looked at the levels of the two subunits of this protein, which we called HIF1 alpha and HIF1 beta because we're scientists, so we like to use Greek letters, we found that the HIF1 alpha subunit was present at very high levels in the nucleus of hypoxic cells, and then decayed exponentially as oxygen concentrations were elevated. And it turned out that the levels of the HIF1 alpha protein were regulated by a very elegant mechanism, which is that when oxygen is available, an oxygen atom is inserted into the protein, and this is a signal for its degradation. So when oxygen is available, this hydroxylation event occurs, It occurs on one of two different proline residues within the protein. And this allows the binding of a protein called the von Hippel-Lindau protein, or VHL. And when VHL binds to the hydroxylated HIF-1 alpha, this is a signal for its destruction in a area of the cell called the proteasome. So your body is continuously making HIF-1 alpha, and if oxygen is available, it's degraded, and if it's not available, the protein rapidly accumulates within hypoxic cells. So this ability to regulate the levels of the protein is critical for understanding, for example, why erythropoietin is made at increasingly large amounts under hypoxic conditions. So hypoxia, as I mentioned, is an imbalance between oxygen supply and demand. It can be due either to the fact that cells are using more oxygen. So, for example, in a tumor, there are more cells consuming oxygen, leading to a hypoxia within the tumor. Or it could be due to a decrease in oxygen delivery, as occurs with, for example, atherosclerotic coronary artery disease, where the delivery of blood through one of the main coronary arteries is impaired. And in either case, HIF-1 is induced, and it turns on the expression within each cell of hundreds of genes. Some of these genes serve to increase oxygen delivery, like EPO. Sometimes this occurs only within certain cell types. So, for example, if there's vascular ischemia, only the tissue that is subject to the ischemia shows an increase in HIF-1 levels, and this leads to the production of factors that stimulate blood vessel growth, such as vascular endothelial growth factor, or VEGF. And then there are also proteins that are induced that allow cells to survive oxygen deprivation. And the classic intracellular adaptation is the switch from oxidative to glycolytic metabolism that is controlled by HIF-1. So now we know of over 8,000 different RNAs that in one cell type or another are induced by hypoxia and allow adaptation. And as I mentioned, the beautiful plasticity of this system is that every cell responds in a unique manner. So the HIFs send a signal, there's hypoxia, respond, and then every cell responds depending on how it's programmed. And this leads to these beautiful individual responses throughout the body. Well, it turned out that HIF-1 had two siblings, HIF-2 alpha and HIF-3 alpha. These proteins are structurally and functionally similar to HIF-1 alpha. They're regulated through the oxygen-dependent degradation, and they can also dimerize with HIF-1 beta and activate transcription. And whereas HIF-1 alpha is present only in all metazoan species and pretty much all nucleated cells within every metazoan species, HIF-2 alpha and HIF-3 alpha are only present in certain cells and only in vertebrate species. So with the evolution of vertebrates, you had a much larger body mass, and this required in the specialized systems of oxygen delivery, like the respiratory and circulatory systems, to evolve. And as part of that process, HIF-2 alpha and HIF-3 alpha came about principally they're active during development to establish the systems of oxygen delivery. Well, I mentioned this beautiful system for regulating red blood cell production through EPO. And this system is dysregulated in individuals with chronic kidney disease. And the more severe the chronic kidney disease, the greater the deficiency in EPO production. And prior to 1986, patients required transfusions of red blood cells, and that put them at risk of various viral diseases. And so it was a really tremendous advance when the EPO gene was cloned and recombinant EPO was produced as one of the first biotech drugs. in 1986. And this greatly improved the quality of life in patients with chronic kidney disease. The patients would go to the doctor and say, I feel terrible. The doctor would say, of course you feel terrible. You have chronic kidney disease. But the reason they felt terrible was that they were anemic. And when the anemia was treated, they felt much better. So this was a great improvement in the quality of life. Of course, it's an injectable biologic, which has certain limitations. And some patients, for various reasons, don't respond to EPO. So the next advance was the identification of drugs that target the protein, the HIF-1 alpha hydroxylation that I described. And these drugs inhibit the enzyme that inserts that oxygen atom, so that now there are higher levels of HIF production, leading to higher production of EPO. And this probably involves EPO production in the liver, where EPO is made in the fetus. And that probably accounts why even patients who don't have kidneys, who have their kidneys removed, respond to these drugs. So these are small molecules, so they can be taken by mouth. They increase HIF activity, they increase EPO synthesis, and they increase red blood cell production. And this is the chemical structure of the first of these drugs that underwent clinical trials, and that first clinical trial was performed here in Asia. This drug, roxadustat, has been approved in a number of countries, and there are now 5 different HIF stabilizers that have been approved in various countries for the treatment of anemia in patients with chronic kidney disease. So this was really the first translation of our basic science discoveries to the clinic. Well, the next part of the talk involves this very distinguished gentleman, whose name was Eugen von Hippel, and he had the title of Professor Extraordinary, which is quite a title, at the University of Heidelberg. And he was an ophthalmologist in the early 1900s who identified patients who had retinal lesions, and these were retinal tumors called hemangioblastomas, retinal hemangioblastomas. So he identified these tumors, and then a Swedish pathologist named Lindau in the 1920s performed autopsies on patients with these retinal hemangioblastomas and found that these patients often had tumors elsewhere in their body, particularly in the kidney. And so this collection, and this was found to be inherited through an autosomal dominant mechanism in families, and this became known as the von Hippel-Lindau syndrome. And this is a section of a kidney cancer from a patient with von Hippel-Lindau syndrome. It's called clear cell renal cell carcinoma because you can see the cells don't stain well with hematoxin and eosin. And this is because they're filled with glycogen and lipid, because their metabolism has been dysregulated, because they lack that VHL protein that I described to you that binds to the hydroxylated HIFs and causes their degradation. So in the germline, they have one wild-type allele and one mutant allele, and then in the kidney, the wild-type allele is mutated, so there's no functional VHL, and that drives the tumor formation. You can see on the left the parental cells from a patient who has a kidney tumor, and you can see that regardless of whether we culture the cells at high oxygen or low oxygen, there are very high levels of HIF-1 alpha and HIF-2 alpha. But if we insert a functional copy of the VHL gene back into these cells, you can see now at high oxygen conditions, the HIF-1 alpha and HIF-2 alpha are being degraded again. So it's the failure to have the normal oxygen-dependent degradation of the HIFs that drives the formation of these kidney tumors. So we can put those parental cells back into a mouse and they will form a tumor, but the rescued cells will not. And we know now that the HIFs are activated in common cancers as well as in the hereditary von Hippel-Lindau syndrome, and that the HIFs contribute to cancer progression by turning on the expression of genes that contribute to every critical aspect of cancer progression. And so it was very exciting when a small biotech company called Peloton in Dallas developed a small molecule that can bind to HIF2 alpha, which plays a particularly critical role in kidney cancer in von Hippel-Lindau syndrome. And when this drug, which is now called belzutifan, binds to HIF2 alpha, it prevents HIF2 alpha from forming a functional dimer with HIF1 beta. So there's now no functional HIF2 within the cells. And this was one of the first trials of belzutifan. And this is a waterfall plot looking at the change in tumor growth. The yellow bars show patients who have had a decrease in tumor growth. That's called a partial response. And then the black bars are patients whose tumors have not changed significantly, and that's referred to as stable disease. And the combination of those two, which is known as the disease control rate, was 80% in this trial in a disease where there was basically no effective therapy once the tumor had spread beyond the kidney. So this was a truly remarkable result. And within several years, the U.S. FDA had approved the drug for the treatment of renal cell carcinoma in patients with the von Hippel-Lindau syndrome. And then more recently, last year, the FDA approved belzutifan as a third-line treatment of other renal cell carcinomas in patients who don't have the hereditary form of the disease. As I mentioned, in my lab, we've been developing drugs that are both HIF1 and HIF2 dual inhibitors that work well in a variety of cancers. And one of the really remarkable effects of these drugs is that they take the response to the immuno-oncology drugs that you heard about from a very small number to a very high number, so that we can completely eradicate the cancers in half of the animals that we treat with the combination of these drugs. And we think that this is going to have a dramatic impact on the response to the immuno-oncology drugs that you heard about earlier. Well, I just wanted to have a few closing thoughts. The first, as we all know, is that it all starts with education, specifically science education. And unfortunately, you know that in India better than we know that in the US. It's sad to say. But we start with that. We do basic science because that gives us fundamental discoveries that impact on disease processes. And then if we're lucky, we can translate that into novel therapies, which if they involve small molecules can decrease costs and increase global healthcare accessibility. The focus on development of biologicals, which is very great interest now, has perhaps the drawback that these drugs are difficult to transport and store in areas without advanced healthcare systems. And so there are still many advantages to trying to develop small molecule drugs, I think. On the right is my high school biology teacher, Rose Nelson. She was my inspiration for a career in science. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
I welcome Professor Greg Semanza to please share his acceptance speech.
Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister, and assembled dignitaries and guests. It's a great honor for me to accept the 2024 Genome Valley Excellence Award. I would like to thank the BioAsia International Advisory Board, Shakti Nagapan, the CEO of BioAsia, and the government of Telangana. I'm also grateful to my wife, Laura, who is here today, and my children for their constant support. Throughout my career, I have endeavored, despite my many imperfections, to increase our understanding of fundamental biological processes with the hope of translating that knowledge to the clinic in the form of novel therapies for common diseases. It has been gratifying that our basic science discoveries have enabled the development of new effective treatments for anemia and kidney cancer, as I'll describe in my lecture. The current research in my laboratory is focused on, as you heard, the development of novel inhibitors of the hypoxia-inducible factors for two applications: the prevention of vision loss in patients with diabetic eye disease and macular degeneration, and also the treatment of a wide range of human cancers. In both of these areas, we have very encouraging results from animal studies and are hopeful that these drugs will progress to clinical trials in the near future. Thank you once again.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Good morning, Honorable Chief Minister and rest of the dignitaries on the dais, and then the dynamic life science ecosystem of Hyderabad. We are very proud to be associated with the state of Telangana in supporting and promoting the cooperation between the two regions in life sciences segment. It's been underway as the international partner region for the past 2 years, and then we look forward to having more such engagements. We have also had the Telangana state team with the companies visiting Flanders, and then the discussions are at various levels of maturity levels. So we look forward to continue this engagement, and then we are proud, and then we would like to invite more companies to engage with us in the coming months. Once again, it's a great privilege and a pride to be the international partner region at the 21st BioAsia event, and wish the event all the success. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
I now invite Mr. Jayesh Ranjan to share his insights and deliver the welcome address for BioAsia 2024. Let us welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Begin the 21st edition of BioAsia 2024. A very warm welcome to all of you on behalf of Government of Telangana. 21 years ago, when this event was conceptualized and started, we never imagined that it will really capture the imagination of the entire industry, the entire research community, the administrators, policymakers, regulators. But as we have completed these 2 decades, we have realized that this has become one of the most looked forward event for the industry. The entire world, so to say, looks up to this event, tries to understand what are the new discussions, what are the new trends, what are the new partnerships that are going to be forged here. This is almost like the World Economic Forum's life sciences vertical, so to say, that gets represented here. I'm also happy to share that, like the earlier editions, this edition is going to have some very important tactical discussions on some of the most pressing challenges, most pressing opportunities, Some of the most eminent speakers and thought leaders from across the world are present with us, who will be sharing their perspectives. Every year, one of the features which really makes people take note of is the interface that we have with regulatory agencies, with regulators. We know that life sciences is a very dynamic environment where we are always trying to keep pace with technology, with new regulations. So that is again getting covered here through multiple sessions. We also know that life sciences is one vertical which is getting disrupted very, very rapidly with innovations. And we have, again, lots of curated sessions which focus on innovation, particularly technology, digital technologies, and manufacturing technology. So I hope that all of us would be able to make the best of this platform that has been created primarily by the Telangana government, of course with the help of all our partners, all our sponsors, and we look forward to a year-long engagement with all of you here in Telangana. I'm particularly happy that Honorable Chief Minister is attending this event after a long gap of many years that a Chief Minister is making his presence felt. We welcome you, sir, on behalf of all the delegates, and we look forward to listening to you on how you want to provide strategic leadership, not just to our country, but the whole world as the government of Telangana in this very important domain of life sciences. Once again, warm welcome to all of you. Let us all have very productive, useful, and meaningful sessions. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister, and respected guests. Really privileged to be here. You know, I'm a Pakka Hyderabadi. I've grown up here, went to school, college, did my education here, went abroad working for a few companies. But when the opportunity came to actually come back to India and prove to the world the power of Indian intellect, I grabbed it with both hands. Today, Novartis has been a visionary, is here since over 15 years. But today, we have over 10% of our global headcount, 10% of the employees of Novartis based here. The impact of that, the easiest way I explain what Novartis does to my mother is when I tell her that the average lifespan has gone up 20 years in the last 50 years. Just in India, it's gone up 12 years in the last 20 years alone. And people live longer because of companies like Novartis, one of the few companies. So really privileged again to see several innovative pharma companies and many healthcare companies advancing technology for the benefit of humankind, for mankind, right from here in Hyderabad. The power of this congregation for the future is really incredible. So pleased to be associated with BioAsia for more than 10 years. I think, as I said, I think this is an amazing place for nearly 8,000 people at Novartis to make a global impact all over, you know, improve lives, cure disease, extend lives anywhere in the world, right from here in Novartis Knowledge City, right in the high-tech city area. So thank you. Really privileged to be here and look forward to this congregation. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
In biotechnology in the world, specializing in advanced biomanufacturing and personalized medicine. We specialize in vaccines. From the University of Queensland, the Gardasil vaccine came from there. We also supply the Nipah vaccine to India whenever you have a crisis that comes out of our building. And so all of this within this university environment where we do translation. We've translated $62 billion of product in the last 15 years. We have translated more than all the other universities of Australia put together. and then embedded in a Queensland environment of excellence. And my colleagues over there, if you want to do research in Australia?
As you know, AstraZeneca is the global pharmaceutical company with an aspiration to bring, being pioneers in science and bring innovation to the globe and also to the world. And we have also been very passionate, apart from bringing innovative science to India, but also on the sustainability. So we're doing a lot, and hope we will have a chance to talk about this innovation and sustainability in our panel discussion today. Thank you so much.
Our businesses span from API, generics, branded generics, services, biologics, and drug discovery. Today, primarily our revenue comes from generics, API, and related businesses, but we have a very ambitious drug discovery program, and we should talk about it today.
Worked probably under the most prolific researcher in his period, Dr. Paul Janssen, who was twice nominated for Nobel. I then also run the research institute called the Flemish Institute of Biotechnology, which is one of a world-class research institute. But I'm looking forward to I'm privileged to have this august panel next to me, who will probably give me a lot of new ideas. Thank you.
We are a large generic integrated manufacturer and marketeer, and also now pivoting towards discovery-led organization in terms of investing in small molecules, biologics, ADCs, vaccines, and continue to build both on the access and the affordability front.
Based in Cologne, Germany, and together with my colleagues and our associates, we want to advance medicine by discovering new cell and gene therapies, provide those therapies to potential other companies, and also have devices and equipment which allows discovery, research, and manufacturing. Besides that, we also have a pharma division called Miltenyi Biomedicine, who develops their own CAR-T therapies. Pleasure to be here.
We have recently started treating our patients with first make in India CAR-T cell therapy and first gene therapy from our country.
And the first question is to Ton. Ton, based on, and he and I go back in time, based on his experience in Janssen and in Miltenyi, do you find that the mindset is extremely important within not just the research community, but the entire company community to make innovation a reality? And number two, do you believe that some of the existing and new technologies will play a role as we move forward in the drug discovery area?
I go back to two inspirational leaders. I had, like Ajit, the privilege to know Dr. Paul Janssen, who brought with the speed of at least 2 medicines per year, breakthrough medicines, to the market. And at the same time, I'm working now 6 years with Miltenyi. Dr. Stefan Miltenyi brings also a breakthrough in cell and gene therapy by a ritual of at least once ASH per year. He has a number of very new tools. What makes it, in my view, in my experience, unique? Both think the patients are waiting. They have an eagerness to address the diseases today. And they're inspired by whether it's HIV, whether it's vaccines, whether it's oncology, whether it's CNS diseases. Address the diseases now. The patients cannot wait for a 12-year development program until we figure out. And COVID was a big example of that. So that's for me the number one reason, the eagerness to treat diseases. The second, being in an ecosystem which is fully equipped with top physicians and scientists who have the same eagerness to develop. And therefore, India is a fantastic place. First of all, India is eager to live longer and better. I mean, there is no doubt in the first category to address the diseases. Secondly, the ecosystem here with outstanding physicians, outstanding scientists who can collaborate and work together is a second driver of advancing medicine much faster than the pace which we had in the last decade. And the third point, I want to commend India's eagerness for local manufacturing. Ensuring that the progress you make, you can also translate and scale it up in an own area or an own country, so that you're not dependent on supplies from all over the world, but you can take your own destiny in your own hands. So I think these are, to my experience, the three elements, and I want to add one behavioral element to it, and then I conclude, which is you must be willing to take a risk. Risk-taking belongs to advancement of medicine, and the risk is not to be taken just on your own. The risk is to be taken in potential partnerships, in collaborating with each other, in entrepreneurial ways and openness to exchange. That's what I think are the key elements to progress, but mainly I want to conclude it's stopping with a slow system of farm development and change to a fast system to get to the patients. Thank you.
Then I will hand it over to Sharvil. Sharvil, the question to you is, what is your impression? Sorry, I'm looking away because the mic is here. But what is your impression of the life sciences and healthcare landscape in India in terms of innovation? And how do you think India can transform itself to becoming some kind of a global innovation hub? And then I think we would all be very keen to hear from you, as you are one of the first companies to have developed and registered an NCE. So from your experience, it would be great to hear what are the lessons learned.
Thank you. First and foremost, I think it has been a longish journey in terms of, I think, learning about many things in the organization. I think if I want to break it down into a few things for what we also do and what we hope in terms of the evolving sciences, we all started learning good science, which is chemistry, how to do PKPD, how to do ADME studies and all of that. And very soon, we all became good at it, and we were able to screen a lot of compounds, get a lot of products, ideas out. And then the whole development engine that had to be built to manage these kind of programs was the next big challenge for the organization in terms of how do you take a product from discovery to development and a global development, which even became harder. So I think that was the second part of the big learning process in the firm, that moving from discovery to development, and how do you look at all the opportunities and the challenges that you need to move forward with. But I think there are 3-4 things that are very important. As an organization, we did it, and I think if innovation has to grow in India, it's very critical. One is, as Professor Toon said, is risk. Both risk in terms of financial risk, but also risk in terms of what you're going to be able to be successful or not successful in terms of the high risk of burden to prove a new chemical entity or a new biological. So I think today the biggest gap that we see is there is very little risk funding available for innovation or pure discovery. As I always say, the technology sector saw a lot of that investment in terms of new startups getting funded, but the time frame for that was 2 to 3 years. You could see innovation happen in 3 years. You could know a proof of concept in 3 years. Whereas in medicine, it's, if you're lucky, 6 years, but sometimes even longer. So to have that opportunity to have that kind of long investment cycle was something that was missing, and that as companies we have done it, but obviously it's important that we create a system for it. The second is infrastructure. I think infrastructure is very, very critical, both on the discovery side, but also on the development side. And to some extent, after many challenges in India, we became risk averse. So today, unfortunately, to do a clinical trial in India, it takes longer to do one here than it takes to initiate a clinical trial in the West. So I think that became a little bit of a challenge to say, how do you navigate this through and make sure that you have a development program that can run efficiently, both within the country and as a global program outside as well. The other areas that were very important for us is to drop projects more than select projects. Is how do you stop doing work, because you have finite resources and one has to worry about how one will invest behind the programs that you all want to which you want to run and move forward. And finally, it's the whole collaboration that is important, both between academia and industry. You have amazing examples in the West and other places where you have seen great revolutionary technologies, products come out through the innovation that happens in universities and academia, and then gets transferred into a pharmaceutical or a healthcare organization. And I think that kind of cultivation has started here. We have some people on the panel talking about some of the CAR-T opportunities that have been there. So I think it's been all of that, and I think consistent effort, investing behind people, investing behind in pure infrastructure as Zydus today, all the way from screening to molecular identification to ADME studies, PK studies, phase 1 to phase 3 global trials, we do everything in-house. Now, I'm not saying that's the right way to go about it alone, but I think we had to strongly build this capability within the organization, because having built that, we got two advantages. One is with the finite resources that a firm may have, they can do better with it, utilize it better. And the second is time. Everybody is crunched in terms of wanting to do work. And if we have those resources, we can scale up activities. So while running 2 programs in the early 2000s to running 20 discovery programs now, all of that for us has been only possible because we could build all critical infrastructure within the organization and co-create it with partners around the world that we wanted to do. Coming to a specific part of our discovery, we are very proud to be one of the few companies who have NCE that is approved and commercialized in the country. We already have 12 million patients who have been treated with the product. We are the first product to be approved for NASH NAFLD. It's in the guidelines for NAFLD and globally in the world now. And we have large clinical programs running in the US. But what we learned very quickly as an Indian company is that, we look at diabetes, we look at cardiovascular drugs, GI looks so big, so interesting. But when you think about doing global programs on them with outcome studies, these are sort of never-ending programs that can never get done. So very fast as an organization, we learned that we would focus on unmet needs. We would focus on diseases there where there have been no proof of concept or you're sort of first in class. And so today, most of our programs that we run, even SARO in the US is driven for PBC, which is an orphan indication. Our next molecule, ZYL1, is in Parkinson's and ALS, and CAPS, which is again rare and orphan indications. And we believe that to do good, and not only do good science, but to make a difference, is good that if we can pick up these neglected rare orphan disease areas and create an impact, because if we are successful in any one of them, it will be far bigger impact than having the next diabetes molecule into the market from a company of our size and scale.
And I really want to open it out to our panel here, and I think GB is pulling his mic, so he might have a question for you.
So, Sharvil, companies like ours are valued based on earnings, and the more you spend on R&D, the less your profits are. How do you address this dilemma?
So I think it is a very big challenge. I have had a lot of heated discussions with certain communities of analysts who talk about, if you do good, you get rewarded. If you don't do good, you get penalized very badly. I think it's something that will take time. I think examples of success will create an awareness and opportunity for the investing community or the shareholders to feel the need for doing this innovation and change. So I think that's only going to come by results. Results, if few companies are able to show innovation, breakthrough discoveries, and commercial success, not only science, but create commercial success out of it. I think that is going to catalyze a lot of, I would say, interest in R&D. Today, R&D is almost look like an expense. And that's why the first thing that companies unfortunately need to do sometimes is to reduce R&D because of the pressures that they have in terms of performance and market pressures. But it is evolving. I think it is something that as entrepreneurs, we have to stick to it, commit to it, and show success. If we do not show success, I think we have to be also to be blamed that we obviously put resources behind something that was not successful. But I am very confident that in India, it is something that will get created. We do need an ecosystem for that to happen. Both the government regulations, risk funding, all of that is required. And if all that happens over the next 10 years, we can definitely become a hub for good discovery and science. But as I said, I told one of the analysts that you never valued me for my innovation, but when somebody else gets a $4 billion valuation, you suddenly say, I'm late to market. So where was that innovation then?
So you're absolutely right, Sharvil, to Prasad, that's a balancing act, and how well you balance on that tightrope is always a challenge. And now I'm going to ask Rahul. Rahul, you have the unique challenge like Sharvil and Tone of bringing in a new product. CAR-T in India. And I know the ecosystem which was being discussed previously is going to be extremely important. It's not just the research institutes, but it's going to be the government in terms of IP protection, in terms of providing you public partnership, regulatory hurdles, the financing community that Shavil talked about, people who are willing to bet for the 10-year life cycle as opposed for the next year. All of these challenges, as you incubate, are going to stare you in your face. So how do you deal with it, Rahul? We'd love to hear.
First of all, thank you so much for the question, and it's really an honor to be here. There are so many questions in one question, so maybe what I will do, I will give you a little story about how was our journey. That will give you a fair idea how we innovated in our country with collaboration and how we built the infrastructure in a government setting, as well as how we translated our academic project to a commercial, now commercial success yet, but that time will tell, but just we commercialized first CAR-T in India. So we started almost 10 years back in IIT Bombay as a faculty member. And one of the biggest challenge was that this CAR-T, that time it was still investigational, but it was expected that it will cost around $500,000 US per patient. That means almost 3 to 4 crore rupees per patient in our country. And many of us can't even afford it, that cost, right? So the idea, in fact, the idea came that time that if we own the IP and start till the end, we control the product development. That means we generate the new product. We know how the process works. If we control start to end, that's the only way we can control the price of CAR-T. This was the idea we worked on, and to make this idea really successful, that we control the start to end and control the pricing, that was the idea. And to make it work, we knew that we need collaboration. So IIT Bombay, right from the beginning, started with Tata Memorial Hospital, one of the largest cancer care hospital in our country. We worked together as a partner, and step by step, it in the government setting, as many of you can imagine, it takes a lot of time, lot of funding issues, lot of regulatory issues. But we had our first success after 6 years, when we could see that CAR-T, functional CAR-T are available in the laboratory. And then we founded the company, because as you can imagine, and because many of you are from the pharma, our pharma was not ready for the CAR-T type of work, because our template in pharma success is different, right? So we founded our own company. That was the genesis. As you can imagine, I'm an academician, so it was hard to translate that academic to the industry. We started as a startup program. Then comes the Laurus Lab as a visionary, that they felt that they can invest in this. I would say this is a brave move from Dr. Satya and the Laurus team from Hyderabad, that they invested in the company. And then, yeah, thank you. And that was the start where we make it scaled manufacturing lab, created infrastructure. First in India, we have a large capacity now, one of the world-class lab. Facility for the CAR-T manufacturing is not second to anybody in the world right now. And we are even going bigger. We are making another facility for the cell and gene therapy program in the country, in Mumbai. So now, first in India, CAR-T now is successful after 10 years. Now I think the success is that now many patients in our country can dream of CAR-T-like treatment, which was, I think, few years back was like a science fiction. That 5 crore rupees treatment, some of you might have heard another gene therapy came, which is costing 24 crore rupees per patient. Now, if India doesn't innovate now, we have to innovate, we have to do product development, right from the product start to the process, and take it to the clinical trial and make it a successful market authorization or make it commercial success. I think that's the only way we can control the pricing and can ensure the access to our patient. Otherwise, it is very, very hard. And I think one of the things we should discuss, it took us almost a decade to bring CAR-T to the market. This should not happen that next product comes in 10 years. Now we should collaborate extensively like Dr. Toon and others who already are having lot of expertise, lot of research, how we can bring many products now to our country and make, because all these patients should have access. If one of the things you all might realize, we have high numbers of patients in our country. This part of the world has higher numbers of patients. But unfortunate thing is we do not have access to technology and access to these expensive curative treatment. And that's the need. Where there is a need, there's no technology available. Where the need is little, technology is there. So I think with these kind of platform, we should think about how to ensure access and fast track these therapies availability.
And there might be someone on the panel who, Alan?
It's a really interesting discussion, this relationship between academia, where there is this vast resource of talent and funding, which is often unfocused. And I think this relationship we have to change, because I think when you talked about the cost of R&D, how do we get universities to be more useful is a really interesting question, something I've been struggling with for 30 years. And that to get the universities away from the idea of saying, I've got this widget, how can you use it, to more, I've got this capabilities, how can we engage together to fast track that more. And I think this is a really important development within universities. We've just partnered with Sanofi, $280 million, to help them design their next generation of mRNAs. And that's bringing that technology from the lab through to the companies in a partnership. This is really important because the other thing we are all facing a shortage of is talent. And talent which has the right skill sets in this revolution we're going to see in biotherapeutics. So I think we need to re-educate also the academics about how does a business work, get them to teach the upskilling courses. So I think that synergy of partnership there is something which India has a real opportunity. I don't think it's as strong as it is now, but together working there, you can actually do amazing things as you've done at IITD.
Yeah. Sure. No. I think it's absolutely important you stress talent and partnership. Absolutely. And I'm sure the next speakers are going to talk to it. So I'm going to hand it over to Sanjeev, who heads a major multinational in India. How can the multinationals help in this whole development of the ecosystem, bring partnership from small biotechs in Europe and America into Asia and so on and so forth? Over to you.
Thank you very much. I think it's a great discussion from the panel. So we are a global pharmaceutical company, and our aspiration is to be pioneers in science. And we really believe fundamentally that the science can't come to people if we don't collaborate. And especially after COVID, we have seen the importance of collaboration with public-private partnership, academia, industry, and all together. And I want to give this example again, that when we were doing this partnership for the vaccine with the Oxford, within 9 months from discovering to bringing the shot to the arms in the people across the world was a big example where the academia, industry, the government across the country have come together to make this happen. And we really feel proud. How did we bring the access to this vaccine to India specifically? So we decided that we want to do technology transfer. Sometimes you can't bring things very fast, but this was a great example how we brought the technology transfer to India SII, and we actually did globally 3 billion doses and saved 6 million lives across. And we really feel proud, not because what we only made, but we made at not profit. So we are really doing an equitable access of our vaccines with 3 billion doses across the world, and couldn't have happened because of the collaboration. So the theme coming here is that if you have to bring innovation to the world and to our country and to our nation, this is very, very important. That's number one. Number two is what we are doing in AstraZeneca here is not only about innovation of bringing science from a drugs perspective. What we're also trying to do is that how do we bring equity in access to screening? So we have announced, AstraZeneca announced in the last 2-3 months, two big things, partnering with the government of Karnataka. How do we bring early lung cancer screening. We see a huge burden of lung cancer in India and across the world, where the cancer is being diagnosed at the 4th stage, which actually cause huge burden for the system. So what we are doing with the government in Karnataka and also with Goa, with Ministry of Health, we have announced that we'll bring AI technology, work with the government, with industry and AI companies to ensure that can we bring a stage shift of diagnosing cancer early. Once we do this, so innovation is not only bringing drugs, but also innovation is to bring the screening early in our country. And I'm really passionate about that. Can we reduce the burden of cancer in my country, which is India? But you can't do it alone. You have to work with the government, with the academia, put together. That's very important. Again, part of collaboration. The third thing is the startups. So we announced Sweden India Innovation Hub. We are giving chances to the companies in India who can solve a common problem, and here we are trying to help startups in our country to bring those solutions to table. So the innovation is not only, we believe, is not only drug innovation, but you have to really work across the chain at which component you can work with the partnership. And finally, I think we really feel proud of what we have done for our country. And I want to really say this, that we announced that health and healthy planet and healthy people is important. So we announced 64 million trees to be planted in Meghalaya state, which is 6.4 crore trees. And we are doing a pioneering stuff on sustainability. So we can think of innovation, but if you don't embed sustainability as a key thing of doing it across, it's important. So while we did vaccine for public, but we are also doing for the planet, and this is vaccine plus planet together. 64 million trees in Meghalaya. What does it mean? We are planting trees on a 22,000 acres, hectares of land, and helping employability for 80,000 households in the country. So as a multinational company, we are really committed to bring that science and innovation, but also ensure that we bring that sustainability into our country. So I really feel proud while being a global multinational company, we are doing for India as a whole.
Any questions from the panel?
I'm just wondering, from the discussions I hear, is there not an opportunity for India, which I strongly believe, to get out of the volume, the low end leapfrogging to the super high end of medical and medicine advancement? Like you were saying, do we need to wait 10 years to get the CAR T, just as an example, or any other product which you mentioned? And can India not become, and as to my fellow panel members, a world leading nation, bringing new medicines which are nowhere else in the world? Because there is the technology here, there is the will, entrepreneurship, and all the skills in place. That's a question to my fellow panel members.
No, Tone, it's a great question, and maybe some of the panel members can address it in their final thoughts, because we need to get through the others. And next is my friend GV, who heads up one of the largest companies in India, Dr. Reddy's, and he has the opportunity to transform it from what somebody called volume to value at the high end, and not only doing it himself in Dr. Reddy's, but together with the rest of the ecosystem, which should facilitate this process. Over to you, GV.
First of all, Ajit, it's an honor to be sitting next to you. Paul Janssen was a great inspiration for many of us. Our founder actually started drug discovery after he met Paul, and he was so inspired that he lost complete interest in our generics business and focused completely on drug discovery as a passion. And it became a lifelong calling for him. And I can see other connections between you and me. You're his Paul Janssen's son-in-law. I'm Dr. Reddy's son-in-law. Also, we both were born in the same town. Miraculously, we found this.
He discovered it last night, I discovered it last night. But go ahead, GV.
Yeah. So that aside, I think drug discovery is certainly a very, very exciting, risky, and thrilling proposition for our industry. Having said that, it is also very resource intensive. When we started drug discovery, it was in the mid-90s. We were the first company in India to start. Dr. Reddy, he was a diabetic himself. So he chose the area of metabolic disorders, which already had a very high standard of care. It was a very difficult area to get in, but he went into it bravely. We worked on it for many years. We had great successes. We licensed our products. Some of them went up to phase 2, one went up to phase 3, and then discovered toxicities. And then we had to kind of move away from that in 2010. And we had spent over $150 million in those years in drug discovery. The good thing about that whole effort was that we built an ecosystem of talent. Many of our scientists went to other companies, became part of their discovery efforts, went into services businesses, and helped the services ecosystem develop. After that, we focused on a services business, which also did drug discovery. And I'll come back to that later. And in the interim, we focused on incremental innovation, making existing molecules better. And we actually had 6 NDAs approved and 3 products marketed in the US. Of course, that also didn't succeed a lot because we had challenges in getting reimbursement for incremental innovative drugs. And so we moved away from that also. And finally, we settled down into a model where we do drug discovery, but we also do collaborative drug discovery. We do a bit of services, combine that into an entity. And so we were actually generating money and spending it in building a pipeline. Today we have 19 NCEs in various stages of development and in the clinic, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, across various cancer subcategories. I would say that, we made progress, but there is no certainty to drug discovery. That's the nature of the beast. But the innovative thing that we did in building this pipeline is that we don't spend R&D from the profits. The entity that we have, a subsidiary called Origin Oncology, generates its own funding through collaborations, through partnerships, through services, and invests that money in building the portfolio. Of course, I don't know how long this will last, because I think as we get into phase 3, the dollars will go up. But, we had to do this because the street and our shareholders don't, completely recognize the value of a pipeline. And this is one of the challenges in being a generic company trying to do innovation. Generic companies by nature are valued for the profit, and the price earnings ratio is what determines our, valuation. So pipeline doesn't get a lot of valuation. So these are challenges, and this is how we address that. But coming back to the challenges of doing drug discovery in India, which I want to talk a little bit about. Of course, funding is a major challenge, but not just funding for us, but also funding for 100 immunoags. There are 1,000 entrepreneurs from academia. We don't see that. There are incubators in IITs and other areas, but very, very small at this point. The second one is our public health institutions. There's no equivalent like an NIH investing significant capital in innovation. We have ICMR, but the budgets are not substantial. The ecosystem, when people talked about the ecosystem, there is talent, there are skills, we have good corporate hospitals, and we also have great biotech entrepreneurs in this country. But I think the collaboration is still very suboptimal, especially with the medical profession. There are very few research hospitals. Of course, Tata Memorial is an exception, and there are a few other exceptions. But we need a lot more of research hospitals as part of the ecosystem. And of course, we talked about risk capital. And I also think we can learn from other countries which moved very, very rapidly into innovation. China is a great example. The 1,000 Talents program to relocate the Chinese trained in the West. Yeah. We could do that. We have Indian scientists in every major R&D organization in the world. And, something like that could help accelerate our effort. So, and of course, the hospitals also can have their own incubation, acceleration, and entrepreneurship coupled with the research. If we do all this, I think we'll certainly be an important player. I think it's a little too soon to say that we'll be a powerhouse. I think we have to first establish the whole thing and then become a powerhouse.
Fully agree for these great points, and I might tell the audience that Charvel and GB are honorary consuls for Belgium, and the ambassador sitting here. And I would like to use, to your point, GB, one example of public-private partnership in where the ambassador comes from in Ghent. There is an institute called the Flemish Institute of Biotech, which is on par with the Dana-Farber in Boston, the Broad Institute, with any institute if you look at in terms of research output. But it has a second wing, which is called the tech transfer wing. Yeah. And they have their KPIs, or the key performance indicators, is not only your number of papers you publish, but also the number of companies you spin off, getting to your point, GB, and to your point, Charvel, but also the jobs created. And all of this becomes, and then you automatically create the funding system. And then you create the big pharma companies who come and buy up these small companies. So you got to, as you said correctly, get the ball rolling. And in fact, the nanobody, which Alan is very familiar with, came out of the University of Brussels and so on. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Alan, to talk about this whole ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, my compliment to you all, because I visited the Genome Valley and I was incredibly impressed. It is an amazing achievement, and I just think it's just going to get better and better. So my compliments to you all. It's absolutely fantastic. Indulge me for a second as a scientist, because you saw something that Christopher Borner mentioned about the changes were going on. For me, we're in the decade of the cell. We're going to see transitions which are going to like the speed of a train. The Nobel laureate talked about 33 years of doing it. Today, we would probably do that in 7 years. That's the speed. And let me talk about machine learning, which is coming in to allow us to analyze data correctly. Spatial transomics. We're building a whole new series of quantum biomicroscopes, which are allowing us to see the kinetics inside a cell in real time, 10 to the minus 9 seconds. So we're seeing all of how it works. Things which would have blown my mind a couple of years ago. Throw in the mRNA revolution. We made 380 protein equivalents for therapeutics cascade on top of each other, that we have such an amazing opportunity to pick these technologies up and really create this end-to-end therapeutics pipeline. That's what's going to be driving everything. It's really about how do we join the dots up, because they're there. We're trying this actually in Queensland. We're trying to get all the different universities of Southern Queensland, QIMR, TRI, trying to get all these research establishments, which is 5,000 researchers, trying to work on that one line, where we can actually pick and do, and say to somebody like a company, well, go here and move here, and along that pipeline, you can end up into phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. We'll help you along the way, rather than trying to own things, trying to lead them. And it really ties into this big breakthrough, which is going to be towards personalized medicines. We haven't even seen how this started. I mean, human organoids, and I'll come back to where I think there are opportunities for the Genome Valley. I think they're going to be a huge breakthrough. The idea, we've paired with PerkinElmer to make fully robotic systems, so you get a 96 well out of human organoids, where you are making, I can take one of your muscles, I can grow it into a brain organoid from you, and in 3 months it starts to dream. We then can look for schizophrenia and diseases. That's yesterday's technology. What can we do tomorrow? Embedding that into the research. The personalized delivery. We've only just touched that. The accompanying diagnostics, where every drug is accompanied with a diagnostic, so you can say within a few days, is it working, by measuring the cytokines. The cell therapies, I mean, the cost of them now, I'm fairly certain in 10 years it will be nominal cost. We will develop techniques how to reprogram a T cell which do not need you to take it out of the body. This is where we're going. And the question is, how do you join that up? And it's all about what we said before, collaborations. It's collaborations of bringing these different partners in a pipeline. And these boundaries are international. There are no boundaries international. I mean, there is no problem of having somebody developing that bit in Australia. I would recommend Queensland. But doing it and then doing the manufacturing here. So there's a whole world, and that came from COVID, that we have world problems to solve. So don't think just locally. You think locally about how can I join up the dots globally. And I think as we go down that line and we develop those pathways, IP flow will become easier. The speed will become easier, and we'll also generate all of those innovators and entrepreneurs. And coming back to the point mentioned about how would you make India this, not just manufacturing, but the world leading, it's picking up these innovations quickly. It's saying, well, let's build a facility here which has state-of-the-art MRI so the vaccine people can go straight into it with radiotherapeutics. Building a facility in the Genome Valley which has got state-of-the-art human organoids facilities so you could test on them directly. Building capabilities which bridge those holes which slow everything up, and then allowing, almost like a conveyor belt, it to move down. And this is the opportunity, is to take up that technology as first. That's the key, yes?
Great point, Alan. It's all about opportunity, not about problems. How do you overcome the problems?
Exactly.
So, now with that, the theme has been very much into data analytics, artificial intelligence, intelligent decision making, all to make it faster and cheaper. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists to confine themselves to 1 minute to end up there with their takeaways and their summary. So let's start with the left with Rahul, to Tone, to Sharvil, and then to GV and Sanjeev and Alan.
Yeah. So
1 minute.
Sure. So I think we should collaborate and continue with the innovation. That's the only way to ensure the access in our country and the people in the low resource settings. I think that's the key here. And data analytics and AI will certainly shorten the drug development process, patient monitoring, etc. So I think AI and data will certainly help, and we should continue to collaborate.
Thank you, Rahul. That's very insightful. Over to you, Tom.
I think there is a tremendous amount of science currently available globally. For example, in our company, Miltenyi, we have the FOLR1 inhibitors for ovarian cancer, GDL2 for brain tumors, CD19 for lupus, multiple sclerosis, and so on. Huge unmet medical needs here right now in India. And if we continue to develop, I'm sorry to come back to the same text, at the same pace as the past, it will take forever before we can treat ovarian cancer with claudin inhibitors. We could treat colon cancers. We need to find jointly a way that regulators and industry working together finds a way with the academia to accelerate dramatically the pathway from discovery to the patients. Because all the time we lose, simply those patients are passing away. It's very simple.
Thank you, Tom. Over to you, Sharvil.
So I'll quickly talk on two things that I'm passionate about. One is, I think the way real world evidence data and the use of generative AI has been able to be combined to not only work on repurposing drugs or finding new indications for existing drugs, or in the matter of fact being able to work on new molecules, I think that's going to significantly transform the speed and the success rate that exists in R&D. The second is, I think all the way in the development, you talk about POP-PK, you talk about the pharmacodynamic studies, you talk about clinical work, all AI, all different types of AI and machine learning, as well as these knowledge scripts will help in terms of reducing time. So I think that's going to be a big revolution in terms of what used to take 10 years, 6 years, potentially has the time to be reduced to lesser. I think the next other point, which I think a lot of panelists raise, which I think we as India have no choice but to innovate. The new diseases of the future, the medicines are too expensive. You know, I talk about CAR-T and all of this. I mean, talking about 24 crore rupees is almost a disservice to innovation, because you're not allowing access to these medicines globally, and this is because it's all cartelized by companies, by manufacturers of machines, by manufacturer of reagents, and everything is such a closed system that if somebody wants to make an affordable treatment for CAR-T, indigenous ways or only Indian way of doing it is the only way we'll bring cost of therapy down. So I think for India to innovate is super critical, because we are never going to be able to afford, and not only us, many countries in the world are not going to be able to afford these kind of life-saving medicines, which are preposterously priced. And while innovation has a premium, but I think innovation cannot have a premium that is disproportionate to doing good for society.
Great point, Sharvil. That's from $300,000 to 30,000 rupees. Let's with that slogan. Over to you, Chief.
Yeah, so I think that we are in a golden period for innovation. The advances in science, the advances in technologies, as well as the force multiplier of AI are going to help us really accelerate innovation. So it's really now or never for this country. We know now that, the pharmaceutical industry is a very strategic part of our healthcare system, and we need to innovate. We can't be bogged down by the limitations. We have to go beyond what we have, collaborate globally, and really jump into the era of innovation. We already mastered the generics game, the ingredients game. We are already there in global leadership as generic companies. So the next horizon for us is innovative medicines, and we should make it happen as, an industry.
Thank you, GB. Over to you, Sanjeev.
Thank you again. I think the key thing here which is coming is the science. How do we bring the purpose of bringing science to patients in India? And it's absolutely clear that what COVID taught us, that collaboration can make this happen. And whichever across boundaries within the country, bringing science to patients will happen from collaboration. That's number one. And number two is it's a great time of digital and tech and data and AI. How do we ensure that we use this collaboration to bring this to India with a clear purpose that we have to help as many patients as possible in India. At the same time, how do we ensure that access to these medications, not only medication, but also early diagnosis, is helping to reduce the burden of the disease in our country.
And amazing answers all the way down the line. And there is an amazing capability already here. I just think there is this opportunity now, and there's a 10-year window. The world politics has given a vacuum, which has put India in the spotlight, to really take an opportunity to uptake some of that innovation. Completely agree. Supersize the science. It's there. Take on board some of this innovation, try and incorporate it by building capabilities, say in the Genome Valley, such that companies can feed off it, and that will just accelerate that pathway. And then actually you start taking leadership rather than following everybody else. And then everybody else benefits the patients around the world. It is a world business. Bring all that talent and innovation here, and let's see what happens.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Today, in post-COVID era, people are looking at life, health and disease, and therefore BioAsia differently. They have both fear and hope in their eyes. The hope is because of Hyderabad is the undisputed life sciences capital of India and perhaps world. We make 1 in 3 vaccines made in the world. In last 20 years, BioAsia helped Hyderabad achieve this status. This conference helped position India and Asia Pacific as a focal point in life sciences. COVID has proved that our problems, at least in healthcare, are same. And we must find solutions together. As I said, there is both anxiety and hope. If COVID was a fear, this year's theme, data and artificial intelligence, is both. Thankfully, Hyderabad is also a capital of IT and software, research and startups. My government is committed to create the perfect ecosystem that includes policy, infrastructure and support. Both domestic and international companies are startups. I must confess my focus to drive growth of MSMEs, which are a bridge between the startups and big corporations. Recently, I met representatives from pharma sector to understand their challenges. I promise to support them in a way we can. Your dream is to reach the sky. We will ensure a rocket to take you there is ready. We in Congress know the value of trust. I'm announcing here to establish next phase of Genome Valley in 300 acres of land with 2,000 crores investment. We recently announced launch of 10 pharma villages with an investment of about 1 lakh crore. This will develop infrastructure, create jobs, create opportunities for entrepreneurs. We will create over 5 lakh new jobs. At this village, 3 potential integrated greenfield pharma we have been identified. One is from Vikarabad district, the other one is from Medak district, third one is from Nalgonda district. We are going to create a pharma village, all the 3 areas, 3 different parts of Telangana. It's nearby Hyderabad airport, hardly 1.5 hour drive from international airport. So to reach your infrastructure and your investment. At the recently concluded World Economic Forum in Davos, we got, as my industries and IT minister said, 40,232 crore investment in my state. I am delighted to share that Takeda has decided to set up their manufacturing facility in Hyderabad in partnership with the Biological E. I'm most welcoming the investment. This facility will make 50 million doses of vaccines each year. As I said, in a world where a virus can create fear, Hyderabad gives hope. I'm happy to share all of you. The German company Milteni has decided to set up their R&D center in Hyderabad. I'm welcoming the R&D center. Finally, it's my delightful duty to congratulate Professor Greg Semenza, Nobel Prize winner, on being named winner of the Genome Valley Excellence Award. I once again welcome all of you. Have a successful conference with wonderful experience and find great success. Together, we will shape a healthier tomorrow for all of humanity. Thank you, Anna.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
I would like to request our chief guest for today, the Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana, Shri A. Revanth Reddy Garu, to please come forward and share a few words with all of us.
Today, in post-COVID era, people are looking at life, health and disease. And therefore, BioAsia differently. They have both fear and hope in their eyes. The hope is because of Hyderabad is the undisputed life sciences capital of India and perhaps world. We make 1 in 3 vaccines made in the world. In last 20 years, BioAsia helped Hyderabad achieve this status. This conference helped position India and Asia Pacific as a focal point in life sciences. COVID has proved that our problems, at least in healthcare, are same. And we must find solutions together. As I said, there is both anxiety and hope. If COVID was a fear, this year's theme, data and artificial intelligence, is both. Thankfully, Hyderabad is also a capital of IT and software, research and startups. My government is committed to create the perfect ecosystem that includes policy, infrastructure and support. Both domestic and international companies are startups. I must confess my focus to drive growth of MSMEs, which are a bridge between the startups and big corporations. Recently, I met representatives from pharma sector to understand their challenges. I promise to support them in a way we can. Your dream is to reach the sky. We will ensure a rocket to take you there is ready. We in Congress know the value of trust. I'm announcing here to establish next phase of Genome Valley in 300 acres of land with 2,000 crores investment. We recently announced launch of 10 pharma villages with an investment of about 1 lakh crore. This will develop infrastructure, create jobs, create opportunities for entrepreneurs. We will create over 5 lakh new jobs. At this village, 3 potential integrated greenfield pharma we have been identified. One is from Vikarabad district, the other one is from Medak district, third one is from Nalgonda district. We are going to create a pharma village, all the 3 areas, 3 different parts of Telangana. It's nearby Hyderabad airport, hardly 1.5 hour drive from international airport. So to reach your infrastructure and your investment. At the recently concluded World Economic Forum in Davos, we got, as my industries and IT minister said, 40,232 crore investment in my state. I am delighted to share that Takeda has decided to set up their manufacturing facility in Hyderabad in partnership with the Biological E. I'm most welcoming the investment. This facility will make 50 million doses of vaccines each year. As I said, in a world where a virus can create fear, Hyderabad gives hope. I'm happy to share all of you. The German company Milteni has decided to set up their R&D center in Hyderabad. I'm welcoming the R&D center. Finally, it's my delightful duty to congratulate Professor Greg Semenza, Nobel Prize winner, on being named winner of the Genome Valley Excellence Award. I once again welcome all of you. Have a successful conference with wonderful experience and find great success. Together, we will shape a healthier tomorrow for all of humanity. Thank you, Anna.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
So very good morning, everyone. Honorable Chief Minister Revanth Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister of Industries and IT, Sridhar Babu Garu, distinguished members on the dais, distinguished members in the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here today at the 21st edition of BioAsia. It's indeed a premier life sciences and health forum that we've been participating. Dr. Reddy's is extremely proud to be associated with BioAsia over the years. And this year also promises to be quite exciting. In fact, Telangana itself as a state is a premier life sciences hub. All of you would be aware that in terms of the number of pharmaceutical and biotech companies here, it's almost more than 1,000 such companies are in Hyderabad. If you see the vaccine production, for example, 60% of the global production takes place in India, and 35% of the global production of vaccines takes place in Hyderabad. Also, if you see it from the pharmaceutical production point of view, there's a big chunk of production that happens here. 35% of the Indian pharmaceutical manufacturing happens in Hyderabad. Hyderabad is also again home to almost 200 plus FDA inspected facilities. There are several companies here who export generic products and APIs to the US. So it's quite notable. Also, Hyderabad as a city is something which is, it's quite a bustling city, especially people from outside must have experienced it so far. Also, it's ranked among the best cities to live and work in. There's a great pool of talent available here in R&D as well as in manufacturing. Also, it's home to great research institutions. If you take, say, for example, CCMB, the Center of Cellular Molecular Biology, Or if you take IICT for chemical technology, if you take Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, or if you also look at LV Prasad Eye Institute, these are premier research institutions belonging to both the government as well as the private. Several such institutions Hyderabad is home to. So again, like you said, BioAsia, it's a premier forum. It's also a platform which brings together industry partners, it brings together government officials, it brings together regulators, also healthcare professionals from India, also from globally. There'll be several insightful discussions. There'll be great opportunities for networking, great sessions, knowledge sessions. And the whole theme itself, when we say data and AI, redefining possibilities, the event, I think, clearly explores the transformative potential of data and artificial intelligence in shaping the future of life sciences industry and the healthcare delivery. So I think it's the best time to connect. It's the best time to network, probably forge collaborations. And I wish you the best, and also please enjoy the sessions for today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
The convergence of research, regulatory, manufacturing, AI, IT is going to define the healthcare industry. And for that confluence, there is no other city better than Hyderabad to support the drug discovery, manufacturing, regulatory, and also delivery of healthcare. And I wish you all the best for the participants of this BioAsia. And government is supporting this industry, and there is a great ecosystem in Hyderabad. And I'm sure Hyderabad will garner bigger share of the Indian healthcare system with the support from all of you. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome Mr. Gudlaveleti Sauri, Chief Operating Officer of Sai Life Sciences, as he shares his insights and thoughts with all of us. Sir, can we have you here?
Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister, esteemed guests, delegates, industry colleagues, and friends, it is an honor and privilege for Sai Life Sciences and me to be part of this amazing platform that has been fostering innovation and advancement of life sciences based out of Telangana and Hyderabad over the last 21 years. This event is a microcosm. It's a microcosm of the vibrant life sciences ecosystem in this area that brings together pharma innovators, biotechs, pharma services, research and manufacturing services, generic pharma companies, med tech devices companies, vaccine companies, and various other companies, as well as academic institutes, research laboratories, policy bodies, and incubators, all under one platform to provide healthcare solutions, not just for India, but for around the world. It's actually a privilege to be part of a community like this. One would not have imagined that a small company like ours would be part of manufacturing 10% of the new chemical entities approved by the US FDA over the last 4 years. This is just one of the achievements that this ecosystem has driven, and I'm sure many of our industry partners are part of something much, much bigger. I'm sure that over the next couple of days, we will connect, we will learn many more such interesting things, and we will ideate to further this agenda and to bring much more value to the world. Hyderabad is also the hub of technology, digital technology, to bring digital technologies, automation, and life sciences together to accelerate the pace of creating solutions for health of healthy people as well as patients around the world. I look forward to the engagement over the next couple of days, and I wish you all a great BioAsia. Once again, thanks to the organizers thanks to the state government, and thanks to the sponsors.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
I thank Honorable Chief Minister for his gracious presence today after a very long time. I thank Honorable Minister for Industries for his consistent support and guidance throughout. Over the past 21 years, BioAsia has immensely grown from strength to strength. And I have had the privilege of witnessing it firsthand throughout 13 years as its CEO. This edition of BioAsia stands as the biggest event we have ever had in the history, surpassing all previous benchmarks in terms of scale, quality of speakers, registrations, and more. Participation of several global CEOs and established industry leaders in this forum stands testimony to the unparalleled stature of BioAsia today. Special thanks to our esteemed speakers, sponsors, partners, whose contributions have made BioAsia bigger and better every year. Last but not least, I want to express my deepest congratulations and appreciation to the entire BioAsia team for their tireless efforts and dedication in organizing this event. Once again, thank you so much for being here today and enjoy your time at BioAsia. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Jai Hind to all of you. I want to take this opportunity to thank Steve sir, who is my guru and professor from my student journalism days. My preference would have been to be present among you and share my experience in person. However, as I am traveling along with my team to Bangalore to cover the second edition of India Startup Festival between 10th and 12th, and I'll be leaving Hyderabad on 9th, I'm not able to come to you in person. However, I'll make an attempt to share my experience through this video recording, and also I'm getting an opportunity to record this in my own studio. So once again, thank you to Steve Stir and all the organizers of the event. So I've been asked to speak on conflict reporting or the challenges of reporting from a conflict zone. I have been in various conflict zones as a journalist in the initial days, and then as a entrepreneur, and I worked for multiple news agencies. Let me take a step back and share my experience and how it all started. You must have seen I'm Major Sunilshetty, so I'm an Army Major. But before I was an Army Major, I was doing journalism at Osmania University, and I was doing my BCJ. And then when I joined the Army, I came back and wrote my exams much later after I finished my 1 year in the Army. So I always tell people that two things gives me adrenaline rush. One is a gun, other is a camera, because both allow me to shoot. So even during the Army days, I kept writing for the Army magazines and also wrote one of the books on my regimental history. So journalism has been there in me, in my DNA, and this is what took me after I left the Army in 2000 to London to do my master's in international journalism, where I specialized in conflict reporting. As luck would have it, 2001, what happened, 9/11, and while I was doing my journalism, I got an opportunity to go to Afghanistan. This was basically for producing a documentary for, as part of my thesis. Now what happened there was, when I landed up in Afghanistan, two good things happened. One, obviously I got a first-hand experience of what conflict reporting is all about and how conflict zones look. However, more importantly, it opened up an opportunity for me to directly work with the who's who. So just to share with you, we were about 80 plus classmates in our journalism course in London, and I did my journalism from City University London. I was the first of the block to actually grab an assignment with Associated Press Television, and that's how my conflict reporting career took off. So during my stay of 12 years in Afghanistan, I for the first 5 years I worked as a conflict reporter for various organizations. I worked with Associated Press, television as a conflict reporter. Then I worked with Kuwait News Agency as a print journalist, and with Sunrise Radio London as a radio journalist. This allowed me to have experience of all the three mediums: print, radio, and television. Apart from this, I also did small stints with UNI from India and Zee TV from India. That's for the news service, Zee News. Now, in the 12 years, my first 5 years were as a journalist, and eventually I took to entrepreneurship, and the loop closed when I came back and started MyStartuptv in 2019 in India. So I came back to journalism, which is basically connecting two dots, journalism and entrepreneurship. So that's a kind of being in a very unique position to be in. So now coming back to conflict reporting, what I realized, so taking a step back, I've been in Afghanistan, I've been in Iraq, I've been in South Sudan. Today South Sudan is also as good as a conflict zone. Now, if we take a look at the international, there are many conflicts happening across the world, but today in the past 1 decade we also seen a lot of unrest, within developed countries. We know what happened last year in US. We know what happened few weeks back in France, in Paris. We know just few days back, for the last few weeks, Manipur is under fire. And we also know how fake news, misinformation, has been at the forefront of journalism, if I call it, so it's kind of, we could call it this generation or this era as an era of misinformation, and this is thanks to the technology and the social media. Nothing against technology, nothing against social media, but the very fact that because today people can create content, edit them out and share it with a wide world out there, misinformation, fake news becomes much easier. Well, there are ways to do fact check, but then because the speed of dissemination is so much, the speed at which news gets disseminated, the speed at which news gets generated is unbelievable. Let me tell you that in our own organization today, we are using AI, to do some of the work. It's fraction of a second your work is done. Now imagine if somebody misuses the technology and uses it to spread misinformation, fake news. How do you stop it? How do you challenge it? So as a journalist, there are, as a journalist, as a news organization, these challenges are going to only compound as we go forward. It's not going to reduce. So during Afghanistan days, one of the things that, let me share two experiences of mine, how misinformation, takes off. First, in 2002, when I landed up in Afghanistan, it so happened that for an interview, I had to go to the Ministry of Defense. Those days it was easy, without an appointment, you could just go in and somebody at the gate would just sign you off and you go in and you meet people. And that's what happened. I showed up at the Ministry of Defense in Kabul, went and presented my credentials, and they allowed me in. I went in and met one of the minister's secretaries and spoke to him at length. Now what happened during this process was, I left a card with him. Those days I would not use my rank in front of, as a prefix, that's major. So it just said Sunilshetty, and there was a media, and it was media. And then I came back to my office. Next day morning, my security at the office informed me that there are a group of people who want to meet you. And I said, yeah, let them come in. And what I realized, because I used to sit on the first floor, what I saw was, there are about 8-9 boys with big, trays and plates with them walking in, covered with beautiful cloth, red cloth, blue cloth, chenille cloth, and they walked in, and I didn't know what was happening. And finally, when they showed up at my office, one gentleman walks in and says, I'm here to meet Sunilshetty. And then he had about 8 or 9 people, holding big trays and baskets. And I said, okay, please come sit down. I understood that he didn't know me, that I was Sunilshetty. So when he sat down, he started talking about Bollywood. Basically what happened was, he saw my card, and somebody told him that Sunil Shetty was here, and he thought it was the Bollywood star. So he showed up at my office with these gifts, which are basically Afghan dry fruits and fresh fruits, to present it to Sunil Shetty in person. Well, you can understand the kind of reaction I had, and worst was his reaction when he knew that it was me, the Sunil Shetty, not the Bollywood actor. See the misinformation. Basically what had happened was, later on when I got talking to him and asked him, was he was told by somebody in the MOD, he is one of his close relatives who worked, that he saw a card of Sunil Shetty and it had a Kabul address. And when he did his own little check, they said, yes, there was a Sunil Shetty here. And that's how the whole loop closed. He thought it was a journalist, he thought it was a Bollywood star, and they all ended up there. This is very early, 2002, right? And those days people were just coming in and going out of Afghanistan, so there was no media. So they wouldn't have reported even if actual Bollywood star had come. Now, why do I say this point was, much later when I started my entrepreneurial journey in 2006, I actually took Sonu Nigam to Kabul. It was not reported in the media because the media was not fully ready to do cover everything. Those days the coverage in the media was more about bomb blasts, suicide bombing, operations. So how the information moves. Sunil Shetty, journalist, becomes actor Sunil Shetty and ends up getting gifts, dry fruits and fresh fruits. So see, that is the misinformation. Even if somebody didn't want it to spread fake news, it happened. So that's the first and foremost thing, that it is not necessary somebody is trying to create a fake news. It is just that what they saw and what they thought in that moment is what they shared. That's why very important to have multiple sources of income. You want to check from multiple sources, because if you heard a story from one place, you want to cross check. Like in the army, we have this concept of seeing from two different angles. So that's what you want to do as a journalist. Now, the next important thing is the source credible? Because if you imagine in this situation, if he had only checked with the secretary of the minister, probably he would have known. He probably got the information from some lower ranking person who just said he saw a card and there's Sunil Shetty and that's it. So the credibility of the source, right? The credibility wasn't there. If he had checked with the minister, the secretary of the minister, probably he would have got the right answer. Now the second incident. This was somewhere in 2007, 2008. I forget the exact timeline dates, but those days I was working for a news agency, and an Indian had been kidnapped in Afghanistan. So as it happens, it was all covered in Indian news, and then I was asked by one of these leading TV channels, news channel, to cover this story. Now what I realized was, within few hours after kidnapping, the news broke out, they were looking at a masala content basically, and I kept refusing, and I said, I can't do that. I can only give you what I get. But later what happened is, even the next day they sent a journalist out there. Now this is where I got the first hand experience of how somebody lands up in a country, doesn't want to understand the context and just takes off. So this particular gentleman, I don't want to name them, but this particular gentleman lands up in Kabul. Within the first hour he wants to file a story. Now what he does is, he doesn't check with me. I was supposed to be his contact point, coordinating with him, giving him the background. He just didn't do any of that. He just started off, and he dragged in all the tribes of Afghanistan, and he made one of the sentences I still remember. He said was, the Afghan Taliban, they are Uzbeks, they are Hazaras, and he completely missed out on the Pashtun part. I had to jump in and say, hey, that's not fair, that's not correct. You can't name the ethnic tribes. Secondly, you're naming somebody who's not even part of the Taliban structure, because we all know most of the Taliban elements come from southern Afghanistan. So here is a journalist who gets into a country, does not want to know, does not even care about checking the background information, checking the context, understanding the local politics, understanding the structure of the society, and just files a report. So that is the other important part, where if you are in a conflict zone, you want to spend enough time understanding the local politics, the various groups, how are they, what is it among them. If you're going to a country, you want to do that, understand the context, understand the politics, understand the biases, understand the relationship between various groups. Otherwise, you would be used by one party or the other. Now, the third experience I want to share is about, an incident where NATO troops shot dead a young boy because he was chasing the convoy, and the news came out, and within few hours, it was all out there. I and my crew were on the ground, and the only thing we had heard was that the NATO troops have killed tens of people. There was a firing incident, tens of people have been killed, and there was loud protest, and the crowd marched from center of Kabul towards the Ministry of Interior, and it was the center of Kabul, and thousands of people were there. Now, it's much later one realized that it's just one person was killed, but the way the news spread out was as if the NATO troops have killed many people, and that that led to thousands of people, hundreds of people come onto the street and get out most of the areas. As it happens in these situations, they damaged property, they attacked people. So I and my crew, they were stuck in there, and we had no information. Those days, even the telephones were not, smartphones were yet not come in. We were dependent on that old Nokia phone. So getting information was difficult. Even though I was able to see what was happening on the ground, sending the information out was difficult. So the Associated Press whom I was working, we could have our communication was not very good, but then we used SMS to continuously feed each other of the information. My producer who was sitting, who was in another location, we were sending each other continuous text messages, right, saying what's happening here and what's happening there. The whole idea was, let's sync in our information, what we are seeing on the ground, and then check with other sources as to whether what we are talking about or what you're seeing is correct. So that is what you want to do when you're in a conflict zone. So as a journalist, what do you do when you're in a conflict zone? The two challenges are, when you on one side you want to get the right information, on the other side you also don't want to get into a place where you put yourself at risk. So those are two major challenges in conflict zone, right? So as a individual, what you want to do is carry and follow all the safety precautions, be it wearing flat jackets, helmet, following the safety procedures, the local instructions given by security agencies, follow all those. When it comes to news, what you want is, one, a reliable source, which takes time to build. It is not weeks, it's not days, it takes months. The second is, have multiple sources. Don't have just one source or two sources. Talk to as many people as possible, and for this you have to cultivate this source over a period of time. And it's always about give and take. Many times we did this in Afghanistan. We would talk to other fellow journalists and exchange our inputs. Now, definitely when you're working as a wire reporter, there is no breaking news syndrome, right? So you're not chasing to break news. You're all about getting the right news. So you share the news with each other. You give a heads up to each other, saying, "Hey, this has come to my notice. Anything have you heard?" I still remember the first suicide bombing that took place, and I was the first reporter on the ground. My footage was actually bought at a premium cost by Associated Press. So that is the important thing. You build relationships. So it's not just one source, multiple source. The other thing you want to do is definitely talk to your own colleagues. Before you file a story, you want to just quickly run through, maybe your editor, maybe your colleague, and check, hey, is that okay? Is there anything I'm missing? Like I would do that. I remember I was appointed as the special correspondent to go with US ambassador in Afghanistan during the first presidential elections, and I accompanied his convoy, recorded his statements, saw a few things there, and at one particular place in one of the polling booths, the ambassador made a statement, I recorded it, somebody else made a statement, but I was not, those days I was not proficient enough in Dari. So I could understand a bit of it, but I was not as proficient as later years I became. So immediately I did was I shared it with some of my Afghan friends and asked them, is this correct? What I have understood, and immediately the information came back and said yes. They corrected me where it was wrong. So running it through somebody you can trust, be it your producer, be it your colleague, helps. So in a conflict zone, at the end, what I would say is very important that have a credible source, have multiple sources, run it through somebody, understand the local politics, understand various groups that are involved in the conflict zone, what is the relationship between them, and don't trust information just because somebody has given you. You should be careful about it. You should think about it for a while before you can run it. And today, thanks to technology, you can cross check. Fact checkers are there, we all know that, so we can use fact checkers and see to it that the story has no bias, your personal bias doesn't seep into it for whatever reason it could be. So thank you very much. I hope this session helped. I have tried to make it as much as possible, sharing my experience so that it is interesting. But I'm available in case there are any calls, any questions. You can call me. I will be on road though on 9th, but looking forward to interacting with you all. Thank you.
A person, who needs no introduction, but again, please allow me to introduce Dr. Jaydeep Ganguly, not a physician because we have a lot of other doctors as well today.
We are going to cover 50 plus years of work in 20 minutes. So we'll be flying by decades in minutes actually. But I want to leave with you, there's so much of hype and talk about AI. Some of it is good, some of it is not so good, that I wanted to take the opportunity to walk you through from the very early days, how it all started, because I happened to be there at MIT with when all of these things were happening with Macy and Papert and everybody else. And since then, what we are doing today is very, very different. And my first observation would be that I would urge you to consider that we don't know what intelligence is. So before we say something is artificial, we need to know what is the real stuff. If you talk to neurologists, and I am not a physician, I have deep interest in these subjects, so I study the brain. As time passes, my knowledge is still deep, but I'll talk to you about how the brain functions for you to understand how our neural nets do today, to let you decide for yourself how the brain works, how neural nets work, how LLMs work. There's a lot of excitement because it does some amazing stuff, and that should tell you the future years are definitely in this space. But we don't know exactly what that path is, that I want to caution you. But this is the most exciting area because the fields of neuroscience, quantum computing, machine learning are eventually going to converge, as you will see. So without more, so let me start with this, the first slide. Now where do I point? Yeah, if you can say the next slide. This doesn't seem to work. Okay. Yeah, it's working, sorry. Yeah. So, the mid-80s to almost the end of 2000, almost, was all the era of what I call knowledge-based systems, logic. Somebody would put in the rules by hand, craft it, and the machine will get smarter and smarter, and eventually it will behave like a doctor, it will behave like everything, like the humans would not be needed. There was the 5th generation project of Japan, many of you may know this. None of this really happened. So there were projects at almost any university, which everybody was working in this space, and they did produce some remarkable systems. For example, some of you would know the IBM's Watson. I personally was fascinated by Maxima. I don't know how many of you know, because whenever I struggled with math, I would go to Maxima and ask it to solve that problem for me. So whether it's Bessel functions or anything, it sort of did expand it and simplify solutions of partial differential equations. So it was a lazy man's way of solving math problem. And this technology ability to deal with symbols, reason, primarily through two mechanisms, forward chaining and backward chaining. Forward chaining was very much prevalent in Carnegie Mellon. They came up with languages like OXPY. MIT came up with Lisp as language for symbol processing. We used to call it my friends used to call it lots of imitating single parentheses. Because Lisp was famous for its first brackets. And then there were people in Europe mostly were into propositional logic like Kolmogorov and others who like to believe that logic, first order predicate calculus will solve everything, and that gave rise to the languages like Prolog. And for almost 2 decades, people thought this was AI, and it is not today. So all of us who did our PhDs in this era, and there were so many of them, we are pretty much obsolete, because none of this really is out there. Now, around way back, 1959, Arthur Samuel was given, he was basically a mathematician at Bell Labs, who came up with this idea of machine learning. And his idea was very simple. You put some data, put some model, and it will sort of crunch it and produce some answers, and effectively the machine will learn. That's what machine learning is, and linear regression and other forms of algorithms like Vapnik support vector machines, a little bit more mathematical. They were all in this field, but they were basically, it was like a statistical approach, you would say. It's really not intelligence, if you ask me. It's some data you throw in, and you crunch some numbers, and eventually it comes up with the optimal model. So that was that era. And then the math behind, I want you to be patient and not sort of be irritated by these very simple equations. Machine learning is pretty much one equation. It is your some objective function, which is in this case is an error. Some model, the equation one is a model, a very simple linear model. You run some positive, what we call convex function, because it will always converge, and you keep on crunching and minimize, and eventually you will get an answer. And this is how the gradient descent, that as you start up with unknowns, theta 0, theta 1, which you don't know what they are, x1, x2, you keep observing, y1 you observe, you keep doing it. If you go back to your school days when you fitted a line with a bunch of points, you minimize the error. It's very simple elementary arithmetic, and that's all that's working in neural nets. You'll see that later. Now, interestingly, and I'll always go back to the brain actually functions like that. It does backward propagation. But let's wait for that slide to see why that is not that simple. But there is obviously a way when we make decisions. If you look at the brain, by the way, is a very complicated thing. There's a prefrontal cortex, there is amygdala, there is hippocampus, it's a zoo, 80 billion cells. So each part of them actually function differently. And here we have a very, very simplistic model which says we are going to regress through this and find a model. So that's the beginning of the machine learning. And not everything is a number. Sometimes it's binary, yes and no. So there we tweak this a little bit to this formula, and therefore for people like who are a little bit into mathematics, they'll immediately realize that we get to something called log likelihood to force the answer to between 0 and 1. So it's very elementary stuff really. That's all there is to it in the world of ML. Either of these two equations are working, whether it's neural networks, whether it is GPT, whether it is reinforcement learning, whatever you say, machine learning is only classification. Don't forget this one statement. ML is classification, classification, classification. When I say 10 words, what's the next word? It is one word out of the dictionary, which is typically 2000 words that we use. So it's a classification. 2000 classes, you pick one class. GPT, same story. Decision trees, same story. So ML is classification. ML is not intelligence. Okay. Now, let's proceed forward. This is the first part of our discussion. And we come into some very elementary concepts. Obviously, you have to do correct fitting. Some of the words are like overfitting, underfitting. Means that if the model is too simplistic, it will do an underfit. You're trying to fit a circle with maybe just a straight line. Obviously, it's an underfit. Overfit, you get it. You're trying to force a solution. Now, we don't know these parameters. We don't know how many features we need. So how do we know what to be fit? And that discussion will come back to this in the world of GPT and LLM and see how this has become such a huge problem. So The one thing that now at this point we know that an elementary linear model with some kind of objective function that you want to minimize, you will run into one of these issues. Either it's an overfit or it's an underfit. What's an overfit? Well, you have a cubic function and you are trying to fit something which is an 8th order or 10th order. And you can do that because you have so much data. And the reverse is what? You have actually a parabola and you want to fit a straight line. The problem is you don't know. The machine doesn't know what that curve is. So, and this will become, I'm spending a minute here because you'll understand how this shapes in GPT. How that becomes a formidable problem in generative AI. Most of people are overwhelmed with generative AI, but that will come back to haunt you in the world of generative AI, this particular slide. Now, next is the last slide, which is mathematical. I promise you there's only one. That machine learning, I said, it's all about classification. So not everything is continuous. There are groups of things. So way back, Claude Shannon, everyone would know him. He came up with the concept of entropy. And what that really means is that if there is order in the system, entropy will be low. It's a thermodynamic concept actually. It's kind of common sense. There's a lot of, like for example, if you don't know anything what's going to happen tomorrow, that means there is no probability of, you really can't say anything with any probability. That means there's a lot of entropy. It may rain, it may not rain, it may flood, it may not flood. So nothing is known. So there's total chaos. That concept is Shannon's entropy. It's typically used in something called a pre-log Q format. What the name is after the gentleman. Very simple concept, Hilbert-Leibert divergence. That you pick a model and you see that formula that you last line and you see how it matches with your reality. See the divergence. If the divergence is 0, that means you got it right. If the divergence is huge, that means your model is not good enough and you keep iterating. So why do you need this? This you need in those classes of problems where it's classification. So we end the phase 1 of, I talked about the decision tree. We talked about regression. So you now need to come up with decision trees. Because that's another, we call decision trees also as artificial intelligence. At least we used to claim that once upon a time. Now, many of you would have played with XGBoost. It's a beautiful algorithm, very simple one, works great. If it is like 10 or 12 lines of parameters and very simple code, less than a page, works wonderfully. And all it does, it does something like this. That if I'm tracking soccer games and I want to make sure that how do I structure them, the tree, do I group them by the teams when they play in the morning, or do I group them they play in the morning in the local, in the what they call home and away? How do we group them so that the information comes out very, very lucidly? And that's where we apply this entropy concept. The formulas that you saw there, you would like to come through these very elementary numbers and come up with an information gain, what they call, and see the one that has the highest information gain, you would want to organize your tree, your so-called tree that you see in Excel or anything in this format. So classical AI stops here. It comes into using regression, some model, and classification. So that's the end of 20 years of work. And obviously there's a lot more, but I think you get the sense. Then we move on to the world of neural nets, which will lead you to LLM. The neural nets, around 2000, when Hinton showed in the ImageNet conference the beauty of the CNN algorithm, and Hinton is actually credited to this gradient descent algorithm and the variations of that, and showed that the enormous capability of machines to recognize images. And it did a pretty good job. I mean, it could tell varieties of cats, varieties of dogs. And you will see later that while this was very nifty, it took enormous computing power to recognize. The amount of training that had to be done is mind-boggling. Now, but then that spawned a great interest in machine learning through neural nets. And today, for example, when you use Alexa or when you use Netflix, you will see all these neural nets making recommendations for you. So all of that is powered by the so-called deep net. This is interesting because by the time in the late 70s, 80s, it was completely discredited initial and then kind of came back. And now All of you know this neural net stuff. I captured it in one slide, very elementary stuff. What you see here on the sigma sign is that a bunch of inputs are coming in, and theta 0 to theta 1 are the weights. You multiply them and apply a function, and I'll come to why we have that function. That function is given below. It looks like a S curve. There are three of them: sigmoid, hyperbolic, and rectified linear. So essentially, it's a threshold. So when you multiply all those summations and you pass to that function, it crosses the threshold, then you get the next value. If it doesn't cross the threshold, it doesn't. And it propagates. So you have this incredibly complicated network. And again, you do the gradient descent that I talked about earlier. And all of you are probably familiar with it. You don't even really need to know. Most of the software will do it for you. And you crunch backward, the weights will get adjusted. And that's a neural net. Now, does it converge? Nobody knows. Actually, in many cases, it doesn't. And why doesn't it converge? Because most of the time, the optimization for those of you who are mathematicians will immediately recognize it's a local maxima or local minima. So it's like saying I went to see the to the Mount Everest, but I landed up in Nainital and I didn't see any other peak higher than me. I can't say anything. So I concluded I'm at the highest peak when you're not. So that's the problem of this approach. And people try to solve it. We'll talk about it a little. But I want to spend a few minutes to understand this slide and the next slide. So what you see here as the sigmoid function is the activation function in the brain that once the threshold crosses, is fed into that function. If it crosses, only will it go to the next neuron. Otherwise, it is zero. And so, how do you know what the thetas are? You don't. You're just throwing some random numbers. And then you run experiments to see what it produces. It's completely supervised. Does it give the answers that you see? And that's exactly how LLM works, by the way. If it doesn't, you start changing the weights again. How do you change the weights? Well, you change the weights by the good old chain rule of differentiation. Remember that anything that I've talked in math here, you probably have done in grade 11. Probably earlier, I don't know, these days probably they teach it in class 2, I don't know, but given our competition. But this is the beginning of the math and pretty much all that is used. But here lies the problem. This is what the brain is. Now I have a deep interest in the brain, so I am not a physician. I know very little, so with that caveat, I will tell you how the brain works. What you look at the nucleus, that's a neuron. And neurons are connected to the next neurons by axons. In the axon, you see there's a junction between the two neurons where you see the synapse which is blown up there. The synapse is the Greek word which means a gap. It is not a continuous connection. So first thing you should understand in neural nets is if a signal is 1 and if it crosses the threshold, the next neuron thinks it's 1 multiplied by the weight. The next one goes on. So the signal will travel entirely. The only way you can flip on and off is a sigmoid function which simply says, is it going through or not? It's almost like a gate. It's not almost, it is a gate. That's not how the brain functions. The brain, the axon is the brain, the first part, the axon is an electrical signal. The electrical signal that comes to the synapse stops at the electrical signal because there is no connection. It cannot go forward. Understand the neural net and why LLM. All of this is coming from this. And if anybody is a neurologist here will immediately jump and say, will be excited at this. What happens when the electrical signal comes at the synapse? The synaptic junction sends a chemical message. The chemical message is produced by the electrical signals by 1000 plus genes. There are 1000 plus genes right there in the signal. How do these electrical signals proceed? The electrical signals start by what is called an action potential because of the difference between sodium and potassium. Inside the neuron is potassium, outside it's sodium. These sodium-potassium potential differences start the electrical signal. So anything that you see, anything that you do, anything that you hear, anything does is a result of this action potential. The entire brain, this is the Zuban of the brain, it only says action potential. Now, the problem is, when the action potential goes to the synapse, how that signal will go out is not a single signal, it's a signal there on the right bottom there, all those fields. The very interesting thing about the brain is that the code that goes out is a sequence of signals. All of the signals are of the same height, amplitude, but the packing of the signals are different. The amount of information that is flowing out is enormously complex. There are people doing research on that, and I'll tell you how these researches are done. So our model of neuron is an extraordinarily simplistic model where it simply says a signal comes in, it goes out, but that's not what it is. When you hear a piece of music, first of all, your brain, we are making neural network the assumption that the neurons are uniform everywhere. That's not the case. The brain consists of distinct segments as what we know. The hippocampus, the hypothalamus, the amygdala, the prefrontal cortex. There are different parts of the brain. The brainstem is where all the chemical serotonin, dopamines are all generated from that. All of these things are used in the synapse to decide what kind of chemical signals are going. So you will immediately realize that this is a digital plus analog, whereas a neural network is completely digital. So neurologists will tell you what we have produced is more of a caricature, more of a toy, thinking that, oh, this is the brain. And neurologists don't even understand it, by the way. There are 80 billion neurons in the brain. 90% of the brain is water. 10% is actually used. Different parts of the brain are collaborating with different parts. So there is an objective function going on. We don't know. It's not that there's only one part of the brain that's doing the objective function. It's all over the place. We don't know which classes of neurons work together. The neurons differ. And now I think you will understand that the complexity and how this is different. There's a guy called Meghanka Sood at MIT who does this, he's an electrical engineer. He does a lot of, I've been following him for a long time. He does work on understanding this, and the way he does that, he has instruments on photoluminescence and high speed, studies on mice cell. So different parts of the brain lights up. There are videos out there, you can see it. So that's how he's sort of back calculating and saying which portions are working where, what are they doing, and is there a mathematical representation of that, right? So obviously this is way too complicated. And by the way, even before you go to the next step, there are people like Roger Penrose who believe that it's not only these neurons and synapses, but actually consciousness and thinking is part of a lower level quantum processes in the brain's tubules, microtubules. So this is like quantum computing, and I don't even understand that, there's no way to tell it whether it's right or wrong. So obviously one part is that the brain doesn't work the way, like neural nets. Even this description, according to Roger Penrose, he thinks that there is a at a quark level, something has happened, quantum entanglement. If you really have to read his book, I think the book came out in 1999, and it's a viewpoint where he draws concepts from Gödel's incompleteness theorem, quantum computing, quantum physics and brain, and there are people like Max Tegmark who don't believe in it. So I just don't know. I mean, I'm an engineer. This is way too far out. We are not even here. So now you are here. Okay. Now let's continue. So what did the computer scientists do? Well, they did some hacks. We are good at hacks. We said we'll have RNNs. We are going to take the state from one to the other. Basically, all the weights will carry on to the next state. And then they realized that this will be like you do with sequences. Because earlier neural nets, I showed all the input coming together. Now it will come as sequences. But then we soon realized it doesn't converge. Many of you know RNNs don't converge. They have the problem of vanishing gradients or zero gradients. And so this was given up. Then we did more hacks. We said, okay, there's a smart guy in Germany. He said, you will know, this works actually pretty well. LSTM, long short-term memory, that will have some gates. We introduced self-state and said, we're going to tweak with the RNNs and force it to forget something. and remember something and shoot, and it worked for a limited, and for example, it's intuitive to you. If you say Ram met Sita, that makes sense, but Ram met Ram doesn't make sense, right? So I will force that through neural nets at a cell state to force that whenever Ram meets Ram, no, that's not a valid sentence. So that kind of, basically common sense reasoning. But then also there's another branch of subject that popped up. We can't go into details. Reinforcement learning, a very, very important part of machine learning is reinforcement learning. RL is how I believe the brain works. Now there's different views of thought. Imagine a baby. A baby looks at 3 cats and recognizes the next one is a cat. A machine has to be trained with 1 billion images of cats, 1 million images of cats for it to recognize. So obviously something is very different happening. And the very different is happening is obvious also from the fact that the brain is very slow. A brain works at max 200 cycles per second. Mine probably works much less, but anyway. And a computer runs at gigahertz. Just imagine. But a baby is able to say a cat is a cat within, as soon as some neurons are developed in the head, very quickly. A computer, you keep feeding forever and it doesn't. Why is that? Because of the information content. The content that after the synapse what signal goes out is far more enriching information than what goes out of a neuron in a neural net. Remember, your brain is probably 1 kilo, 80 billion neurons in 1 kilo, which is less than 2% of your weight. Yet, it consumes 80% of what you eat, energy. Fascinating numbers. So, all the stuff that you eat, all the pizza, cokes that we eat is all going to fuel the brain, basically, right? And that's because the content of information that is created is of so high order. Whereas computers are basically doing very simplistic calculations again and again at a very high speed. That's the big difference. So now, we did some hacks and that worked, but then I'll move to the last part because we have time constraint, because this is the part where you probably are most interested in. All of that suddenly gave rise to the world of GPT. In 2017, this Google guy came up with a paper which caught my attention in 2017 itself because of its attention, with the title. I thought this is a really weird title for a paper. So it grabbed my attention. So I read it a couple of times. And then I found that actually in 2014, Benjo and one of his students, Benjo from, I think, NYU, and Badano had produced an earlier paper, very similar in the context of translating languages, I think German, where they introduced this concept of, I'll come to that, but what did they try to solve? All of us know that this is a problem of machine learning language. We went to the bank and learned of his bank empty account, after which we went to the river bank and cried. Now, a machine will be completely flummoxed, right? This is the problem of language. And that's why we talked about neural nets, that's why we talked about LSTMs. None of these really work. And people who worked on classical languages like Barbara Liskov and before that Chomsky, and both of them at MIT, they had a completely different approach to language. Suddenly the neural net guys came and said, LLM guys and came, we solved the problem. Did they? So let's look at that, because in these days, if you can't say GPT, you are not very smart, right? So we have to say GPT. So this is what GPT is. GPT introduced a few very interesting concepts. Simple concepts, elementary concepts. The concepts are, these are the last 3 or 4 slides. After that, you'll be a master of GPT and LLM. And you will see that this is now democratized. Everybody in the world can build these things. It's not just big companies with, all you need is a lot of server machines. You have to also, earlier we talked about neural nets being fed data, then they said one after the other. Here they introduced the concept that I will provide positional embedding. That means where do these nodes out? Where do these words walk? So we went to the river bank. Every word we went to the river bank in a set of bits will also encode where that word exists in relation to the others. So it's actually a positional embedding. For the first time, they introduced that. They copied the concept from good old databases. Query times key must give value. For anybody who's coming from the database world and a relational database will immediately recognize that query, key, value are nothing but database concepts. Query dot key must give me the value if I got them right. We'll see how that. Then they use the concept I'll talk about: attention, information prevention, and normalization and decoding. Very simple ideas. Let's see how this works or does not work. So first thing, the words that they come in now, they're coming serially. Words are not letters, words are embeddings. All of you know that. They're vector representations of some numbers. What we do, we create three arbitrary matrices, weights, neural nets, query, key, and value. What are the weightages of those? We don't know. Arbitrary. The idea is that if I do Q dot the input, whatever is coming in, it is a query representation of that same input. It's not the input, but the query representation. Bear with me for a second. I do that also for the key. Obviously, these are all wrong because your weights are wrong. You did the dot product, you got something, then you got Q and K. If you did a dot of those two matrix multiplications, you would get the value. Now, the value is also wrong, but hopefully they'll get trained. How will they get trained? So now, I have this embeddings coming in. I did the multiplication. And no, I don't do one representation Q, K, and V. I actually, V you don't create, V is generated. Q and K, I create 4, 8, multiple random matrices. Because we don't know what to start with, we create with multiple. So this is called multi-head attention. Why is it called attention? Query.key is the attention. How many of the K's and Q's do you do? 8 of them. Why did they do 8? Because that's what the Google guys started with. There's no reason. You did that, and then there's a technique for collapsing them to make them linear. Now you've got 8 results. Intuitively, it makes a lot of sense. if I tell a sentence, it's very hot today in Hyderabad, and if I ask the same question to 8 people or 10 people, their reactions will be different in their mind. There will be 10 interpretations, some of them similar, some of them not. So, the language assessment of this sentence cannot be led by just one query and key, and that's essentially the idea, that we'll have multiple of those. And there are some very elementary matrix multiplications and coalescing of these that will result in one final output multi-head attention. And what that attention is actually very simple. It is you can clearly see, it's almost like a masking, I'll give an example after this, but also they did another nifty thing. They said after this query.key, they would add back the original positional embeddings back to it again, because there's no mathematics behind it. Why? They just felt like. Because they would think they've lost the original positions of those words, what they meant. So while I have the intent captured, I'm again adding back the positional encodings, and then they do some normalizations, because this matrix has some are big numbers, some are small numbers. So you normalize by standard deviation and mean, and add a little bit below that 0.001, because sometimes if it goes to 0, it will blow up. So you will get a new matrix. So this is your multi-rate attention matrix, elementary math, right? You would get a matrix like this. And if you stare at this matrix, when you play the Game of Thrones, you will see the diagonal is very high. Why? Because it's most relevant to itself. After the crunching of this KQ, when you do all this matrix, this is like the Sobel matrix in image recognition. Filter rather. Here you have the words which are most relevant will pop up and higher numbers, and that's your attention. So for example, the word is pretty much 1 to itself because the word is most relevant to itself. So when you say play the Game of Thrones, you will say the word the is not so important, so it's mostly 0. But when you say some word like game, when you play the Game of Thrones, you will see correlation between game and thrones, if your query and key were trained properly. So that idea is out there. And then what you do, the rest is very simple. After you do this stuff, what you do is, you take the Q and K from the decoding part of the story. Remember, this was the decoding part. We started off by saying the left part is decoding. Left part, that is decoding. Position and embedding, multi-head attention, then again added a normalization. Now you got the Q's and K's, which is fantastic. And then you take it to the other side and you're all done. You take it to the other side. Now you have to produce the next word. How do you do that? You simply mask the attention vector matrix to zeros of the words that you haven't seen yet. Repeat the same process. So basically what you do after that, you will crunch to this number. Okay, I'll just stop here and take some questions, but essentially right at that step, after you got the K's and Q's and you did the dot product and produced a value and did the same old stuff again here, and eventually at the last layer, you are still doing a softmax, which is meaning picking a word, a statistical most relevant word, and so you now see that there goes your intelligence. It's at the end of it, it's a statistical machine, and it picks up a word. So you feed Wikipedia, it reads one after the other the words. After reading 10 words, it predicts the next 11th word. As long as it gets it right, it continues. If not, it goes back an iteration and keeps on changing. This, by the way, at this point is billions and billions of parameters with so many neural nets all over the place. And so eventually they'll get it right. But now, here's the thing, the last slide of my talk is, So GPT does not replicate human cognition. First thing we should understand. It differs from human cognitive process. It's just a statistical weight of one word with the other words. It's almost like saying, I am going to fit all the curves in the world with one parameterized equation. You know, and anything that you throw at me, any equation, parabola or whatever, circle, I'm going to take this one equation, which has all these weights, and it will give you the answer. So it is at best a weighted solution to that. Number two is that it will be prone to errors. What we like to say in the industry is hallucination. There is no hallucination, it's an error. It is statistical error coming out from picking a softmax. Remember, at this, then you will understand, GPT doesn't understand what an African elephant is. It knows Africa, it knows elephant. It doesn't understand African elephant because the elephant is the softmax of the previous state. It doesn't understand a Bengal tiger because it knows Bengal. It has seen many times Bengal and then tiger. So it will say Bengal tiger, but it has no notion what a Bengal tiger is. So, but it does jaw-dropping things. That you guys have seen it. And that's because, and nobody knows why. That's the beauty of it. Because statistical, basic statistics will tell you any overfitting will give you bad results. But what is very interesting in GPT is, as you fit more and more data, the results go up, then it goes down, then again goes up, and then again goes down. Why is this behavior happening? Nobody knows. So use GPT at your own peril, but I think you now know the opportunity is understanding the brain functions more, translating into neural networks which mimic the brain really, if you understand that, and add real computational processes, the convolutions that are happening inside the brain, the image processing that are happening, realistic modeling of those things are what will shape the future with the computing power that is arriving at our doorstep. So this journey will continue and it will be, we just don't know which way it will go. But hopefully, with this I'll stop, and I know I'm over time, but hopefully this was interesting for you. If there are any questions, I can try to squeeze in a few. It is not a language model, it is a statistical grouping of words, and if it has seen many of such examples before, it is likely to parrot it. Think of it like your African grey parrot. It hears 10 words, it will say the 11th word, but it doesn't understand what it means. That is something you need to keep in mind.
Thank you, Dr. Jaideep. That was quite a heady mix of mathematics, biology, quantum physics. Sir, Jaideep, sir, you kept saying this is all elementary. That only served to remind me that I'm poor at all three subjects that you're touching upon. No, but thank you for this wonderful opening keynote. Right, now we'll head into the first panel discussion. The panel discussion will be on open source and AI. The way forward, again, open source needs no introduction as to why you are doing this panel discussion. But let me invite the panelists onto the stage. I'll start by inviting Mr. Nagarjun Maladi, Vice President, Tech Mahindra, a huge supporter of Swecha and open source software. Nagarjun Nag Maladi as we call him. Might I invite Rajendran Kaushik, Principal Architect, AWS. Thank you, Kaushik. Thank you for coming over here. Ranganathan Ranga I call him co-founder, CTO at Everest Engineering. I would have been surprised if that reaction did not come. Ramesh Loganathan, a person who needs no introduction, a huge advocate of open source, has been an influential figure in the startup ecosystem in Hyderabad, currently a professor at Tribhuvan Hyderabad and is involved with the CIE, Ramesh. Might I invite Amit Kumar? Amit Kumar is a senior director at Salesforce. Thank you, Amit, for coming over here. And to moderate the panel, might I invite Kaushik Katrapati, who heads data practice at DigiQuanta. DQ is one of the AI/ML partners for this conference. Kaushik brings in more than 18 years experience with working with data and other things. I have a small request to make to the panel, Kaushik and the others.
So we hear a lot of all these big companies pledging towards open source, like Meta, Facebook, everyone pledging towards open source models. But while all of these companies are pledging that they are open source, we have a basic problem, right? We don't understand, or like there is no clear definition of what is open source AI. What is your take on open source AI, and who can define it properly? Please.
Thanks, Kaushik. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'm a firm believer of open source myself, personally. And even when I started my career, I remember developing frameworks. Even before the microservices world, I was building something similar to that and an open source entirely. So, again, let's just take a simple stand of what open source is, right? It could simply mean a way of a developer or a contributor sharing their source of information or code or whatnot with limited or no licensing arrangement or whatnot. So basically, anyone can flexibly or freely use that source of information. It could be a code, it could be data, it could be anything for greater good. So if you really look at why open source is a popular topic now, if you look at why developers love it, our customers from Amazon or AWS, our customers love it. One, it accelerates innovation because you don't have to start from scratch. For example, today, if you want to build a model, you don't really start from scratch. You have lots of pre-trained models available in several hubs and whatnot that you can actually take, fine-tune the model, and then you take any project, like for example, you take Java, JDK, and many other things, right? You are able to take advantage of them and innovate faster too, right? And most important part is the trust, because you exactly know what goes inside this particular source of information or a code or whatnot, and you'll be able to tune it to your own enterprise or your own startup or even research purpose. Now, all of this flexibility also extends and support you with cost, because you don't have to pay licensing or whatnot, because it's open source. You can actually take it, port it, and then use the way you want to use at your disposal. Now, I think these are some of the benefits. Being a researcher, being a student, being an enterprise or a startup can greatly take advantages of and build on top of it. So, I mean, again, I will not dive too much into what we are doing, but AWS have been proponent of open source, and perhaps I will talk more on other concepts. I hope I answered you.
I would like to have a follow-up also. So, who decides whether a particular model is really open source? Is it like Azure? Is it like Palm Open? Is it like the model open? Is the data open? So, do we have any standards, or are we working towards any standards of making AI open?
Good question. In fact, I wanted to touch this, and somehow I did, which is, see, look at especially open source and artificial intelligence or machine learning, right? There are two things to it. One is the model itself, like for example, the set of instructions. For example, today, if you want to build a model, you don't really start from scratch. You have lots of pre-trained models available in several hubs and whatnot that you can actually take, fine-tune the model, and then you take any project, like for example, you take Java, JDK, and many other things, right? You are able to take advantage of them and innovate faster too, right? And most important part is the trust, because you exactly know what goes inside this particular source of information or a code or whatnot, and you'll be able to tune it to your own enterprise or your own startup or even research purpose. Now, all of this flexibility
also extends and support you with cost. Because you don't have to pay licensing or whatnot because it's into open source. You can actually take it, port it, and then use the way you want to use at your disposal. Now, I think these are some of the benefits. Being a researcher, being a student, being an enterprise or a startup can take advantages of and build on top of it. So, I mean, again, I'll not dive too much into what we are doing, but AWS have been proponent of open source, and perhaps I'll talk more on other concepts.
Who decides whether a particular model is really open source? Is it like Azure? Is it like Palm Open? Is it like the model open? Is the data open? So do we have any standards or are we working towards any standards of making AI open?
Good question. In fact, I wanted to touch this somehow I did, which is, if you look at especially open source and artificial intelligence or machine learning, right, there are two things to it. One is the model itself, like for example, the set of instructions that trains on your data and then infers on top of it, right? And the second is the data itself, like on what data is trained on, whether that data is an enterprise data. For example, I can simply take the whole algorithm, it could be open source, and train using my enterprise data. Now that doesn't mean that the whole model can be in place for all open source purposes. If you look at even today, I'll not name, but generally speaking, many companies and we startups or anybody were doing many number of very interesting innovations or proof of concepts. But for them to go to production, the problem is the models, not only a source that needs to be open source or at least a license that makes sense to them. Most important thing is the model that the person gives the output, the data, whatever it has, should have been complex conflict or whatnot, right? So to go back to your question on who can do this, I think obviously the contributor, whoever has actually contributed to the open source should be transparent enough and say, okay, based on what data the data is trained and whatnot. So, I mean, again, from Amazon's standpoint, the models that you build usually come with something called we identify our customers from using such models. For example, if you're using one of the models that Amazon, like for example, Titan text generator or whatnot, then if a customer is using those models and generating the result, and tomorrow, let's say for whatsoever reason there is a compilation issue, it is AWS that will. So I think these are emerging patterns in the industry, and I would also say it is with the contributors who should really evolve and say, okay, this is where my data, this is where the data comes, this is where model comes to and they have to do it. So the future of AI, what we understand from all our talks and everything, is the future of AI should not be singularly decided, right, by massive corporate industry. Should be then the motive of helping for the betterment of the society, for the betterment of the humanity. That I think we all agree upon, right? But the key problem here is how can we build a diverse, decentralized AI infrastructure or like AI, not just infrastructure, AI ecosystem for the future? How can we achieve that using a collaborative model what is your take on that? So generally I see this is a three-pronged problem. One is the algorithm, which now have a lot of regimes available right now, llamas and Falcon and whatnot. And the second is data, which is again available, and if you don't, you could just scrape Wikipedia and get it, or a lot of other sources. It's boring enterprise data we are talking about. And third is compute. So that is where I see there's a gap. You can get data, you can get algo, but you cannot get the compute because compute is limited to all these big orgs. And that reminds me something like I think when we were passing out to college, we used to get what called CT, the search of extraterrestrial elements, right? Where they use this public infra to run their algos. And then we did the same thing years later in terms of Bitcoin, where everyone is using their phone and harnessing those Bitcoins. Right? I think that's something which we as an individual can do. But there's a good part of it also, the government is also serious about it. I was just going through some of the government projects like Ashmi. That's something which is trying to provide the compute part as well as algo. Then you have different states or individuals, or like we're talking about Tamil Dhamma, there's a Kannada Dhamma. So I see people and orgs are getting interested in this and they're adding compute factor to this.
I'm seeing it's very positive direction. Again, it's for all of us to contribute to that. And Bitcoin is not the only shiny thing. This is the one.
Why people are going open source? I think first thing on the AI aspect. I think one thing I am personally, again, it's a strong statement, is that let us take all the companies, right, corporates. They are building up all this AI and like that, like crazily going on dimensions. And if you see all the research comes from universities and eventually come to, like they don't have like resources or like the computing power, which comes from corporates. Now the merger at some point is coming up, and then they are like trying to produce models which are like right now like close to 361 billion kind of parameters. It's like really, really huge models, like really scary ones. The thing is, assume that the corporates hold on to itself, right? And a few more corporations are holding on this stuff within themselves. I think it comes to a point where like right now nobody is realizing the perils of it, but sometimes like somebody wakes up and our government says like 3 weeks back, the European Union said like, hey, you know what? AI has like an act right now. That's the first time somebody came and said AI has an act. They worked on it for 3 years. They came with like absolutely beautiful rules. Like within the first version, it's like really good. So they're saying like, what are the sources you're turning up? You need to be very open about it. So they're like really good points. The point is that could have come any point. Now, assume that corporates are holding on everything within themselves. There is like a point where like they are having a commercial value, but some of these acts will just stop them from doing what they're doing. So there is like an obligation, which may be a reason why somebody is doing it. Like we don't know. Like that's one reason. The second one on the governing factors on like how to stop or like manage that, I think one of the aspects that I personally feel is there should be like the third party agency. Like for example, like let us think like all the countries are formed by themselves, and then like they're all sovereign states. They can do whatever they want, right? Like nobody's coming and telling them, oh, you can do this, you can't do this, you can do this. But with AI, it's very strong, right? See, assume that it's like a again because there are students to understand it's very easy. Like assume that it's a nuclear bomb that the countries are building. There is a treaty which says that you can't go and do these things, right? A very strong treaty which is blocking them. But that's at nation level. It's not at a privatization industry level. So what's stopping them is like maybe even or like a group of countries coming together and stopping it. So eventually, I think right now it's not there, but there's a governance model that will come up which is equal to an event for like AI, and that treaty like that's the first version of EU, but a lot of other countries should come out in a strong way that like it's managing the governance that strongly. Yeah.
Again, we would like to revisit that point of governance. I have a follow-up question on that. But before going there, I would like to ask Mr. Ramesh Lornathan here regarding, we see a lot of these big corporates having collaborations with IIT Bombay, IIT Hyderabad, IITs, like doing a lot of AI research with a private and public partnership kind of a thing here. But the question here is, do we already have any collaborations between our premium educational institutes? We have so many educational institutes doing a lot of research work. Do they collaborate within themselves in developing a larger data model? And what does it take to have that as a proof of concept for the larger private audience, private enterprises to come together and adopt that model in their work culture?
So, the academic institutions do a lot of work, and there are funding agencies, especially government these days, is asking for consortium proposals, right? A lot of consortium projects where they expect 2, 3, 4, 10, 15, 20 institutions to come together, right? And they're realizing that like, while each institution is very good and can do a lot of work with themselves, but if they don't bring the power of all institutions, the scale cannot happen. But it's very hard. Very, very hard. I mean, I will refer to Bashni. It's a project where, like, its predecessor form earlier, the Indian Languages Technology Mission, or Technology FO, what's called, project, I think, had 10 level institutions, leading institutions, all the old IITs, IIC, Hyderabad, and such. 10, 11 top research institutions, language space, that engaged for almost 15, 16 years. Lot of research work came out, 0 solutions came out. Right, and so then the ministry realized and then tried to do a few other things for a couple of years, and then in 2021 conceptualized this Bashni project, where now the project is supposed to get tangible solutions in the field. More than 2 years since it started, and still there's some solutions, but not as much and definitely not as fast as anybody would like, as the government would like. So these are institutions that are research institutions, very socially minded already, right? Academic institutions are social in nature, research institutions are social in nature. academicians are social in nature, especially when they say no to kind of fancy industry jobs and they take up academics. They have a very strong social and societal mindset. But while the intent may be there, execution is very hard, right? How do you get multiple institutions to collaborate? Even government is able to do it only by making it a funding requirement. If it can happen, if we can figure out models where, so which is, there should be a shared purpose, shared interest, which has to come a little bit more organic, right? When we talk about, we try to do this for international collaboration, but the same thing applies here for domestic collaboration. But the only thing in domestic collaboration is faculty know each other very well. There's a lot of peer-to-peer collaboration happens. Like two institutions collaborate because two professors know each other well, they make up a joint project. So that way we take UPID, probably at least half our professors have projects that they're collaborating with others because of their own connections. And then there are others that do it because the funding mandate is that you have to be in a consortium project. But when they don't have a natural collaboration, what happens? Technically, there are 10 institutions collaborating, but they're working on 10 very independent parts. So in effect, there's no collaboration. It's like, it seems like a collaboration, but they're just broken down into 10 independent parts, and so again defeats the purpose, right? The idea is that like sum of 10 parts should be much more than 10. Here at best it is 10.
What does it take from a governance or a government perspective, policy perspective? Does it help you to have more enforcement?
I think, we have this thing, right? If you have a battle cry, that aligns people, right? You can't say it's a funding requirement. Yes, there's a purpose why the funding needs consortium, because the belief is that it is that kind of scale. National quantum mission. There was a consultation meeting in Delhi, led by the Principal Scientific Advisor and the EDC Secretary. Every research group in the country that's working in quantum, about 60 of them, were there in that room. 400 people in the room. You name it, and that institution had 2-3 people from the institution in the room. Phenomenal, and they're finding ways, they say quantum especially, it's not something we can do unless we align all our forces, completely aligned. They're finding it very hard. I mean, like, again, these are institutions like, I'm not from the space, I accompany the professor who leads our quantum effort, and he knows many people. Like, everybody in the room knew at least 10, 15, 20% of the other people. They're that well known, whereas quantum world is not such a big world. They all know, and still not as much collaboration happens. I think what government could do, policy and financial models is one thing, but that is not enough. You have to create a battle cry, create a mission mode which everybody aligns to. Then it will happen. That is very hard. I mean, that needs a strong leader, strong vision, identifying that and articulating in a way that it aligns everybody around it. It needs that. I mean, like, true open source is a community movement. If you want open source model research across institutions, the community has an aligned purpose. Random people don't come and just work together. People that believe in one purpose come together, right? So, government, that's the hardest part. Creating that purpose, which is a battle cry, that gets everybody aligned together. That's the hard part. And you had a question on corporates. See, when corporates work with academicians, they also do pairwise projects, right? A company comes and works with one institution on one project or a set of projects. So it's a very commercial model, so there's nothing social in that. The companies want the IP or they want the goodwill to hire people, right? They come for that mostly. There are few companies that do it more social. Like Intel does a lot of work in India around research, and they invest a lot of time and effort. But few companies do it, most don't, which is okay. I think at the end of the academic institution, a company comes and funds a project, we value it very, very highly at the price because it's a real world problem with real world data, right? Real world perspective, real world domain knowledge coming in with funding. So we value it. We may or may not get research publication out of it, but it's a check for the reality check for the work we're doing, get a reality perspective to the work we're doing, and of course get funding that funds other research for this professors. So we're okay with that, but I don't think that's going to see corporates supporting open source has always been motivated. It's a proxy market war that they find. So that's not a good thing to do. The very standard model, which is okay. Knowledge is open, but the commercial use is not open. Free is a different thing. Free and open source is a different form. That's not very common. And when a corporate supports open source, there is motivation, and that motivation is generally not good.
So let's switch gears here, and then we see that okay, there is a lot of push for AI from the corporate, all the industry leaders, and everyone is pushing, saying that they are adopting AI within their organizations, and then they are saying we are enabling AI for their betterment of within the organizations. But with that comes a small insecurity for the developers. that will their existing skills be obsolete, right? And how are enterprises going to cope up and educate and enlighten and upskill your resources? So I would like Nagarjuna to take a stab at this.
Once again, a very good morning to everybody, all fellow students, industry experts and academy experts. A very, I would say, jubilating atmosphere. Thanks for the other panelists, which kind of set the platform. All the difficult questions are over to be frank with you. And as a connection to what Professor Ramesh had mentioned, and this question is positioned well. And again, I'm from Tech Mahindra. And to me, honestly, he started saying, I'm a practitioner of open source as well. As soon as I think that in 1998, if I'm not wrong, Netflix code was available outside, and it was compliant to me. It was a complaint from me till such time saying that the IBMs of the world, Microsofts of the world are spoiling us in terms of, they give a lot of things to you. If you because on that you don't learn, the creativity is going for a task there. So I was always complaining on that. So as a practitioner in the industry for the past 27 years in Tech Mahindra, we took the complete advantage of open source. Fortunately, Dr. Ramesh's, comment on the corporates. If you look at the latest example, what we have done from our company side, if you watched our press notes in the past 2 to 3 years, like 2.5 years back, we kind of announced a AI platform for our customers and customers. He's absolutely right. Unless it is commercialized, we are in business of making profits. And my intention is to, as a business leader, my intention is to make it faster, better, cheaper, steadier and larger. So these are like our parameters where my margin counts. So in line with it, what we have done is we kind of launched a platform called Gaia, G-A-I-A. It's like our own platform. And interesting thing is it's all open source. We kind of partnered with Optimus, which is again an open source partner, and backed by Linux Foundation itself. The way Linux Foundation, I like them because personally, for example, if you look at the way blockchain is evolving, the way the support they are giving, like the way I think we answered in terms of consortiums, right? They back it up. So as a company, what we have done is we took the advantage of the open source, built a platform, and a reason why Ramesh's point on corporates will not really promote a lot on open source is in terms of the security, information security, right? For example, you are adapting somebody else's code. Many of the customers, especially pharma life sciences customers, they will have regulatory authorities and all. They don't appreciate it. Or even product making companies for that matter. I think Professor Jaideep was mentioning about Google, and we support them as well. But if you look at the confidentiality they maintain in terms of the source code, it's appreciable. It has to be a combination. It can't everything be open source, everything be proprietary or enterprise driven. So we respect our customers' objectives. And somewhere we are getting opportunities to convince our customers saying how this joint collaboration is making sense in commercial use. Again, going back to faster, cheaper, better, steadier and larger. We are achieving their commercial purposes. At the same time, we are giving a solution in faster time with better results, more productivity. That is working out. And this is happening for a while. I still remember, some of these facts are, you can Google search it. Apache, if I'm not wrong, it is most used web server, right? About 60 to 70% adoption. And if you look at projects also, most of the IT projects, if you look at the statistics, 66% are abandoned projects. 66 to 70% are abandoned. What do you do with that code? Give it to public, right? So they will take it forward and then finish it off. And coming back to the skill angle, thanks to a lot of the open source movement happening for a while, forget about the people who are working in Tech Mahindra, all the students who are sitting here. Thanks to that open source movement, we call it as MOOC, right? Massive Open Online Courses. Even Stanford courses are available to you. Pick it up. Like the concept, knowledge was available. Dr. Ramesh was mentioning about it. Knowledge was available. A real problem with AI, professor's session, Dr. Jaideep's session in the morning, if I tell to the students that among the 8 to 9 slides he presented, 80% is coded, they get the motivation, right? If, for example, if I have to code all those, algorithm matrices and all that, they feel it's very complex and difficult. No, it's not. 80% is coded. You pick it up from there and take it forward. That's what MOOC is selling. From a student community, who are our future units? Basically, they also should learn about the individual dignity that they can take to the table, right? If I think in a productive way, how to utilize open source right from their college days, using MOOCs, practicing, understanding all open source platform, coming to a company like us, End of the day, you may be basically owning an idea to get a product, which media would like to get it. The services versus product, right? Your revenues will be non-linear. So that's what, in my opinion, it's positioned well. AI, the problems are around data and compute. I think he touched base upon it when Amit also spoke about it from Salesforce angle, and we also spoke from Amazon angle. Data is proprietary, data and compute. If we solve the problem in terms of crowdsourcing on an open source way, I think we are positioned well for this wave also. It is not new to India, right? We've been solving these issues for a while. In my opinion, open AI, collectively, I'm sure we will definitely make it happen, in my opinion. So, I think if you look at it, like say all the academic knowledge by and large is published, right? It's one level of open knowledge. So even academic knowledge, like if somebody were to license, they have to, I mean, we have licensing terms and such. The paper may be public, but IP may still be owned. Open source, what is out there, like any of the open source projects, it's like public knowledge, right? Like you said, it's available, a group of people for whatever reasons went and created, and you could use it, leverage it the way you want to leverage. And then commercially using it is the next level, right? Even if it is an open source, sometimes it comes with license terms. So it's okay. I mean, everybody has their own motivation to do, like some want to build the same thing commercially, some want to build just for fun, build it as an open source. But once the knowledge is available, it's up to anybody like Nag, like you said, for a project, they will choose what's available out there, right? It could be a paper that they take and build, it could be an existing framework that they use, it could be a commercial product. At the end of the day, they have something that they need to build. Now, where a platform like this can help, right, very significantly help is the social problems. Social problems, like if we're trying to create low resource languages, the work that all these HR started, it's going to be very hard for any commercially driven initiatives to fund it, because there are not enough commercial returns. But the social returns are huge. I think those are places where probably open source is the only way, community-led open source, the only way to do it, which may result in IP that could be commercialized maybe, once it is done. But the initial funding, like nobody's going to come and pump money like OpenAI got to build for low resource languages, which most Indian languages are low resource, digital low resource languages. And the others like public health or any of those areas, agri, you've been talking about agri, Rachel's been talking about, those are areas where commercial forces will not come and fund because it's very hard to figure out a model. So I think open source community-led is a place where, those are places where it's absolutely necessary. Because nothing else will come, and governments find it very hard. They're trying to do many things, but they're finding it very hard. The results that Switch has already got in the last few months, I think it's a strong indicator. Like I think keep that momentum on. We will solve for the nation what Bashini is finding it very hard to do. As a community, it can be solved.
Yes, Ranga. Actually, you have answered my next question. How can we push for start AI adoption? That's my next question. So Ranga, please, if you can also
Sure. Yeah. So I think I'll start with the answer and then I extend it here because both are very well connected. First thing is, like, let us take the point of industrial revolution, right? Like when it happened, I think one of the things, just think, right? Like when machines all came, people are like actually drilling railway rails, right? And then suddenly machines came and everyone was scared, like, okay, my job is gone. Then suddenly all these machines came and they bigger tunnels and then like suddenly a lot of hardware came up, infrastructure came up. The world became a lot better place, right? And that time there was like a lot of scariness around all these things like happening. The second thing is like there's a simple example, right? There is this 1984 the great manure thing where like the Foster's used to put a lot of manure on the New York streets, and then they used to put a lot of remove all of them, and when cars came in it removed, and then the whole problem was over. So like always the betterment happened. I think from an industry perspective, as a student or like people who are thinking like, okay, what will happen to this, right? Like first thing, when people approach us with a problem statement saying that, hey, we want to build this, the approach is similar to what we are doing with, like again, the progression on AI is same as like, when IoT came in, a lot of devices came in. When being contextual to this open source, no like industrial projects are based out of like Raspberry Pis or Arduinos or like equivalent open source hardware systems. But what was very good was all these things helped in prototyping things that helped build things on that stage. Like the smart watch that you are wearing is far more advanced, but it was built on one of these open source wearables. Eventually they just commercialized it and made it a lot more powerful and one like adopted to it. But for prototyping it, this open source thing made it a lot more possible. So all the things that you are doing like checks on like your health, on everything on the smart watch, is just happening because of that open source thing that happened on like the IoT stuff. But right now, if you take on like the growth of AI, we are taking the same path, like somebody just made it open source. Again, it's like this open source thing in AI is a bit arguable because like, what are these open sourcing? Are they open sourcing the model? Are they open sourcing the data on which they're trained it? Or like both of them together? Nobody is doing all of them together. So there is some commercial angle, but still, like if it is used in a particular way, the adoption of this will be like having these machines together, they are doing a journey together. But also like at some point, till now, like human intelligence has been like a lot more advanced than like machine intelligence. So it's very rare, like where they were like in specific tasks they were doing it, which we call like a narrow-based task or narrow intelligence. But on like general intelligence, people are like always like right now or afraid that it will overtake us and what will happen after that. Like so there is like recursive rerunning and those kind of things which scares us. But still the evolution happens. Nobody is going to stop the red button. As I said, like once we come back to governance, there are like points in which we need to discuss, which will make that happen in a like a better way.
That is fantastic. So Amit, if you can, I would like to understand what are the open source contributions from your perspective, from like Salesforce or like whatever your companies are doing for open source contributions. I would like to, for our audience to know more about, details more about that.
Please, market traction, they get the community with support and the innovation, what it does upon. Innovation happens very fast the moment you open source. For example, I know that Salesforce open source Flip, this is for image to text, the text to image, and then this XGen, which is LLM model. So, and then you see examples, this is not limited to Salesforce, Meta has Llama 2 also, and now this week I think Elon Musk announced that Grok also will be open source. So what's happening that you are getting a lot of these models which are telling you how to do that. And the great news for the audience here is that you figure where to use that, what problem I should solve with that. I think that's an opportunity, and that way you'll get the skill and then you'll get a use case.
I think from AWS, I think we've been one of the most open and when it comes to open source, nurturing of the whole open source ecosystem and also embracing open source technologies. If you even take technologies from relational databases or whatnot, what we have done is we have taken the simplicity of open source and added our expertise in managing the infrastructure. If you look at some of our offerings, greatly embraces open source, like for example take Postgres, MySQL and whatnot. We took all those open source technology and put like our expertise on top of it to give a highly scalable and also kind of affordable infrastructure for anyone to innovate on top of it. Now that's from the compute and general perspective. Now I'll talk two perspectives on our contributions. Now when it comes to Amazon or AWS, we've been actively contributing to projects like Babelfish. Even if you look at AIML like MXNet and whatnot, we've been actively contributing. So much so like even the father of Java, who is James Gosling, is actually part of Amazon AWS and who is working on projects like. So we've been developing several, for example, free real-time operating system when it comes to IoT world, and Babelfish for like database world, and MXNet and Kubernetes and whatnot. Right? We've been actively contributing. Now, when it comes to the execution or use of such tools and techniques, right? So in AI, when it comes to that, so we have an initiative called Registry of Open Data on AWS, which is called RODA. Now, in RODA, you can actually, we host a lot of open source data, open source data. For example, UK Biobank some time ago released 100,000 whole genome sequencing data. And we are the hosting partners. Like we took the whole data and we hosted on us and then hosted on the RODA platform and then share it. Like this, if you go to RODA, there are like number of data sets that are available for anyone to freely use and work or build any model on top of it. Now, when it comes to the AI models, and again, we've been building hubs. Like for example, we have something called SageMaker Jumpstart, which basically provides a platform to host all these pre-trained models that you could see in Hugging Face. Like for example, like Amit mentioned, Llama models and several other pre-trained models are available, which you can actually easily deploy and train. Now, what it means for you as a student or perhaps from the community is take all those pre-created data set or pre-trained model and start. You don't have to start from scratch. You can easily build on top of AWS. In fact, we also give credits for some of these use cases. And one such initiative I can tell from healthcare perspective is AWS Health Initiative, where we give funds to some of our customers who does solve the equitable problem and whatnot. Like there are many funds that we have set aside. Even recently we announced something for generative AI, like we set aside $100 million fund to support our customers and partners and everyone to innovate on AI space. So yeah.
That was really educational. I would like to close this session with one last question. The main motto or like what the initiative of this event is to see if we can make Hyderabad the capital of AI. I would like to take each one of your inputs and see how we can make or what are the potential challenges. What is the road for Hyderabad to be AI capital?
I can start probably, yeah. So I think I was from Hyderabad, I'm from JNTU, like, so a lot of things, I'm from Tripoli, Hyderabad, so a lot of things together with Hyderabad. But having said that, I think one city becoming a capital of like the whole AI thing is going to be like a crazy power, like superpower, like to somebody. But what I think I can suggest is like governments relatively, like again, like as I said, like somebody took an AI act from Germany or like, sorry, Europe or other places is good. But like from India, we can become like pioneers, like in starting the governance model and then acting on it. I think nobody, as far as I know, has like a serious model there, where like Hyderabad comes and says, you know what, like we are forming this consortium, and then this is going to be like the first one of like the first version of the draft, and that will put like spot on the map in India, like far ahead of other cities. Yeah.
I think there have been many attempts in the last 6-7 years, right, to put Hyderabad on the national AI map, and it's okay. Some success has happened, but I think what can really, we need to think much bigger. It's not an incremental. I think the initiative that's being taken up now through the Svecha efforts, right, to create a very large platform. When I say platform, talking about its most broadest form, which people, processes, systems, right, volunteers, energy, the battle cry. There's a battle cry here, right? I mean, like if you could get the Telugu ASR created, right? And I think there's an opportunity to see, like yesterday, 2,000 people in the room, right? Yesterday, all day, and more than 1,000 people here today, second day. I think if we rally around this and amplify what we just already started, right? And say like, we create, and they're all social problems, by the way, right? We talk about agri or morning variants of problems in public health. These are all social problems where this is the only way to do it almost. Either government should do it or community should do it. And government has its own priorities, like, so they'll pick what is the most important thing at that point. And so community can do this. And I feel if we amplify this, like say what the success that's been got in the last 6 months with the Telugu language, like I think, I forget if it was Kiran or right, Praveen that was saying, Hugging Face for India, right? Create like models that's built by community, lot of models available, right? Whether it could be used for social purposes, could be used for commercial purposes, right? But the models get created, probably the data has to get compiled first, right? And labeled and data sets. I feel we should take this up in a mission mode, rally all forces, right? Whatever support from companies available, get other communities, academic institutions, significantly amplify and accelerate. And if you can get, like the many initiatives, like there is AI for Bharat, there is Bharat GPT, many initiatives, I don't believe they're going as fast as, like given the forces behind it, the people, the thinking and the funds, it's going nowhere nearly as fast as they could. So this could be an opportunity to show that it's possible as a community to do it. I feel that's going to put us on the national map, nothing else. That will put us on the national map.
No, I thought he would take, but somehow Ramesh's points are very resonating to what I'm thinking actually. The sense of urgency, I feel that actually. It is not as if we are getting ready as Hyderabad Inc. for a .com or a .net or a SAP boom or something like that. If you look at the slide back, there are only two, Anurag University and Meta. Why? Why? That is the issue actually. For example, when we show to other customers, we show a slide full of customers who are our partners who enabled our growth, right? As even they do, Amazon or a Salesforce. But that is only two right now. And it is being driven by Svecha. There is like, we talked about it, shared purpose and shared vision. That's what we used a few minutes back. Honestly speaking, the industry is at a $150 billion market. It is going to grow something like 1.8 trillion with a 36.4% CAGR. How much of it you take is up to you as Hyderabad. Right now, in my opinion, he is absolutely right. Sense of urgency is not there. Why am I telling? As Hyderabadis, we can do. If you look at the COVID situation, earlier it was like a 5 to 6 year to invent a molecule and a vaccine. March 23rd is the date in 2020, lockdown is announced. January, you have a vaccine in hand. That means as a team we can do it. As a team we can do it. But we are not doing it is a problem, in my opinion. But really greatly appreciate the kind of efforts the Svecha kind of organizations are doing for ganging everybody together. It is not anymore a luxury or a nice to do. It's a must to have thing going forward. In my opinion, the educational institution should count for the supply side. End of the day, if I do AI or a machine learning or a federated AI, supplies from universities, supplies from colleges, and there is a variation. In my opinion, the universities have a shared problem right now. I think somewhere, one of you mentioned it about it, right? The compute angle. You had a great model. How do you deploy? How many institutions in Hyderabad today are positioned to really deploy a machine learning model? And at the same time, we are positioned. For example, Mahindra University, for example, IIIT. And why are we not collaborating? And why are we not forming a consortium with a shared vision of making Hyderabad as a GNN AI? That's what needs to be done, in my opinion. And now you are telling all this. I've been telling this for so many folks in so many forums, but some action is what I'm expecting. He hit the nail on its head, actually. Sense of urgency is the most important thing. Trust me, market will make the money. Amazons of the world, Googles of the world, Salesforce of the world, Tech Mahindras of the world will make money for sure. That $1.8 trillion money will be made. Is it Hyderabad? Is it Chennai? Is it Bangalore? Is it Pune? Is it Mumbai? Is it Noida? Is a question. It is our share to get it back. I'll count on my support on anything that we do in Hyderabad, actually. So that's what I reflect. Thanks for the platform you already said.
So just to condense your thoughts, right? I mean, I agree to all the points, and what I believe is 3 P's. I think one is purpose, and then partnerships, and finally policies, in that order. I think what made Svecha and other initiatives possible was purpose. I think there was a clear-cut definition of what anyone wanted to achieve. I think, let's say, to go back to your question on Hyderabad, I think Hyderabad should have that purpose or a vision narrated, following which we should have partnerships. This is where all these universities and private, public firms can actually come together and work towards that greater good. And like he really quoted a very good anecdote about COVID success, right? I mean, it is possible. And finally, policy. Trust me, I think policy sometimes is an enabler, sometimes is a blocker, but truly, in my opinion, I think the right policies at the right time will enable the whole ecosystem. So I would say you solve these 3, I'm sure we can realize that potential of any place.
These gentlemen, they cover almost everything. I'll just talk about 2 concrete things. One is specifically currently we lean on professors to share this knowledge, and we have this untapped pool of people who have done that hands-on. So connecting the students with the mentors in industry, I think that will go a long way in solving this problem. And secondly, creating one great example. Think of it, Abu Dhabi came with Falcon, it's 180 billion parameters AI model. Why can't India do that, or why can't Hyderabad do that? So set one shining example of something like that, and then connect these 2 ends. That's probable.
Thank you very much, panel. We have really good insights from all of you. So we will give a good applause for the entire panel for sharing your thoughts, sharing your resources. And I would hope the audience here will take great inputs from this. The policymakers, the startup owners, the education institutes, everyone will make a big push for having a greater open source AI initiative here at Hyderabad. It can be a model, it can be a inspiration story for the rest of the world to pick it up from here. Thank you all.
No, thanks to Kaushik for asking soft and nice questions. I thought he would ask a question to us saying, can you code for one of the slides, Professor Jayad? Thanks for being so nice. It was a great moderation. Thank you so much.
Over to you, Praveen.
Thank you, everyone. I think the key takeaway for me is the purpose. And I think we're all driven by the purpose over here. Thank you for taking your time out for the panelists, moderator Kaushik, another Kaushik, Ranga, Ramesh. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. People, updated schedule has been sent over a WhatsApp message to all of you. If it hasn't reached you, but this is the schedule right now. We are running 20 minutes behind schedule. So without further breaks, we'll go to the next one. almost ready for that. There are talks starting right now. There are talks starting in the Jain Seminar Hall, which is in the first floor. There are some talks that are starting in the Golden Jubilee Hall of the EC department, and the panel session which is starting in the event center of J-Hub. But here, we have a very distinguished person, a very renowned person, Dr. Pratik Desai. Pratik Desai is a founder and the CEO of Kisan.ai, the seasoned entrepreneur and computer scientist.
Can I add my slides?
Again, sorry for that. And he's a computer scientist, founder CEO of Kisan.ai, and it's quite late in the night for him, and he has kindly agreed to stay up for us. And we requested him for a brief talk. Over to Dr. Pratik Desai.
I'm Pratik Desai, founder and CEO of Kisan.ai. I hope you guys can hear me. Just let me know if I'm audible, so I can continue the presentation. Naveen, can you confirm? Thank you, Swecha, and the team for inviting me for the presentation. I hope you guys are having a good time. And the topic for me today is about using AI in the Indian agriculture ecosystem, and how we have been working to bring AI, the latest technology, in hands of the farmer. And our goal is to divide this knowledge gap that has been kind of widely the reason behind how the agriculture in India is kind of traditionally one of the backward in terms of digitization. So just start with my own journey. So I grew up in agrarian family. Generations I remember we were in agriculture, and I grew up on farm, helped my father, and knew the first hand all the problems that farmer faces, and very much aware of what's going on. But then I moved to US for my master's. My father took one of the biggest risks in his life, taking a loan to send me to US, and then I've been working in doing my higher education. I work on solving sensors, robotics, and then move to the AI/ML to solve the knowledge extraction problem. And after that, I moved to Silicon Valley, and really I have been part of multiple startups, the founder or founding member, and we did develop some amazing technology. So one of the problems that we tried to solve was using real-time analytics on social media. Then we also worked on building wearables, which was pre-Apple Watch, and our objective was bringing intelligence inside the wearable devices. And the last startup was in automotive. Again, my role was to build the AI-based intelligence system for the cars, just like how Tesla has over their updates and data analytics. We built something for the regular cars. The company got acquired, and at the same time, I realized that it's time for me to start working to my roots, like the people I'm associated with. And there was a time in 2019 I decided to start a company called Tutori in India, and the objective was to build AI/ML application, high-tech tools that goes directly inside the hand of farmers, so farmer can access the technology and take the benefits of what's going on. And our journey has been more than exciting from the day we started, but we also had many great learnings from where we started and where we are right now. So, when we started, the objective was, the first problem we tried to solve was the plots. The farmland plots are not geolocated or digitized. So the only way farmer can find out where the boundaries are, he goes to like collector's office or some regional office, government worker will give them a printout. It will have plots, and it will say, okay, this printout, this is your plot. It was not digitized. So we started with working on digitizing plot for the Gujarat state, and using machine learning, computer vision, satellite images, we did plot 1.2 crore farmlands. And we are running a startup, so it's always important to find also product market fit and understand your demographics. So even though we built some advanced high-tech tool, the farmer had really not everyday use for it. And we also understand like the position of our farmer. So that was our first learning, that if you build something high tech, but if if your farmers cannot pay, you cannot continue like running a startup. So we started learning, even though we were building something in terms of advanced technology, we have to bring farmer on board. So we created this digital marketplace where our goal was to help farmers create their online shops and give them price, money prices, price prediction, and let them sell directly to consumers. And through that, our goal and objective was to start giving them the advanced technology that's possible. Now, this is the time we also started collecting a lot of agriculture data around different commodities, the markets, to us in the future. Next thing we worked on is helping farmer to create automated label and packaging. Now, like why? Like to understand the problem. If today farmers wants to sell something online or Facebook Marketplace or somewhere else, they do not have access to graphic designers or like some advanced labeling mechanism. So they will end up printing something on like paper with the name, and this is not something that's going to stand out in front of consumers. Now, how can we solve it? Like farmers cannot afford to hire a graphic designer. So this is the similar time the stable diffusion image generation model tool where farmers just select turmeric or any commodity name, the name, price, and we will generate like a really nice looking label for them. They can print it out. And this is something very helpful because like these are the small tools that end up helping farmers to the day-to-day life. Now, our learning from this one was that even though we are helping them out, there is still something that missing. That is, these tools are created by tech folks for tech people, not for the farmers, because they require education to explain them how to use it. Which in sense, it's not very simple. There's like a literacy and language gap, and it needs to be very intuitive. So next step we use again diffusion models with ink painting and background removal application, and created something where farmer can take a picture of whatever they're trying to sell, automatically replace the background and create like something very professional looking. And when we did this one, we tried to create application which started becoming very simple. So they take a picture, select what they want to do, and they will create a picture. And this create like a professional looking image, then they can start sharing in the WhatsApp group or wherever they're trying to sell. So through all out, what we learned from our experimentation with building new applications, that the farmers has a really huge literacy and language barrier. Like for India, where we have so many languages and most of the farming and agriculture happening in the rural area, this is very prevalent. Also, the education cost is very high. Like explaining farmers, because their day-to-day life, they are doing their job. Their job is not to remember all the filters and tools and settings the app. Now, this time we also realized that like this trained farmers are using WhatsApp, Instagram, and everything very well. Like nobody went to teach them, but they still started using it. And like they're sending millions of messages on WhatsApp every day. So I think it was like a realization was that it's a problem in the people who are creating things for farmers. It's not the farmer themselves, because everything we see today around built for farmers are not very farmer friendly in a sense. And the existing mechanism for them to access the knowledge, for example, we're not expecting farmer to go on Google and read 20 blogs, right, in English. There are many institutes in India and around, like, different region who generate a lot of knowledge. This knowledge kind of stays to the institute. We are not expecting farmers again to travel 150 kilometers to find out and read these booklets and to figure out what is the best way to, what is the latest method to grow rice, or what is the latest variety. So what farmer end up relying to is the local expert. They are not expert, but local vendors who are trying to sell something, which kind of put them in this situation where they are subjected to exploitation. This advices are biased. Meanwhile, we do have a lot of knowledge and research, everything generated to be sold to farmer. So we saw this big knowledge gap from the knowledge that they produce to the person like farmer who is supposed to consume it. And we also said that's like a two-way accessibility problem. It's not just the farmers. The knowledge that could produce is also unstructured. It's not designed to be digested by automated tools. It's very fragmented, and for the knowledge generation to the acquisition cost of farmer to reach to the farmer is also very high. And not just the farmer, people like extension workers or supports or sales, whoever is trying to kind of bring this knowledge to the ground, is the whole system is broken. So this was the chance where we already had a lot of knowledge that we have collected from different sources which we were using to on our platform. So we saw the opportunity that we can use this knowledge, use the generative AI technologies and the models are getting cheaper every day. So we realized that if we can build something that can bridge this knowledge gap between farmer and the knowledge that producing organization, we can solve one of the biggest problem, because now farmers can reach out and get access to all type of knowledge, from the seeds to the equipment, to fertilizers, pesticides, finance and loan. Meanwhile, they can just talk in their own language and something very simple in the interface. So this is what Kisan AI is. When we launched Kisan AI last March, my objective was to create something very simple, intuitive, just a one button, select your language, and then you can start talking in your own language. And we are building knowledge base, and even today we are like continuously adding and getting more information. The goal is to all the data, knowledge, diversify information from practices to like climate resilient agriculture to organic farming. We would like to deliver them in a way where they can talk to the AI through the voice. And this is what the Kisan AI we launched last March. And surprisingly, because we were always focused on AI, but when we launched, we found out that we were not just agriculture. We were like one of the first vernacular voice assistant built using generative AI, and which was supporting many languages. Because if you remember, the OpenAI and Bard and all started having this voice-based conversation very recently. But like we did in March, we received a really great response, because very first time farmers realized that they have the power of the entire internet in their hands, and they do not have to read. They can just talk to it, and it will reply. They can go back and forth. They can ask multiple questions. It's not like a call center. They have to wait for 5 hours, and then we don't know the person on the other side. It's like the knowledgeable person, and it will not take them 15 minutes, 30 minutes to find out the right answer. The answer is there. We started seeing getting requests at the middle of the night where someone is just doing in India and farms, the power come at the night time. So most of the time farmers are actually watering their farm at the night time. So we started seeing at the night time people are calling and asking questions about that thing. So we realized that we have built something which is really valuable, and by expanding the knowledge that we have, we can actually solve many problems related to agriculture and rural economy. But we are focused on agriculture. There are many other problems and many other organizations trying to solve this thing, but we want to solve the agri problem. Now, there are many other things that we realize that the Gen AI is still expensive. So if we keep running the show and keep serving more and more farmers, we already reached 110K farmers without any marketing. It's still spreading. People who find out, use it, they come back with the feedback, say hey, there's this thing missing, can you add equipment data, can you add finance data? So we ourselves are keep expanding the knowledge that we have, but we also realize that using the latest models, which are really huge in size, and if we go and try to serve millions of farmers, then it ends up becoming expensive. And because we haven't even figured out the business model, remember, we have to at one day, being a startup, have to generate revenue. So we cannot keep running it. So we started actually doing research on the language model side. If we can reduce the size of the model for using open source a model, something like a Llama 2, we can actually reduce the cost of inference. And similarly, we also realized that one of the biggest asks from the farmer was detecting disease and pests. So we started ourselves working on training
like fine tuning models. So we can actually reduce the cost of inference while keep serving the more demographic and try to bridge this knowledge gap. While we launched, we really got like really huge response, not just farmer, but everyone around, like many media houses kind of check it out, they published about it, and I think that also helped us to kind of reach to more folks. And we also started seeing many success stories, like for example, one farmer from Chhattisgarh, he was growing geranium, which is like mostly used by perfume companies, and then there's a lot of agri-waste. The farmer has to sometimes pay for to get rid of this agri-waste. So this Lokesh, he was interested, he was like curious about what he can do, so he started asking questions and figuring out what he can do with the agri-waste. Then he found out like there was some chemical compression he can use, and using that he actually created air freshener, and then like he registered his company, he became agripreneur, now he's incubated, and so moral of the story is like, now with the AI, so many things like this research of how to use agri-waste into air perfume was there always, but it was not accessible to farmer. And there are many stories that can be created, like we are collecting, but it looks like, with this AI and help progressive farmers who are always looking to find a new way of like using better practices, building something from agri-waste, or like improving or increasing the yield, better way of using pesticides. They all have no answers. They can go and like have conversation with AI to find it out. And now this time we also realize that while we are building it for farmers, there are like thousands of agribusinesses who directly serve farmers, and they also have the same problem. They have their proprietary knowledge. That knowledge also needs to be served. Like all the equipment companies, tractor companies, pesticide companies, India or around the world, who have proprietary knowledge of their product, and they also struggle to take this knowledge back to the farmer, because farmer, let's say for example, someone is growing cotton and interested in finding out like what is the product from company XYZ that he can use for whitefly. That's one of the common pests. Then he will not have, like, he will go to the nearest shopkeeper and ask, and he will sell whatever is best he knows or what is available in the stock. But now that same farmer can actually talk to the company's chatbot, and then the company will suggest like this is the latest product that you can use for whitefly and cotton, this is available in your area. And that is what we are building as like a startup, an agri-co-pilot platform, which helps every businesses to take their advisories, manual, how to use this product, how to use a tractor or the new connectors or the extension product, and serving them through different type of channels and APIs. So this is about like the model that we are building. Like when we started working on the model, we also we were not like racing to release and create a model. We knew the problem. Our problem was always to create cheaper inference with the more knowledge base. So we were already collecting huge amount of data. We had around 400,000 different conversations that farmers can dig through our platform. We knew what kind of question they asked. So we did curation on top of it, and using the fine-tuning sample and parameter model. With this model was created on Llama 2, OpenHathi, which is based on Llama 2, and we named it Denu because Denu as a calm Denu kind of symbol for agriculture, at least in Indian subcontinent. And also, if you look at the naming conversation happening with the models like Llama or Dolphin, we also realized like Denu would suit in that category of naming models from the animal's name. And then we last month also trained a vision model. The objective for the model is to not just detect pests and diseases for most commonly done crops, but also start having conversations. So a farmer can take a picture and then they can ask about what's going on, what's wrong with it, what can I use. So this is like very early stage for the vision model. And our goal is to kind of cover all major crops and the diseases, so we can create like a cheaper version that
can be used by every farmers, because the current APIs with CNN models are very expensive, and we want to create something that is simple to use, just like our Kisan AI app, and then add multimodal capability to that, and always stay on and focus on the agriculture, because we cannot there are many things that people can try, which is like the purpose for the general purpose model, maybe like the AGI, but our goal is to solve the agriculture related problems, because that's very near to my heart, and what we have been working for a long time. So when we released, we also realized that not just we were first to release the Copilot, vernacular Copilot, we were also one of the pioneer in building agricultural LLMs. So I'll just play this one in terms of how the Genie model, which is a bilingual, because we train on OpenHati, which is a bilingual Hindi and English, and you can see the knowledge that we have trained on is basically very specific to location for India practices. So if you can ask and select the state, and it will provide you practices or advisory based on the location, not just very general purpose answer. And still right now, the first version we trained had a 300,000 instruction, because it's instruction train model. But next one we are collecting around million different instructions. So it's going to be a really huge data set, and I hope that when we have the latest version, we'll able to actually make it much more better in terms of the knowledge that it can embed. Because the fine tuning method, there are two things that you can do. You can try to embed some knowledge. You can also embed the style, and the style would be what kind of question that usually originate from farmers, and how we actually reply to them. This is the small clip I like to play for the vision model. In the vision model, you can see, select the farmer can take a picture, select an image. Now the earlier models, which were based on CNN, they will just kind of take a picture and tell you what percentage they think this particular disease is, right? So that is anyway basically will be kind of identified by the model. But then the other additional thing that a farmer can do, right now this is in English, but when we actually kind of implement on production, we will be able to do this thing in all other languages that we support. But they can start just having conversation about what's going on, is there a disease present, what can you name it, how to take care of it, and all those kind of questions they can ask. So basically we are having a conversation as an expert, and not just detecting the thing and then relying on reading again. Today in traditional method, you detect a disease, then you take the name, go to the shopkeeper or ask someone or call center, and then they'll tell you something, right? Now you are over here, just in the chatbot, we are actually having this conversation. So our goal is to kind of, right now we train the vision model for just 3 crop with 10,000 images, but we will be expanding this to more than 80,000 images, 80 crops, and see if we can actually create something which is very remarkable and solve problem on the ground. Summarizing the presentation, so maybe we can take some questions. So ultimately, if you look at it, what we try to do, we want to be the knowledge super highway. So there has been always the gap between the information advisory that produced by institute and experts, and between the farmers on the ground. And we want to be that the conduit to deliver this knowledge. And at one point of longer roadmap, we also want to be someone who trained the base agriculture model and the base platform, and create an unbiased platform that can be the farmer's companion for everything they want to do every day. The single app farmer, when he wakes up, he want to rely on, and that's what we actually want to do. And that be all from my side. Thank you. And if love to see if there is any question.
Currently, AI is applied almost everywhere. You can see from from wearables like, bands, gadgets like aura rings. So in nutrition, in disease diagnosis, in new development of new drugs and so on, imaging in particular. So precision medicine combines individual data on genes, biomarkers, physiological and behavioral data. Understand? This is important to understand this. Biomarkers, genes, behavioral data and physiological data. It makes a lot of data to understand to make a precision of a single individual. So if there is an excess gene, can be trisomy, an excess branch of gene that comes into causing a disease, should be able to cut it. Or you cut it here and attach there, that's how some of these go. So it will be very precise, and precision is the key word. For example, I will tell one drug. So one drug that's called Zolgensma, which is the costliest medicine on the planet. That in Indian terms it costs around 18 crores, just one injection. There is a disease called SMA, spinal muscular atrophy, and caused by a lack of functional SMN1 gene. So you just give this particular injection, intravenous, and this goes and makes it functional. The lack of function causes the disease, and SM1 gene, it makes it functional. It goes and precisely touches the particular gene which is dormant and makes it functional. That's how the art of precision medicine works. And another example is statin. We all know hypercholesterol. What is high cholesterol? So when there is high cholesterol, doctors usually prescribe what is called statin. That's like atorvastatin, rosuvastatin, and simvastatin, etc. So there is a big trial in which they found a particular gene, sequence which is there in about 5% of individuals on earth. So this causes statin resistance. Statin doesn't work if you have such type of genetic pattern. So what you need to do, you need to take an alternative drug like PCSK9 inhibitor. So if you know the genetic pattern, you can precisely avoid the drug, you can precisely, prescribe the drug. So in diagnostics, it is used in diagnostics to increase the efficiency, and deep learning is helping in prevention of errors, diagnosis, improvement, and it helps detecting lung cancer, assessing risk of sudden cardiac death by, some of the AI models can detect 72-hour sudden cardiac death even before. So by the time he reaches emergency, if the possibility of sudden cardiac death is high, you know how to triage him, where to send him to the intensive care and set what are the measures to take. So classifying a skin lesion, there has been a model compared to a qualified dermatologist who gains knowledge over years and has to specialize and decades of experience. A AI model, what is called DCNN, deep learning, deep convolutional, neural networking. This is the AI system that can detect as good as 29 dermatologists who are experienced in learned and practicing. This is what AI can do in medical practice. So finding indicators of diabetic retinopathy, I think it is there in the domain for a very long time, and Google has taken it up. And in cardiology, AI uses prediction of cardiovascular disease and acute coronary syndromes or heart failure much better than a qualified and experienced cardiologist. If you just feed all the information of the chambers, thickness, and the measurement of the heart, it can give you better prediction than any of the existing, electrocardiogram or ECG, echo, and so on put together. It can give a better opinion. So anyway, it is also in the precision of disease stratification. It works in many ways in cardiology. So it also works for heart failure. Prevention cardiology, for example, I will tell a live example. My grandfather was a smoker. He died of heart attack at 52. And my father was a smoker. He had heart attack at 52. He stopped smoking. He was fine then. And looking at this, I did not smoke. Recently, I got my gene studies done, which is showing the cigarette smoking will greatly affect your cardiac health. That's why coronary artery disease. Since I avoided and I did not have a problem. This is a live example how AI can make preventive cardiology scores. And pulmonary medicine, there is a gray area, what's called pulmonary function test. AI can augment this. And tumors also, potential improvement in early diagnosis of lung tumor. Lung tumors are some tumors before stage 3 is difficult to diagnose. When it is 10 millimeters or 8 millimeters, if you diagnose, it's already stage 3. If you can make it when it is less than 1 millimeter, which AI can do. It also, it uses all these, your behavioral data, as I told, like smoking, like genetic study, age, your, all the tissue data and multiple omics, all this put together, we can easily stratify and diagnose early as well as, we can make treatment plans. And in radiotherapy, this is one area that has greatly improved by AI. Radiotherapy is one, when I was a student, if there is a lung tumor, if radiotherapy was given whole lung, used to get fibrosed. And later came the linear, linear accelerators, which precisely bombards the tumor and also the normal lung tissue before the tumor and after the tumor gets affected. Now there is a recent AI model. This is picture has shattered. This is the latest ethos, which is AI based machine. It doesn't affect any normal tissue. It precisely recognizes the cancer cells and bombards the cancer cells. Similarly, other areas. So endocrinology, continuous blood glucose monitoring. If you can just put a patch anywhere in the body, it recognizes the blood sugar levels every 15 minutes for over 15 days so far. Still, people are trying to make it 1 month. Okay. If you can show to the patient, definitely patient is going to improve his, lifestyle changes and going to make benefits. And further endocrinology, it works for, there is this model I cannot understand, but there is what's called hidden layer, which, output prediction is the phenotypes, biomarkers, and overall survival it can assess, and so on. So, in nephrology is one of the ever increasing disease process where increasing in diabetic, rapid increase in the incidence of diabetes is increasing the kidney failures, renal diseases. So, AI can, for instance, has proven useful in understanding the decline of glomerular filtration rate. Once diabetes is diagnosed to have diabetes, unless it is under control, microvascular disease like nephropathy, neuropathy, or retinopathy can be progressive. So, this progression can be caused, can be understood, the decline of glomerular filtration rate by the AI in many kidney diseases and establishing the risk of progressive disease in IgA nephropathy and diabetic related nephropathy. Similarly, it can also in kidney transplant patients can predict the graft rejection, how far the graft can survive and how far the new kidney can survive and function. And also you can optimize the immunosuppressive therapy depends upon the risk of rejection of the kidney transplant. In gastroenterologists, again, at many places you can use it. In neurology, there is what is called AI model called Empatica. And this received an FDA approval in 2018. This also works by neuronal nerve network, etc. And this can predict possibility of generalized epilepsy epilepsy much before the actual onset of seizures. So you can be alert, you can alert the AI can alert the patient, alert the relatives as well as the physician to take measures before and prevent the seizures. Retinopathy, there is what is called RCNN algorithm. You can understand it better. You can predict the disease or retinal disease much earlier than an ophthalmologist who is a trained ophthalmologist through AI, through this AI system called RCNN. So in emergency room, the popularity of robotic assisted surgery is, we all know that many advertisements on robotic surgeries, knee replacements and cardiac surgery, etc. on beating heart surgery, open heart surgery, minimally invasive surgeries, all these use AI as its, it directs how to go about, and robotic assisted surgery have led to fewer surgery related complications, less tissue destruction, precise understanding. And similarly in the emergency department, you can try predicting likelihood of cardiac arrest in a case of sepsis, that is severe infection. It can predict the likelihood of cardiac arrest. So you know where to send the patient to intensive care. You have to do all the required measurements. So drug discovery is another area that it used to take very long time. Recently we have seen in COVID. Usually it takes about 5 to 10 years to come to finalize a vaccine, but this time it just happened in 18 to 21 months, because mostly people, they attribute it to the AI related assistance, where you can cut short most of the stages. Similarly, in a drug discovery, normally you have many models, you have to identify where the drug is required, and then you should keep searching for animal models, for preclinical, for human beings, for normal human beings, and then sick human beings, and then stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4 trials, and then comes out to the market. So it bypasses so many of these stages. So these are the various stages in drug discovery. Find the biomarkers and identify the target molecule, and then you can clinically precisely. So I will tell you one example. There is what is called, an apple is famous for what is called an apple a day keeps the doctor away. When you eat an apple, what happens? It goes to the stomach and then to the duodenum. In the duodenum, the L cells of the duodenum secretes a peptide called gastrointestinal peptide. Because apple increases the blood sugar, it goes and stimulates the beta cells of the pancreas to produce insulin. Similarly, if the blood sugar levels is low, the same peptides will go and stimulate the alpha cells of the pancreas to raise the blood sugar level. And thus a balance happens. And in between, from the intestine to the pancreas, there is an enzyme called DPP4 enzyme. It is going to neutralize almost 90% of the peptides. So precisely you have an area where to work. You have a target. If you can cut the effect of DPP4 enzyme, produce an DPP4 inhibitor, so that the naturally innate gastrointestinal peptides will go and improve the effect of the, this is called incretin effect. That's how apple is famous for a long time. How identifying the target molecule, discover the effective drug, find biomarkers, you will make much easier, much earlier, much better than the conventional drug discovery. So there are certain rights in the precision medicine. Certain rights to the patient. Patients need to be part of precision medicine for achieving its potential to the fullest, because you are using the patient's data. Patients need to understand assurance of data privacy. Data privacy is very important for a patient, because as I told earlier, one model where statin doesn't work, you have to give a PCSK9 inhibitor. Statin costs about 3,500 rupees per year, whereas PCSK9 costs 350,000 per year. So if your insurance company knows this data, nobody will give an insurance policy. So you should have a complete assurance to the patient of data privacy. And owner and utilization of the genetic information is patient itself, and understanding the informed consent and to voice their preferences, sharing genomic and other information. So it's important that patients express their preferences and requirements while they are assured of their data security. So physician also has certain rights in precision medicine, medical curricular reform, specialist training, ongoing physician training, and additional courses on genetics, understanding the genomes, and and so on. So introducing more CMEs, more courses in that, because this is not a part of curriculum so far. So this is one area where actually in the liver, the pathology of medical imaging is very, very important. I am into a project with the IIT to identify the liver tumors as early as possible. When they are about 9 to 10 millimeters, the prognosis is poor, and already they try to go out of the liver, and if we can precisely make when it is less than 3 millimeters, we can make a better complete cure, and almost 99%. So I am into this project with AI based, and we can have many applications like this in day-to-day practice. Similarly, you can have a endoscopy, which is AI directed. You can have a radiology, CT, MRI, ultrasound, which is AI directed, which can make more precision, more precise diagnostic tools. And of course, these are not my area. Normally these AI systems are produced by data scientists, and we usually collaborate with them. We give all our requirements to them and patient point of view, and then they make the models which should work for us. So in surgery also, robotic surgery. You see, this is the surgical instrument, end instrument. It can go to a very narrow place and can move 360 degrees where a human hand cannot reach. So it can stitch, it can cut, it can. So tissue damage is very, very little. Recovery is very fast, and the pain and post-op complications are very, very less with robotic surgery because of the high precision. So similarly, preoperative planning. If you feed all the data, like what exactly you are going to cut, you give all the measurements to the robo, it can make a preoperative planning, intraoperative guidance. It guides you, go this way, cut this, do this. Ultimately, it gives you assistant. It doesn't cut. It gives you signal to cut. And the surgical robotics, it requires precision, robustness, real time, and safety. All these are being practiced already. So future of medical practice with AI, we are practicing last decade, current decade is this, with all the biodata and available evidence-based medicine, but next decade is going to be robotics, AI, augmented reality, and then differentiation via intelligent solutions for evidence outcome-based health, focused on preventive care and individualized care in particular. So health trends, technology, remote patient monitoring. Just put a chip in front of his chest. You can see all the data wherever you are, and you can monitor the patient, alert the patient to go, and a lot of telehealth after COVID is happening. So all that what we need is that data to interpret, and how AI will strengthen the future of healthcare. This is what is important. Ultimately, the end user is the patient, saves the doctor's time, improves the precision of diagnosis, prediction, and planning, and drugs, and as well as the prognostic monitoring and so on. So more personalized solutions in medication and treatment plan, and better understanding of human biology as you start practicing. It works much, much better and makes more accurate. So there are certain drawbacks like black box bias. If you do in certain people like South Asian Indians, it doesn't work for everybody. You have to make a models like by itself. Overfitting, data leakage is another thing which I have already told. And acquisition of data, privacy and security, quality of data, particularly the physiological data. If you know somebody's genetic data, what drugs work, what drugs doesn't work, you know. So you use your medication according to the genetic data. At the same time, physiological data. If somebody has more high sympathetic outcomes, somebody secretes more adrenaline. If you have all that data, you can give a sympathetic blocker if the sympathetic secretion is high, and so on. There are so many things like that. So normally we give beta blockers if there is sympathetic hypersecretion. Some people have very type A personality; they are anxious for everything. So indicating that they need sympathetic stimulation, and then we should give beta blocker to curtail all the sympathetic effects. And then finally, the ethical issues, privacy, safety, accountability, and regulation is another important thing. So unless, these are the future promising AI-based automation, new job creation, if you start practicing AI and understanding AI as sophisticated as the human being, the formulation of AI regulatory framework. So far we are listening computerized, for everything computerized tea, computerized drawing, computerized haircut, computerized cleaning. But AI should not go like that. So there should be a proper regulatory framework for that. And the barriers being absence of interoperability, regulation implications, moral and ethical implications, concerns about the privacy, as well as the shortage of relevant and sufficient talent at this point of time. So globally, their precision medicine has initiated at so many places. So some initiatives have built new cohorts from scratch. Most initiatives have leveraged on the existing data from the biobanks, of course. And most of the initiatives predict that their findings will help improve people's health and update the latest knowledge in general and in particular for that personalized patient. So, ladies and gentlemen, in summary, advances in AI have the potential to transform many aspects of healthcare, enabling a future that's more personalized, more precise, more predictive, and more portable. And globally, AI could become a key tool for improving health equity around the world. We need investment into upskilling a healthcare workforce and future leaders that are digitally enabled and understand, embrace, than being, intimidated by potential of AI augmented healthcare system. So one should understand the future requirement and gear up. If you are a doctor and if you adopt practicing AI, you will have an edge in future, and your patient will get better precision medicine, precision diagnosis, precision investigation, and finally the outcomes will be much better. So far we don't have much data on how AI works in a group of people, so it is only individualized here. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Okay.
Yeah. So
I'll be happy if you have any questions.
Yeah.
Hospitals holds lot of data sets. How much they are investing in developing AI tools? Are they putting any efforts in collaborating with the IT industry?
There are now, most of the hospitals are using health systems to stratify, to give appointments, to change appointments, to give time slots, and these are up to that only, not per se interpreting the personal data of the patient and put together. There is some recent, during COVID, there is what is called Arogya Setu, which intelligently can tell you what is your risk if you are there around. Similarly, there is prediction when they are traveling from one place to other place. There is a prediction of possibility of these people, infected people, how many people are traveling. Similarly, with similar AI systems China can curtail a lot of, can contain the COVID transmission. So far it is not much utilized, and the database is more personalized, and there are no clear guidelines or ethical issues that,
all the hospitals or hospital research-oriented institutions need the Indian-based data consent will not be all, diagnosed data. Maybe outlet of the problem of the patient is going to make it open. Then we can have a broad view. What are the geographical areas? What are the areas specially? And what might be the symptoms dominating in that particular area? Will it be possible to bring out some of the solutions?
Definitely, it is possible, sir. We have to study in terms of AI with specific disease and groups of specific to this area, and how to prevent and how to precisely diagnose and treat. So it needs, that's what I told you, there is no epidemiological studies so far, and there are only case cohort studies and case present. So there is no epidemiological studies so far on AI-based understanding to put into the society. That's where we are.
What the point is, considering individual patients' data related to ordering the complete data should be there. Then only it is possible to look up to this picture.
Yeah, of course there is data already, but the data is very primitive data. We need more genetic data, which is lacking. We need more physiological data, which is lacking. Biophysical profile, which is lacking. So if we can gear up our systems to get all the data and try to put into a model, then it is going to work.
It has to bring up to the common platform, I think.
That's the future of medical practice. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So somebody is asking what goes for doctors' practice in future. The future we cannot predict. If we know, with 100 rupees I can get 1 lakh. I could have invested in Infosys. Whatever it improves, if you start practicing, if a doctor starts practicing AI, he is going to improve the precision. He is going to make better things for his patient, and he is going to be ahead of. And he is going to make difference in his own career. So, adopting AI in practice is important. Is it useful for all the general public? To understand the disease model is important. Okay, as I told, I spoke one of those statin related. In general public, if that particular genetic pattern, as we know, if you come to me with high cholesterol, I don't know your genetic data. If I know your genetic data, if you have that particular statin resistance, I will not give statin to you. I will give some other drug. Okay. Definitely, if you have data, it is going to be useful for every individual patient. All that we need is the private, personalized data of the patient, genetic data, biophysical data, etc. The AI-based Zolgesma is about 18 crores at this point of time. So it is not that as anything is expensive initially, but when you take up at a society level, looking at the benefit of overall society, gradually this knowledge will be useful to develop a newer model which can be useful in general at a large to the public. So we have to start somewhere. So keeping in society, we can start and make models. Thank you very much for all of you for patient listening.
Dr. Somadatta Karak, she is a scientist in CCMB. So, she is a science communicator and is working towards making science accessible to all. She is leading science communication and outreach projects that connects active science research and researchers of India with communities around them. She worked towards creating educational content for students and educators. She is also deconstructed science and technology for policymakers and public. Over to you, ma'am.
I'm trained as a biologist, and I studied biology because I just wanted to understand my own self-being and also the living world around me. And biology and sciences was my way to do that, and I really found joy and curiosity through sciences. And I deeply feel for spreading that joy and curiosity among people, and that has shaped a lot of things that I do today. At the same time, as I was doing my higher education in biology, I also saw starkly how inequity of information exists in our society and also in any other society, in human society overall. And that is another thing that has inspired me to work in science communication. So I'm a science communicator. I mean, my designation is that of a senior scientist for the parlance of the government system. I work with a CSIR lab, the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. But as a science communicator, which is what my job is, my job as a science communicator is to make science more accessible to people. And most of the people that I work with are non-experts. So of course, and why would non-experts want to know about science? They want to know about it for education. And that's the reality of India. Science is something that most people associate only as education. On one hand, while it is education, I get access to a lot of young people, but then the notion that people have around education is also a little problematic, which I'll come to a little later in the talk. People also want to know about science because, like me, it also helps them make sense of the world around them. So it helps them find joy and curiosity. They want to be better informed, and when I say information, in my experience, I have seen a lot of people want to be better informed about health choices. And that could be around the latest understanding of our bodies, our medical technologies, or it could be even things like, oh, the 5G is coming out and is that going to impact our lives? The later points that I have here are more for people who are into the system. Like there are tech businesses, technology-oriented businesses who want to understand what's happening at the cutting edge of science because they can keep themselves at the forefront of the field. And there are policymakers who are also interested in science. And this list that you see here is by no means exhaustive. It is highly, highly influenced by the kind of stakeholders that I and my colleagues have to work with at CCMB. So this schematic, which I've taken from this paper, is, I really like this schematic because it talks about science communication in a very layered fashion. Science communication is not one thing that you have done for once and it is going to work. You need to really cater it for the audience that you are working with, and you need to also do it in a stepwise fashion. So the outer layers of this onion are basically information that you're giving to people. And the systems you have those many different ways of reaching out to people. But as you keep coming to the center of this onion, you're basically going to see that the conversations are going to get more targeted, and the ideal aim that science communicators or those who want to engage with public on science is that we want to make public equal stakeholders in decision making of what kind of science should the country be doing, what kinds of technologies we should be investing in, and what kinds of aims we want to have out of those. So that's what are the basically different layers of science communication or public engagement we expect to see in science. And to be able to do this, there are two broad areas that one needs to work on. One is the content generation, which is the broad aspect that most people are going to be given access to, and then also platform development, because where do you get these people to talk about science? Are these going to be physical spaces where they all come together, such as the conference, multiple other spaces, or are these going to be virtual medium or anything else that probably I'm not able to even think about today? So developing content and developing platforms are two key areas that a science communicator needs to really invest in. Now, who wants to know about science? And again, this list is not exhaustive, but really influenced by my own experience, is scientists themselves want to understand what's happening in the big wide field of science, and that necessarily does not mean that a biologist wants to know only about biology. A biologist wants to know about physicists' work as well as vice versa and all of it. There are students who want to understand what's happening in the field because they associate their career developments with it. There are educators who want to help their students and hence want to understand what's happening in science. Citizenry, who just want to understand because they're taxpayers, they're funding the work that's happening here. However, in India, that sense is much lacking. There's a lot of trust that our citizenry puts on the scientific ecosystem, and maybe the citizenry needs to be more proactive about being accountable for what's happening in the ecosystem. Tech businesses, investors, they want to understand the science better. Investors I will particularly put here because AI, for example, it's the buzzword, right? Like everything is AI, AI, AI. And then the investors are completely clueless to what exactly is the big thing about it, and or how much of it is just hot gas. And investors are, I mean, it's something that I've seen really appreciate science communication and policymakers. And how do they get really access to these information? And traditionally, science journals, these are academic journals, and mostly available to the scientific community only for multiple of reasons. It might be behind a paywall, which you get access to only through institutional handles, or the language of writing a paper is very dense, very technical, and not accessible really to everyone. Popular science books try to bridge that barrier and is written in a more laymanish way, and that does not dumb down the science, but rather uses a language, asks questions that a non-expert would really relate with. Newspapers are another great source of science communication, and now in newspapers there are two kinds of things that happen. Traditionally, scientists used to write in newspapers talking about their own work or what's generally happening in the bigger ecosystem. Then now there's a breed of journalists called as science journalists, and they want to understand science better so that they can cover science better. As well as at the same time, the science research institutes themselves have started investing a lot in sending more informed press notes to these newspapers. Social media is another great way. Twitter especially is a place where a lot of science-related discussion happens, and has become a very easy way for the journalists to stay connected with the scientists and ask questions right away there for them. Then there are trusted websites where people put trust in certain organizations. They feel that these organizations will have answers to the questions that they have, and they follow those websites. And in-person interactions, which are the most difficult because they're just most resource intensive. You need to have the expert who is going to do it for you. So these can range from expert talks to hands-on activities or exhibitions. So why do people enjoy certain content? And I'm asking this for every one of you to think about, because that's at the core of science communication. Generally, people think of science as something really difficult. Why should I invest thinking about science? Especially for those who are not already excited about science. So people find certain things, content exciting for them if it is relatable to them, if it is empowering to them. It is simplified, but it does not dumb down. People don't want to think, you just don't think I'm capable of understanding this, and hence you are just simplifying it so much that it is making me feel bad about myself. And no matter what, the content has to add value to their lives. So you can do those only if you understand their own context, their lives, the questions that they generally relate with. And I'll just go back this one slide, because here we have certain examples that I think will help you understand what I mean by context. So up there, there's a group of girls who are talking about antimicrobial resistance. But then they're using comics that they have made to explain it to their own peers. So it's not like they are just listening to people, they are also making sense of it in their own way, in their own community. How are they seeing a problem like antimicrobial resistance play out in their own communities, and talk about it to others who are there. Or down here, where I've used a lot of art in explaining questions of science to people, because science discussions have traditionally been only text-based. And what problem that creates is that the country as a whole is not very literate. Their relationship with text is that of a fear. And hence, visuals really help break it down and make it more accessible to many of the people. And visuals is something that I have played with. I'm not a visual artist, but I've worked with a lot of visual artists. But the same thing can be done with many other sensory sensory arts as well that you can think of. Another example in the center where you see those paper swans hanging and a lot of people crowding is actually a group of mathematicians who are talking about math in a public space. This is a picture from the Hyderabad Lit Fest of this year. And what I really found interesting was that math is something that people are even more scared of than science. And this was a group of people which was constantly crowded. And that was simply because they were using paper origami to explain geometry. And they were able to infuse art and fun and address questions. I mean, geometry is something that's everything around you has geometry. So they were able to relate all these different things together to get a popularity like that. So these are some of the tools that we science communicators use regularly. But at the same time, there are many problems in the field. And some that I have related with are that there are not too many science communicators, not too many trained science communicators, not too many positions that employ science communicators. There are not many organizations which are invested in the cause. And at the same time, I mean, the number of people that you want to reach out to, they're all different in their own sense. They're all different demography, the places where they live, to the languages that they speak, the kind of questions that they relate with. And this diversity is so enormous that content creation and platform development itself is a humongous amount of work. And without dedication of investment into it, that becomes really difficult to go ahead from there. And effective SciComm is something, I mean, the tools to even measure what is effective SciComm are pretty much lacking. One of the dream tools is that can you measure behavior change because of the science communication that you have done. And such tools for a mass scale is not existent today. And for smaller scales, there are tools, of course, I mean, because social science does that all the time. But to be able to see such a change is enormously difficult, and hence that also deters a lot of people to get into this. And because these are difficult questions, I think these are where AI should start helping in. And I'm going to just run through these big, broad questions of science communication and just let you all think, I mean, all of you in this room are much more equipped with the tools of AI. If you can think of solutions that can help in any of these. And these three questions, I've marked them in actually increasing order of complexity. The easiest is, can we make better content? Next is, can we fight misinformation better? The third is, can we create communities of people who are empowered with tools of science so that they can make better informed decisions? Let me take you start with the first question. Can AI make better content? And by better, I mean more inclusive content, more engaging content. And by more inclusive, one of the questions that, for example, I have often been challenged with is, what language do you use for science communication? And in my line of work, it has been predominantly English. And at that, very urban English. And I think everyone in the room will not need any explanation to understand that that does not work for most of the country. And given the lack of number of people working in this, it has just not moved beyond this very much. But at the same time, of course, there are smaller initiatives who do work at the grassroots in other languages. But we just need a bigger movement of creating more science-inspired content in various different languages. At the same time, it should be even more engaging. Most of the cases that I know today are people who are trained in sciences, people who are working as scientists, also doing science communication, which means that we look at science in a certain way, and that's how we are portraying science. And that often does not connect with how non-scientists look at science. And that's where students who are not trained to be scientists, but you're trained to be content makers, you're trained to be technologists, you could be anybody. I think AI tools should enable them to also make content. It could be text, it could be visuals, it could be audio, it could be also installations. And as of today, except for the installations, there are tools for all of these. And unlike you who talk about Llama and this model, that model, for me, these are all products, okay? That I just go to these platforms, I feed in some questions and I get content out of it. And they've become really that well that for someone like me who does not need any tech knowledge, is able to utilize them already. For installations, of course, these are much more physically intensive things, but AI tools today can also give you inspirations of what kinds of installations that you can think of. But at the end of the day, you still need people who are good with hands to make those for you. Now, let's say that, let me just tell you how humans create SciComm, and then I'll come to if AI has to replace humans, what all things it needs to do. So, as a human, as a science communicator, when I want to create something, first thing for me is to come across something interesting, something which is worth telling. Then I have to find its validity by going through scientific papers, talking to experts, contextualizing the study from a critical lens, because I have to also use my own sense to take away nonsense from sense, and then create content for my target audience in a style that will resonate with them. Now, let's say AI has to do, and this is a very simplistic model that I've put here. One, it should know which scientific journals it should be accessing, because scientific journals today itself is an industry where there's a lot of fake journals. But let's say that can be done. Then it has to know how to read academic papers. And as of today, what I understand is that tools are able to read it, but not able to quantify things. And I'll come to the details of that also. So one, it needs to know which journals it should look at. Two, read those and understand those academic papers. Then also know which experts it should reach out to validate the claims of those papers. Identify contexts appropriate for the target population, and then create content for them accordingly. And what's the current status today? Science journals are already using AI tools to make social media content based on the abstract, largely abstract of the paper. What it means is the content generally is of that of a celebratory nature. Abstract is a much shorter thing, right? So it only generally says only good things about the paper. So the content that also comes out of such a tool is generally like, oh, okay, these are the good things that have happened in the paper. And the tool really helps them create the tone for multiple different kind of people. You can say that, hey, I want it for like a 20-year-old, and they'll create it in a language that 20-year-olds would relate with. These tools can work really well on text-based content, but it cannot quantify. And that's a problem for scientific papers, because you really need to understand the graphs that they have put up there. Many journalists also cannot understand those, but what they do is then they access experts who can help them understand those, or tell what is the shortcoming in the way the experiments have been conducted. So the AI tool either needs to learn how to quantify or know how to reach out to these experts. Then I'll come to the image generation part. In scientific, for scientific academic papers, image generation today with the accuracy that we need is still very, very blotchy. And that needs to improve, and that probably is just a matter of time though. So today, the tools are such that it can help you do many things, but definitely under the supervision of a human who is trained very well in science. Plus content generation, because I'm talking of communication, content generation raises significant ethical concerns today. For example, image generation. A lot of art that you probably saw earlier in my talk, those were humans who made those art for India context, India specific contexts. And the amount that they got paid for those were not commensurate with a certain AI tool, which is now going to train itself on these work and earn much more. So from the science communicators, especially those who work with visuals, they definitely want to be a part of the community which thinks about how to ethically use these images for training your models. Coming to the second question. Can AI help disseminate content better? And by disseminating better, can it also target misinformation better? In short, can it be a better social media influencer, a more responsible social media influencer? So today, there are already algorithms, right, which can sense people's mood, what they like, what they don't like, and give content accordingly. But all these algorithms are shaped by businesses, not by the intention of giving the right information to people. So this, I think, is just a matter of finding a way for you to integrate the ethics of communication with the financial, feasibility of doing something like this. But at the same time, I know examples from the medical community where they have already been working on things like this. So there's an app, for example, for sickle cell anemia patients. And the patients who are detected with sickle cell anemia, their doctor themselves, if they ask that, okay, you download this app will guide you to what you should be doing. I mean, it is just an enormous amount of help to the patient because now they're empowered with something that they can ask. The same thing that Dr. Pratik Desai also spoke about, the farmers having access to information that helps them take more informed decisions about agriculture. So, and these number of questions, I mean, they're numerous, and we all know these questions based on which community we are part of. So we really need, what we probably lack here is diversity of science communicators who come from different communities, are able to identify what kinds of content that their community would want to know more about for whatever reason. It could be for better livelihood, to just debunking age-old superstitions that they have. But if we can have that diversity of science communicators, we can then think about what questions and how we should go about them. So today in India, science is looked at as something that you need to do just to get employment. It's just a degree-giving endeavor for most people. Hence, most people don't think of science as something that gives you the tools of thinking. It is only the tools of passing an exam. So building community on this really requires a cultural change. And as of today, I really don't know of any AI platform which brings about cultural changes. Any example of this that I have seen, by humans also, bringing about cultural changes are extremely difficult. Whatever examples I know of are driven by very handful number of highly driven human individuals. So now this is probably the ultimate frontier that we as society want to think about, is that can AI help any of those? Like, what is the current status now? Probably is that we have chatbots that can answer my questions. From there to really making those chatbots, if at all, really connect with me as another human is really a question that I do not have an answer to. But AI sector, not the AI sector, the education sector has been playing with such tools because they want to have AI tools which can help the teachers. Some might even call them replacements for teachers, which has a different problem, but that's how the sector is moving at, and I would probably be keeping an eye on that, on how they are able to move and what advances they can actually enable. What advances AI can enable them to do. So yeah, those are the three questions, and for me as a science communicator, I really wish to see if AI can help democratize access to reliable information to people based on their needs, not their biases. Giving content based on biases is what we are already able to do. The second is, if this, I'm a lot on social media and I see a lot of social media wars happening and based on misinformation. So I think this is fairly easy if AI tools can actually alert a diverse set of experts when it senses that something's gone viral, and now Twitter, for example, gives you the option of adding context to a certain tweet and say that, hey, this looks like problematic. So which means that this already has kind of started happening. Can AI take it further? Can you bring in a bigger community of people who have actually tools to understand the question better and put more context to it? And third is, which is related to that, is can you detect information and misinformation and targetedly send them more informed pieces? And for everyone in the room who want to be science communicators, I think you need to identify what really you want to use science communication for whom you want to do it, and why you want to do it. Accordingly, design your plan of action, the kind of content you want to make for them, how do you want the content to reach them? Is it going to be social media? Is it going to be internet based? Is it going to be physical based? All of those decisions you need to make. And definitely use AI tools to make your work easier and find inspirations. But remember that science communication today still is a very human connected endeavor and requires a human to be able to do it. With that, I'll end my talk and happy to take questions. Thank you.
Yeah. So Thank you so much, ma'am.
I'm not able to figure out who's speaking.
Yeah, any questions from the audience?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Any questions from the audience, or you can also have offline. Yeah. I'm really sorry, couldn't come down.
Thank you for the wonderful lecture. When you communicate, for example, if I communicate in one language to my patient, a Dada and Didi can understand it in Bengali, a Bhaiya can understand it in Bihari, etc. So, what is the current status of such communication now?
Yeah. So, like I mentioned, that this kind of in-person communication is largely done only in English. And that also means that any of these in-person communications, when they happen, they're limited to a very, very elite set of audience who come in for this. And what we are trying to do, which has nothing to do with AI, is basically encourage more scientists to engage themselves in science communication. And in the scientific community, there's anyway a huge movement, if I may call it a movement, on increasing the diversity of scientists themselves. Like, it should grow beyond these certain specific states. I mean, Bengal, for example, creates a lot of scientists in India for whatever reasons. Then South India probably also has some. But then we don't have as many scientists coming from most of the states of India. So that's a different endeavor in itself. Like, how do you increase diversity of scientists? The second is, how do you incentivize science communication for these scientists? Many of these, especially in places where I have studied or now where I work, most scientists do this out of their goodwill. They really think that this is their way to give back to society. But at the same time, a lot of scientists have also started becoming more vocal about it, that this requires a lot of investment from their side, and they need to see more tangible outcomes for them. But nevertheless, coming to your question is that at this moment, it is really limited to the abilities of the scientist who is doing it, or the science communicator who is facilitating it or leading it. And hence, doing science communication in different Indian languages is a huge focus for the science communication community.
So, we'll have one last question if there are any questions here from the audience, else I think we'll close.
And maybe, I mean, until any other question comes.
You can take offline during lunch.
No, I just wanted to add a little more context to your question. So, unlike, let's say, a chatbot answering what medicine one needs to take, and that already is a complex question though, but it can be probably pre-fed. But in science, especially things which are at cutting edge, a lot of it is also how that specific scientist looks at that field, the kinds of opportunities, the shortcomings. And that makes it really complex to train a chatbot to give those kinds of responses. But a chatbot, on the other hand, can be trained to give more generic answers, which probably is useful to a certain extent.
How can it go? I can just do a blood test. I can give a small card and then just get it up. That is feasible. I can do a liquid biopsies. I can do a mammogram. A lot of conventional mammograms are available. It is screening the breast. But what we did is different. We took a small piece of film, what you are looking into the picture, placed on the breast, and tumors are harder than the normal breast. So if I am compressing it, at the point, this is the point, right? Okay. So let me see. So if you can see the blue one, there is a small pink, the green one, but the small pinkish one is where you can see a small dot there. So that's where it is not able to compress. So that's the thing that we are able to empower. So why do you require? I'm a trained oncologist with 25 years of experience. With my hand I can feel it. But a nurse without training with only 6 months cannot find it. So this mission is going to actually replace Dr. Suresh, and I'm going to make the nurse as probably more experienced than what I can do. So this is what we applied the technology and then we did. It is not a simple thing. Our publication is there in 2022 in European Institute of Medical Oncology. We screened 86,000 patients and detected 34,000 patients. They have experience for that, and 486 cases for this, they detected with the breast cancer certificate, which are otherwise missed.
So this is one thing how technology is going to make an impact. We always are trying to explore the image analytics and then try to embrace it, and we try to do it in the cervical cancer. Cervical cancer, I can diagnose the looking into the cervix. What we do is, we arrange the camera. This is a machine, it is like a mobile phone, and let's take a picture, send it to the cloud, it will tell whether there is a cancer or not. So I am replacing one sense, that is touch sense, with one of the devices. The second sense is visual sense, that is what we call it as a image analytics, we did it. And the third thing is the warmth, temperature. The oral tumors are warmer than the normal looking mouth, and they look also different. So we use this technology called SASCAN, and we screen 1.32 lakh patients and to diagnose 2,826. This is what I am telling, what we are doing. It is not hypothetical. This we have applied in the fields and we got the results. So AI is no more a thing of future. We have been using it for last 4 years and we have great success with it. We are more comfortable using this. This is another story. Every woman gets a mammogram done to detect the breast cancer. What we found is what we see in the red color. Everyone from the medical background identifies that this looks like a breast cancer and coronary artery diseases share exactly the same features. No big difference. Okay, so we use the new technology, and we got, these are the publications that we did it. Total, the International Journal of Community Medicine, the topmost journal called Journal of Clinical Oncology, and ESMO, that is Annals of Oncology Europe. So we found that if you subject the conventional mammogram of a lady to a machine learning process, add on some of the features, you can actually tell how soon the lady is going to develop a heart attack or a coronary artery disease. This is possible. We did it. And to a surprise, the detection rate of cancer is 0.1%, whereas coronary artery disease is 8%. So just one extra layer of analysis, image analysis, will detect and prevent almost 8% of the preventable cardiac deaths. And we are not doing any extra tests. Same mammogram you do for the breast cancer screening can help you to detect heart attacks. We did one more innovation, it's called CATV device. We all know that there is something called average blood sugars, right? So 3 months average sugar, because chronic diseases have a long lifespan, but there is nothing like a chronic asthma score or a chronic anything score. It is always a snapshot. Okay, just to give an example, I am a diabetic patient. Today I control my sugar well, and the doctor treats me wrong. But if the HbA1c is wrong, he says, boss, in last 3 months you are behaving bad. Today you are good doesn't mean that you are good in the last 3 months. Same thing is true with COPD. Most of the under treatment or over treatment are happening because the doctor is clueless what is happening in between the visits. So we collected the breath in silicon things and developed a prototype. This is heart. This is I forgot to show the picture. So by looking at this, it gives us this that tells that the average control in last 3 months is good or bad. So this is again using the big data, how we are going to help the physician to make a better decision of enhancing the treatment or curtailing the treatment. One more huge data set, 54 million lab technology, lab reports have been identified. Classically, this is everyone knows, people who have diabetes and hypertension and other things. We did a global test and we use myeloma in most of the cases. When I analyzed it, the 10 years of my follow-up of my patients, all of the people are telling 8 years ago that I am likely to develop a myeloma today. And this we missed it. And what we found is these 400k patients with almost 5 million data sets, 5.4 million data sets belonging to almost 5 lakh patients. We analyzed, focus on 50 most proper tests, and 230k patients have at least one abnormality. And this is what is the algorithm that we will. This is more of a statistical stuff, 80-20 rule. And what our inference is, the future most troublesome disease in 2040 is NASH, non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. People die of CLDs and liver cancers, not because of cervical cancer, because we have better tools and there is nothing that can prevent it. We are closely working with one of the pharma companies on how to detect it early, at least 8 to 10 years before, and develop a drug to stop this happening. Right? We also did the development of NASH. I can tell in next 5 years, a diabetic patient is likely to develop dialysis dependence and renal failure or not. These are all the things that we did with 10 years of data sets belonging to the same patients, 500 patients, 5.4 million lab tests. So this is what actually the frequency of the tests and other things. So if you look at the consensus of the conclusions of what we found is the human senses like the touch, the vision, and other things can be comfortably replicated using the technology. That sort of technology is available now. Using advanced mathematics, what our brain works can be reasonably replicated so that we have expert standing in front of every person to guide them on whether the disease is likely to happen or not. So here we are not replacing anything, we are just augmenting a normally skilled person to a better skilled person. This is where I call as augmented intelligence rather than artificial intelligence in the medical field. So I stop here because I have only 20 minutes time. I have 5 minutes to take your questions if you have, with the permission of the organizers. I hope it is not too complex. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Sir, I'm working in medical healthcare in blockchain technology from last 4-5 years. So, sir, the main problem we are facing the raw data sets. So, sir, in Indian perspective, because every data set is from the US and UK market and it is already 1 decade old. So, for the Indian perspective, from where we can get the raw data sets? Or if we are going through the government, the repository, this is already satisfied data and it is not more worthy for us actually.
The answer is very difficult. It is easy to write a code rather than getting the data from the government hospital, honestly. So I'll tell you the reason why. Because the medical language is having so many shortcuts. I can put an arrow mark up. That means increased according to me. So it's so much, I can say, synonyms of use in the medical terminology that even if a person is trying to use some technology to put it into the system also, it is very difficult for them. So getting the data is very difficult, but with the current application of electronic data capture, at least in the corporates, which almost 6% of the current corporate data is captured in a structured form. So probably down the line in 1 year or 2 years, you have the luxury of the Indian data available to you. Government is making it mandatory, the policy is yet to be out. Once it is there, probably you have the comfort.
Actually, sir, when I asked the one professional who is supplier of the medical data, so for 1,000 of number of couples, he will charge 10,000 USD.
That is curated data. So that is expensive, but I don't think government will allow that to continue in the coming futures because, and what I'm hearing, if it is right, it's going to be less expensive. Thank you.
My question is slightly unrelated to your presentation. I understand that the use of AI is well defined in identifying helping in oncology, chronic diseases, and so on. So, but one question is that has there been these approaches have been used for detecting autism and mental health related disorders?
The answer is yes, sir. Right? The autism is something which is a spectrum. Autism is not a single thing. There are some behavioral changes like the sensory craving, so they require more sensations, they crave for it. The less communication, the mind is hyperactive. These things can be detected both by showing the pictures or videos of the kid to a system and then just trying to figure out what type of specific sensory. Few people listen loud sounds or bright colors, or deep pressures.
So these things, these patterns can be predicted. It is visible. What is being done? Couple of companies, I don't recollect the names readily, but I can give you those names. One is in US, another is in Israel. And more importantly, regarding the use of gadgets. So all these are firing of the neurons. There is something like a headband which is available to see where this firing is happening, and you can exactly tell before the acute tantrum of autism is likely to happen. And whether your interventions are calming them down or not, you can actually track it. So is there also some work on looking at the gut? Gut microbiome is almost it's the most complex thing, sir. A lot of attempts have been made. It's like solving the world hunger. Okay, so question itself is framed in a way where you never get an answer. Right? It's too complex, but yes, it is feasible, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I really like your presentation. Just wanted to ask this question, as in, for example, let's say someone from a DS background wants to go into this field. How much of a medical background we should process, or someone can just give it a try and probably get some patterns out of it, or is it some medical, background history does affect this?
Honestly speaking, medicine is the easiest thing to learn because everything is predefined in a very simple form, unlike mathematics where you have to apply your logic. If a physician can learn mathematics, a mathematician can definitely learn medicine much better way. Only thing is you need to be very clear what you are going to solve. You need to be very, very critical of accepting that mathematics can throw some nonsense answers, right? So I'm just giving you an example. It says that when your hemoglobin is low, hematocrit is also low, and you feel pain. So they mean same thing to me, right? So you feel like you solved something, but you need to be very open to the idea that, okay, they mean the same thing and it doesn't add anything extra to the doctor other than burdening with 3 more extra informations. So if your question and the target which you are going to solve are very clear, and that's what you need to understand from the practicing physicians, what is the pain points, then it is very easy to solve and it is not difficult to learn at all the medicine. Because the language is not too complex.
Thank you, sir. That was helpful. Like they say, prevention is better than cure. Our generation, they are majorly affected by the depression or anxiety or stress. So, how can we use AI to, like, there are no symptoms that are seen outside. A person may be calm for the people who are seeing, but inside he might be having many things that he is fighting. So, how can this AI help to treat people like that, or to?
Right. I give you a very classical example here, right? So in the COVID time, you must have seen that in the airports, thermal cameras are placed, right? They're just trying to segregate or screen the people who probably have high temperature versus not. It is not like a proper medical grade thermometer, right? Medical grade thermometer will take 2 minutes to give you the reading. Whereas thermal screening screens 1 lakh people in 1 second time sort of thing, right? Similarly, when I'm trying to look the mental health problem, solving individual is different, solving at a societal level is different. We're talking about prevention, that comes as secondary part. First is identification. So there is a tool which I came across from one of the professor of AIMS, who is HOD of the psychiatry also. By 10 minutes of, it is 10 seconds of questionnaire, 3 questions are asked, and the 25 seconds of voice recording, they can tell whether you are likely to have depression or not. So it is going to triage. Don't say that if it says that you are at risk, you already have depression. No. It tells that you need to go and consult a psychologist. So I always tell, screening is different from diagnosis. Right? It is feasible. 1 minute, I think everyone can spend on themselves. I can share the website or the tool, how to use it. It's hardly 1 rupee per use. So they just kept some price for it so that it is not misused.
Few years ago, there was a lot of talk about using AI on the genome to predict what diseases a person is likely to have as they go forward. Has this come into the industry yet, or is this something that people are working on?
Right. Super question. And first, I have to congratulate for bringing this particular question to me. It's like building the building. Building a monument sort of. You need to start with foundation and other things. So the gene is 10 to the power of 25 things. It's too complex. Series of 3 letters will try to make a sense. It's called a amino acid. Bunch of amino acids will form a peptide. They form a protein. They do a function. That's what it happens. So one missing thing can be corrected in this long place. So one big place here and there doesn't collapse it unless it's the critical point sort of thing. So this is one part. So the corrective mechanisms at the end or final point are too difficult to be predicted at the gene level because the entire thing. So there is a reason why we moved from the genomics to transcriptomics to proteomics to metabolomics to polyomics. So combine everything. So that is the future, not the genomics alone. That's one part. Second part, my most favorite quote, Professor V.P. Singh says, the genes load the gun, lifestyle kills the trigger. So unless your lifestyle is bad, the gene is hardly going to harm you. Right? So if you have a good lifestyle, 70% of the things which are chronic are preventable. 70%. 30% tobacco, 34% diet and obesity, and 4% alcohol, remaining all viral vaccines and other things. And just splitting that also, so what is the 70%? So if you look in the larger picture, genes do play a role, but you know how to just cover that up. So if one person is not there, other people can take over the work sort of thing. It's developing, but don't stop at genome. Have a bigger picture in you before you solve that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing the advancements which have already happened in AI area. He is a very busy practitioner, conducted almost 500 transplants so far. So with this busy schedule, he is still consistently contributing to the research community so that the patient care can be improvised. So thank you very much for your presentation, sir. So now I would like to invite Rajendran Kaushik Garu. He is a highly experienced healthcare IT leader who is currently a principal solution architect at Amazon Web Services India. He was a deep experience in healthcare and life sciences. He is a strong proponent of Indian Ayushman Bharat digital mission. So I would like to invite you, sir.
So I'm here to talk about, okay, how do you do something like what Dr. Suresh have been doing before? When it comes to healthcare, or generally speaking, AI as a practice, there is a sequence to things, right? You need to follow the sequence. And I'm here going to talk mostly about data and how you make your data meaningful for analysis. So then it is something that you can build your artificial intelligence or machine learning model and things on top of it, right? So this is what I'm going to cover today. So I do want to cover why we are doing this, right? Why Amazon or AWS is interested in talking about healthcare. Just to give a small perspective, for close to a decade, I think we at Amazon have been carefully, or I would say, built a dedicated team of healthcare and life sciences specialists globally, and I belong to that team, wherein our mission is to enable healthcare organizations to improve patient outcomes by leveraging data, harnessing the power of data. And at the same time, we also want to help our customers to improve any kind of outcome by leveraging the data and also to be able to truly digitize the data, right? That's what we work for. And if you really see the pattern that is clearly evident that the patients themselves, I don't want to call patients anymore, rather consumers of healthcare services have moved more from traditional sick care model. It's not like, for example, I have fallen sick and then I want to go and take a treatment from the hospital. Nowadays, I am seeing, for example, customers like mine, like from AWS, Healthify Me, Twitterfly, and many others, wherein they actually work on the premises of improving wellness, right? How do you improve metabolic health? How do you maintain your weight? How do you improve your many other parameters, right? So this is where I think we as a consumer of healthcare services are also moving from sick care model to more of a wellness model. And that's exactly what we see as a trend. And plus, we've been running e-commerce business for quite some time, and what we have understood is the same pattern or the expectations of how our consumers have on our e-commerce platform is reflecting very well in healthcare. For example, how many of us are actually searching for a symptom? the moment it happens online. Many of us, right? Just go and at least search online. But I mean, when you go and talk to doctors' fraternity, it has its own pros and cons. I totally acknowledge that. But the point is, we want the information on fingertips. We want to be able to consume services in a much more seamless fashion, like booking appointment, consulting a doctor, getting the prescription, and even like taking the consultation and follow-ups and whatnot. How can you create this seamless experience of patient journey throughout the value chain of care, right? That's what is driving the consumerism. And if you really look at it, like right from the symptoms search and from ongoing care management, data plays a pivotal role. And thanks for the kind introduction where they mentioned that I'm a proponent of ABDM. I am. The reason being, I can really understand or relate to the value of how that kind of an interoperability can enable the holistic patient data, longitudinal patient data, which in turn can help to build or improve patient outcomes. Now let's look at how to build that. For example, if you are entities who are working in healthcare or any kind of business, this is typically a journey. First of all, in healthcare, there are operational or transactional systems like electronic health record, electronic medical record, hospital information systems and whatnot. Now first is, you have to solve that problem. You should be able to create digital system that can capture the data. Now after that happened, the next step is eventually to build data lakes or what I call is like, highly modern data platform that allows different business units to consume the data and interpret the data and also analyze the data in the way they want to. That's the second stage. Then the third stage is all about how you use it for your building business intelligence. For example, one good use case at government level, what they're trying to do is population health. What if, let's say, population health doesn't have to be always at government level. What if you want to do like a care gap analytics within your hospital for a specific disease condition, right? For example, let's say if you want to analyze your cohort of patients for a specific condition, like for example, the risk of stroke, or what if you want to analyze your diabetic patient, or take any specific disease condition, if you want to work on top of it, then you should be able to build a population health kind of an analytics, and then which is nothing but collection of patient records, which helps you understand why some patients are doing better and why some patients are not doing better. What treatment works for certain patients and what treatment doesn't work. Right? This is the pattern that one provider or a doctor or any caregiver would like to understand so that they can course correct any treatment down the line for other patients. Now that's stage 3. Now then comes when you have this data, is when the whole artificial intelligence, machine learning, and even the predictive algorithms like what Sarah has shown before, and everything will come into picture. And final outcome of all of this system is where personalized care is going to be there, right? Personalized care is what? What if by combining varieties of data, so for example in healthcare, right? I can broadly tell 3 to 4 different types of data. Again, there are more types. I'm just giving you 3 random. One is clinical data. Clinical data, by what I mean is my family history, allergy history, and present illness and whole clinical data. The other type of data could be my imaging data. What if I've taken certain X-rays, CT scans and whatnot? Then the other data could be from genomics data. And what if there is also other data, like for example, I always make this joke of people, definitely in Bangalore especially, if they are going for a BP or any kind of I would say stress or whatever condition, then I'm sure traffic has an impact and they should be evaluating traffic pattern also in that region, which means air quality. Let's see if there is a patient who is coming for a respiratory problem, maybe air quality index of that region has a greater impact, right? So adding all these environmental and other data will also make sense. So that the combination of all of the data will eventually help us paint better picture about why the patient acquired that problem or a condition and how to approach that issue and create a treatment plan that is far more personalized for them. So in that context, if you really see, and also models are evolving, right? I mean, the years before, we have seen models that can simply infer and give an output with just, basically those models were trained on like 20-30 data points. But I think couple of years ago, we have seen models that were actually giving results for, based on the models, they are trained at like 200,000 data points. But now we are seeing models trained in billions of parameters, or even now we are approaching trillions also very soon, right? Now the models are also rapidly changing. Why? Because the cost of compute has gone down and the data set availability is there. And at the same time, how you can parallelize your training and simply learn and then put the model into use, like we have seen how LLMs can actually impact in varieties of industries, right? So those are possibilities that unlocks the value of data. How much of data in healthcare is unused or unusable? Just a random number, anyone? Sorry? Yeah, I mean, 60%, most of it all correct, but 97%. 97% of healthcare data cannot be used directly. The simple reason being, they are all unstructured data. And the reason being, 90% of the healthcare data is medical imaging data. Right? So which means, how do I understand image? So you may think that, okay, what data is there in image? It's simply a photo. No, it's not that. There is so much of annotations and the diagnosis that were actually inferred by the practitioners like radiologists and others, which goes simply unused. Those are all added as a metadata to the DICOM image and never used, properly speaking. Now you take other data, like for example, let's say a doctor writes, again, sorry for the vague description, like, okay, Kaushik had fever, I'm just recommending or prescribing a paracetamol 500 mg for the next 3 days. When you type this, it is unstructured data. You cannot actually make use of the data unless you really process it, the data, and convert this one statement where it is unstructured to a structured data set. So that is why I am saying 97% of the healthcare data is unstructured data, and only through help of medical NLP, which is natural language processing, medical models, and other tools and systems, you can actually extract all this data, convert into structured data, and then finally put it into use. And again, there are 3 stages when it comes to building any kind of healthcare data analytics. Now, the first one is data interoperability. Now, this may sound boring for those who are in healthcare. In fact, Ayushman Bharat exactly is solving this problem. The digital mission solves this problem. Now, how it's going to enable you is, there are so many enterprise systems. You go and talk to any CIOs of any hospitals. The first problem they say is, most of my team's time gets sucked into solving the API integration problem, payment gateway not working problem, and I'm acquiring new hospital, but their system is different, my system is different. There's absolutely no way I can standardize the data and operations and whatnot. So this is truly an interoperability problem. Now, what if just think about a world where like all your systems are actually built on standards? For example, in healthcare, there are different kinds of standards. So, for example, there are syntactic or schematic standards like HL7, FHIR, which is Fast Healthcare Interoperable Resources, or FHIR. And when it comes to semantics, which is the language or the vocabulary, like how doctor, for example, in the previous use case I mentioned, right, Kaushik had fever and prescribed paracetamol. What if you replace that with the ICD-10 code and whatnot, or RX num for the drug and whatnot, right? Now, we cannot put this pressure again back to the provider, but what if there are tools that can help you convert this unstructured data into structured data, is where I'm going with. So, your first enabler of analysis is interoperability. You build this interoperability among your system and outside your organization, like through ABDM system and all. So, you acquire the data, and after you acquire the data is where you can build analytics. For example, you can enable quality-based indicators to be analyzed and cost-based indicators, and finally you will be able to build predictions on top of it. When you have this capability, is when you will be able to do the interventions. Intervention is where you actually build like virtual care. Like for example, even what if I send a reminder, again contextual reminder, not just about medication, reminder about, hey, you know what, after surgery you have to do certain things. What if I send or educate patients very personalized way to basically follow this protocol, clinical protocol. These are things that is possible only when you have interoperability and analytics in place. So, and how, if you look at all the hospitals, and I'm not blaming, it's just how any industry or domain would evolve. If you see, even many technology companies, be it telecom or aviation or any industry, right? When initially we kind of progressed, we built data silos. For example, each and every application, like hospital information system, will have its own database. Now, when you're building a data analytics pipeline, then you are actually building a data warehouse with that data only. And there will be another data warehouse for another application, another data warehouse for another application. Now, for a true population health kind of analytics, you should be able to let them talk to each other. It simply doesn't mean that, okay, now I have 10 different data warehouse, I can copy all of them and put into maybe another bigger data warehouse and then query the data. It is a lot of expense for anybody for that matter. That is why if you look at the right side, the modern healthcare data platform advocates lake house or data mesh kind of architecture. Could be data fabric or data mesh kind of architecture where the data doesn't have to be centralized. The data can still stay in the respective business unit or the application domain cluster, and you build a mechanism of letting your consumers access different data set based on the consent, based on the privacy and whatever policy that you have on top. This is what we've been broadly helping many customers build this data mesh kind of an architecture. And again, you don't have, now I'm going towards how Amazon is helping in, or AWS is helping in some of this. For example, we have purpose-built tools. If you look at AWS, we historically invested a lot into healthcare industry specifically, and we have a bunch of purpose-built services. And I'll talk about only 3 services today. One is HealthLake. By the way, this service is available in India, which is going to enable any customer to build Ayushman integration. Now, HealthLake is a data repository and more that allows you to store FHIR compliant data. Like I told, right, HS7 FHIR is a schematic interoperability standards, and it allows you to store the data in FHIR format, which means you store the data, and it also exposes APIs that are standardized and can connect with any other hospital system or through ABDM also. You don't have to be in the business of creating different API standards and whatnot for your different customers. We are a healthcare startup or a healthcare business that want to connect with ABDM, and HealthLake could be a way. Our customers like ECACare, which is a known patient app company that is also using HealthLake to build some of that. It has a lot of capabilities. Couple of capabilities that I want to highlight is, one, it has medical NLP capability, which means if you send unstructured data in a specific document file, it will automatically run the medical NLP, will understand something like this. For example, in this use case, you can see it's totally unstructured data. Like patient is a 62-year-old female with a history of type 2 diabetes and whatnot, right? Now here, if you see in the bottom, you see I would say graph kind of a relationship build. And this is not an illustration. This actually happens in the tool. There is a console where you can see this, wherein it identifies all kinds of entities. It is a named entity recognition plus NLP kind of a model, where it understands the entities, and it also does the ontology linking. Meaning it understands the symptom, the diagnosis, the generic name of the drug, and the time, the duration, route, and everything. And this is exactly how you convert your unstructured data into structured data. Now, HealthLake as a service will allow you to do that by various mechanisms and strategy and add the data back. So when you query the data again to your system, you will simply not get the description, but also the structured data, which you can use to build analysis. Again, as a concept, there are so many things that we can actually cover, but HealthLake as a service also help you to normalize your patient data. For example, when a patient walks into a hospital, there are like tens of systems that captures the data of the patient, like prescription system, administrative system, financial system. And let's say they are an inpatient, then the whole lot of administrative tools are all there. Now, this HealthLake can actually acquire data from all these systems at a different time frame and a different frequency. Now, what if it arranges the patient data chronologically for you automatically and also normalizes the data for you? So that is a big problem today that many people are trying to solve, which is automatically solved in HealthLake for you. So when you put the data, HealthLake does all of it for you. So when you query the data, it automatically is normalized and indexed for you. And it also has a zero ETL pipeline, which means you don't have to convert the data into again analytics friendly format. It converts into Apache Parquet and exposes Iceberg table, which means it handles the upsert and whatnot use cases. So you can immediately, in near real time, consume the same data, the transaction data, for analytical purposes. Moving on, this is exactly what I told. The data could be from clinical data, and the data could be from other databases. There are tools and mechanisms in which you can combine all those data, query and truly build dashboards. And yeah, these are some of the demos that we have built, which actually calculates the risk for stroke based on certain algorithms that are open source. And it's easy. I mean, you can do it in a few minutes. Actually, I'm not even talking about hours. And moving on, the next is imaging. And imaging also, like, we have a purpose-built service that automatically extracts the annotations, tags, and all kinds of metadata from DICOM images and builds a data lake for you. And then moving on, we also have something from the genomics or omics world, wherein we have this service that allows you to store, analyze, and also do the workflows. So all the primary, secondary, and tertiary workflows of genomics can also be automated using our purpose-built service, which is called AWS Health Omics. So now, putting all of it together, If you see all of these services that I talked about, follows a very similar pattern. It takes the format from the healthcare standards, like for example, FHIR, DICOM, and any kind of genomics data, and then it creates a normalized data lake for you. This in turn can be queried or analyzed using our like I would say, analytical tools or AML tools for building applications on top of it. And again, I mean, this is slightly more for enterprise format. How do you actually create like a data mesh architecture? I think today also during open source panel, I talked about how many entities can come together and build like a federated learning architecture, wherein, for example, let's say 2 universities and a government agency want to collaborate along with the pharma company, and if they want to share the data, it's not that easy. There are so much of privacy and other conflicts that might happen. But what if you actually let the models being trained on the data within their environment and simply send the models in the weight? Collectively, you consolidate all of that and you have like a model with better weight and better inferencing capability, and that's federated learning for you. And it also has better security and privacy advantage, and the accuracy could be better and whatnot. So that's like basically the next evolution of what this particular slide is all about. So conversion of structured to unstructured data is key in healthcare. First of all, digitizing the data is key. When you have this, then the ability for you to build machine learning models and everything is even a possibility. With that, let me stop and perhaps open it for Q&A. Thank you. Sorry, this is like a 2-day talk. I was trying to condense in 20 minutes. I think I shared a slide with 150 slides, and I had to skim it down to maybe 5 or 6. So, anyone, any question before the next session? Sir, for Amazon EHR, right. So is it open source or it is? I think you're talking about Amazon EMR. EMR is Elastic MapReduce. Basically, it's an analytics platform. It allows open source tools like, for example, the Hoodie and whatnot and Spark clusters to be provisioned on top of EMR. Just think of EMR as like the capacity, like a cluster that you can provision using open source tool for doing like a big data processing and everything on top of your data. So that's what EMR is.
The health tech capabilities that you talked about, how transferable are they to clinical trial data? This is data that we collect during clinical trials for risk-based monitoring.
Right. So your question is about how transferable, or are you talking about how easy to move the data from HealthLink?
Basically, how can we use, for example, a program like HealthLink to inform decision makers during clinical trials?
Absolutely. It is actually meant for purposes like that. See, just think of HealthLink being used in a hospital where all the clinical data are standardized to formats like FHIR and in fact ICD-10 and put everything. Now, then what you do is you cohortize your patients. That's how you do clinical trials, right? Now, on the cohort, if you want to query specific patient's detail or specific symptom or a parameter, HealthLink enables you to do all of that. Now, HealthLink simply relies on the data that you push into it. It doesn't add intelligence on top of it. Of course, it adds through NLP, but that's a different intelligence. Meaning, HealthLink allows you to not only access data for analytical use case, but also transactionally. In near real time, you'll be able to see the data for your analytics. So it's pretty fast when it comes to how quickly you can access the data. And when it comes to standards, it supports semantic and syntactic standards. So pretty much most of everything is possible. All right. Thanks, everyone. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Kaushik. But we're only letting you go with the promise that you'll actually do the 2-day workshop for all of us over here. Thank you on behalf of all of us. Thank you, Kaushik. What we have now is a very, very interesting mix of panel. We are going to be talking about AI, analytics, healthcare. But what we have managed to pull off is a very different mix for the panel. Let me start by inviting each of the panelists. I'll start by first of all introducing the moderator for the panel, Dr. Pavani. Dr. Pavani is a pharmacological researcher at Aurobindo. I'm not going to say anything beyond that because my tongue will never twist to pronounce the words that they're actually speaking. I will allow them to introduce themselves in terms of what they're working on. Dr. Pavani, please. May I invite Vamsi Karatan, founder and CEO of deepfacts.io. Some of you would have listened to his talk. What they're doing is I would say groundbreaking work. Fantastic work that they're doing. I was super impressed by the work that they are doing. Vamsi Karatan, thank you for coming over here. And of course, how would I put it? I would have said the brain behind it, but once you say there's a brains behind it, the person with 6 brains, may invite Dr. AVS Suresh. I have no idea how to, introduce him. He's an oncologist, he's an innovator, he's an entrepreneur, he's a racer. I don't know what else. Dr. Suresh, thank you for, coming over here. He's one of the doctors who can actually program, right? And we have engineers here who cannot program. So just so you know, I am one of those engineers who cannot program. And thank you, Dr. Suresh. As I said, it's going to be a mix of different panels, right? So we have Nagendranath Garu. Nagendranath Garu he's a serial entrepreneur, investor, angel investor. He's a senior advisor at Salament Advisory Services. He wears multiple hats. He's just coming, from running from a panel discussion where he was a co-panelist with Shobhu Yarlagadda, Srinivas Mohan. Where he wore a different hat. Now he's wearing the hat of the as an advisor for Medicare Logics. He has his feet wet in almost every domain that we can think of. Thank you, Nagendranath Garu, for coming over here. May I invite Dr. Lakshmikant? Shortly I will probably have to call him Dr. Lakshmikant. He's a veterinarian, trained veterinarian, and hence I'm calling him doctor. And he's also finishing his PhD at the IVRI. He works on, again, some names that I cannot pronounce, some virology research and all. Better that they introduce themselves. Another doctor, Dr. Saket Sriram, may I invite him onto the stage. This is easy for me to say. He works on cancer research. I always say, when I say cancer research, it's not cancer causing research, but one day he'll help us, cure research. I've known Sriram for a long time now, and he has always maintained that one day he will find a cure for cancer. I've known him for more than 20 years now. He's always maintained that he will work on cancer research. I hope we'll be able to give this. Dr. Pavani, over to you. May I request that we be done by 4 sharp? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So we had wonderful sessions talking about AI and integration with the healthcare industry. So you are experts from different areas. Dr. Lakshmikant is from veterinary, sir is angel investor, then Dr. Suresh is coming from oncology, then Dr. Sriram. And Vanshikaratam was integrating the patient and the healthcare. He was working on the bridging them. So I just want to understand what are the problems which you are observing in your respective areas and how technology or AI can solve or address these problems. So can you please explain about that? Dr. Suresh.
Yeah, so one thing that most of the doctors claim is they don't have time. And that's true also. Because most of them overwhelmed costs for last 8 to 10 years. So it's very difficult for us to combine. And one thing that I'm really enjoying nowadays, this last 2 years, in my hospital is everything is available at the click. We call as an iPad home, that is healthcare, networking, intelligence, whatever is the full form. But still, a graphical and easy presentation is written. So I don't call it a very advanced way, but basically when they try to capture data, it's not looking at the last talk. Here the change of data is really challenging, and also it's going to be it needs to be streamlined in a way in the way that it needs to be modern design and taken to the TV and purpose. That's where the problem is. Actually, I have a more helicopter view. I think as an outsider looking in, because I use the healthcare industry as a consumer, I think, and also because of the other hat we wear of helping startups and others, I tell you what it is. There are 5 areas broadly that have got issues. The first area I see is skilling. When I speak to friends in Siemens or all these companies that make medical equipment, even the best of equipment that a hospital can afford, they struggle to find time of the doctors to get trained on it. Forget the other support staff. That's number 1. Number 2 is already raised the point that for improving quality,
The basic is to have clean data so that you can have the right metrics to measure. That itself is a challenge. The third one is operations. Most hospitals all over the world, and especially in India, are actually from doctors to turn entrepreneurs. Their skill is patient care and not in running a hospital. So there is a lot of operational inefficiency that is hidden in the operations of the hospital that directly affects patient. Fourth is governance. There's not much of a governance framework that exists. So that is a challenge as well. Like how do you know hospital A is better than hospital B for somebody to go to? We don't know today. There's no common way to see and there's nobody coming. The last one I see is leadership in this. Most of the leaders we see in this industry are leaders by accident, not by training. They've learned the hard way in life and come up. And now others look upon them as iconic people to be. But there's no system to generate leaderships. So to me, all these areas, except for leadership, which is a very special trait, can be solved by technology and can be solved by AI. And for a country like India where remote diagnostics, remote healthcare, how do you get patients out of the hospital quicker so that the beds can be used for more critical patients? There's so much that can be done. So I think there is enough opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Lakshmikant.
Good afternoon, everyone. Being a veterinarian by nature, I am not that well equipped regarding data and updating and all. But in my view, I see this in a couple of ways. One is that when Sir said that there is no time for doctors, for us we are short of doctors itself in the very remote and ground level when I am talking. So the number of animals, the livestock that is exponentially growing in farm animals, and I am just quoting on the text, because the economy is majorly driven by livestock agriculture in India. So the amount of availability, there are efficient doctors, but whatever changes or whatever the updates that are happening, let's say I was reading about the AI in diagnostics, right? The infrastructure is very low on a very village level. But if only all this data, whatever they were taken, they were filled, if that can be able to penetrate the very low level places, that would act as a real game changer in the livestock health sector, right? And also on the research front, now I am working and I'm a PhD scholar in National Institute. I am unaware of the AI tools that can be used, right? So I wish there is more of like what we call an extension program in agriculture, right? So I wish somebody makes us more aware regarding this can be used, that can be used in particular things. So that would make us really a better researcher.
Yeah, that is the one which is lacking, which should be the switch also what to intervene there. Dr. Sriram, what is your opinion?
We do have a huge amount of data. So it's not like we don't have a lot of data. Sometimes it is organized as well. So for example, we had a huge project that was completed in 2007. We have like say 50,000 patient genome samples that have been analyzed completely, total RNA sequencing that has been done. However, we still see like at least 10 to 20,000 research papers that are being still published every year, having a small part of that data coming again from the human genome project. What it means is like although we do have a huge amount of data, the interpretation of the data and how we look into the data is still in the preliminary stage. That's what I feel. Like we are still just scratching the surface. So we need a little bit more expertise into how to completely deep dive into the data. Again, we need an integration of scientists as well as the data scientists over here. We need a huge amount of integration to get into deep dive into data. And I feel that is something which is absolutely useful to get out of the smaller issues, whatever we have in the AI, and helping.
Like good that you have brought up the issue of whole genome sequencing. Yesterday, Dr. Tangraj was here, who was trying to sequence 10,000 genomes from Indian population. So mostly the sequences which you are talking about are from abroad. So the ethnicity is different. So I just want to ask Dr. Sudesh, like, is there any the diagnosis possible for Indian population based upon the data which is generated from the different ethnicity, and how much of such kind of work was done already, and what is the research going on there, sir?
So again, this question was already brought up in people from the audience. Something very important. What is this understanding? Your genes are very pathogenic, very predictable. I can give a couple of examples, but complex disease, BRCA, and breast cancer, which were shown that after a finite point of time, it is likely to be instances of breast cancer. And prevention is not always stopping disease. So there are 4 levels of prevention, which I want to draw your attention to the audience. Primary prevention means stopping disease will happen. That's what I'm doing. Secondary prevention is stop the big surgery will happen, big treatment will happen. Tertiary prevention is stop the damage of treatment and disease will happen on the patient. Whatever it is, disease is wrong, the side effects of the treatment is there. So the genomes help in a long way. Not only preventing and predicting what cancer drugs are. Now I'm using genomic data to see what the group of what's it, because the popular genomics. Whether the side effect is reversible or not, whether the drug will act better or not. So which is very unique is a combination of patient, gene, drug, and environment. So this complexity is humanly impossible to be solved with a rule-based algorithm. It requires much beyond a very definitely better. And the genomes, if it is done specifically addressing each question and look into is definitely going to be game changer. And we are already implementing it in terms of what people to choose, what patients have to be screened, what's the 6 months once a year, and how to take clinical decision, how everything is going to go. It is a practical platform. It's an everyday challenge. Yeah. So whenever we go global collection of data, this is the data planning. So we say we see the data available, outside the country, not inside the country. And that is we find that data, but it's not going to be accurate enough for sensory enough for us to handle, because our development is not easy. If you go towards Andhra, we have a different the data is already come towards Telangana, the other side of Telangana. There may be different so here the challenge is that so we don't have a particular repository for the data in the country. So we depend on exactly what some of the databases. But India doesn't have a standardized repository. We find some, but not much. I think 100%. I think we have around 3%, 4%.
Okay, thank you.
I'll pass this question. Some outside my domain of experience. So the advantage in genomic sequencing is in US, for example, it has been privatized from the government. So you have this ancestry.com or 23andMe, which does the sequencing for anyone who wants to get it done. So you can see ancestry where you are from, how much percentage of black you are, how much percentage of African American you are, Caucasian you are. So when Kamala Harris did that and she said like I'm this thing, and when other people said that, people laugh at it if you don't have a statistical comparison to exactly get whatever it is. But the important thing over here is that because of this privatization, a lot of people have sequenced their thing. We do have a huge amount of data. Maybe there's a few certain private players. You can bring it to the actual board whenever you wanted to. But then it has been done over there, and people know like what are the issues with the sequences of say Caucasians or African Americans. But we don't have that in India, so I'm all for having more sequencing in Indian population, and it definitely helps out to unlock future perspectives of what kind of diseases we are more prone to,
frequency are actually favorable for or not favorable for as well. So it helps us out. Yeah, that's just to add that we are in the process. I'm sure you also, like IGAB is doing a lot of work in just making it stand. The problem is libraries, against which we are going to compare. Libraries. So the genomic libraries, we don't have any standard libraries available in India so far. So if the comparison is wrong, the answer is wrong. So that's why we I just wanted to leverage switch. That's why I want to raise this. My cousin who lives in the US is a true Googling Gopavri girl. When she did this, when she's working in one of those companies, she found some Afghani blood in her ancestry. Right? Right? So the thing is, with organizations like Future, if you really want to do this, you know that the ability to collect, collate, standardize, and get libraries will become like, the speed at which can be done, I think, is an opportunity for organizations like Future. That's all I want to say.
Rightly said, sir, like genomic sequencing is involves a huge cost. Where data analytics definitely switch and other IT industry where they get pitched. So just want to understand other thing like is there any existing AI tools available in healthcare industry and how much they are solving the problems which we have discussed earlier. And can you please throw some light on UHI, which was the initiative taken by the government, and the structured data. So, is it possible to bring structured data to implement in all the hospitals? So, I want to start with Dr. Suresh.
I asked 47 questions. This is your combination. So let me just start with a couple of questions and maybe remaining things because time also. So question number one, are we using AI tools? Definitely yes. So most of the people, I think I hear with the fascination from Dr. Kaushik that use tools to explain education. Okay? You have, say, brain cancer or breast cancer. These are your diagnoses, like distribution persistence, or maybe adjunct brain cancers. So because you have ABC, it is likely to happen in this frequency. My treatment is going to offer X amount of protection. So we are uncovering. Okay, if you want to say no to chemotherapy, you are unclear. But you know that 15% compromise is unclear. If you want to say yes, then 3% extra side effects you have to weigh. So these tools are free available, like Predict Rest is some tool which we use. Life Map is what we are using. is calculators we are using, MyStartup we are using. I can just say like this 40 calculators which are using almost on a daily basis. So can you call it as an AI? Yes, it's like a vehicle. Starting from the bicycle to the aeroplane, everything is a vehicle. So it's a very primitive form and we are using so far. But it definitely solving a lot of problems. In convincing the patient is also getting more confidence. It feels that they are also. And one part of the story, are we using Java? To what extent it is really helping us? Counseling, definitely yes. Patient making partially yes. Changing of treatment or playing new like in the new avenues, still in the fancy is what I can sum up. The other question that you have asked is regarding standardization data. The beauty is like poetry, medicine is like poetry, the beauty is the art and science they call it, right? So the art is we want answers. Then only we are well trained. We don't want any standardizations. So that's the reason why we don't have standard data systems most of the times. And scientists want us to build a beautiful and a perfect block, and we make a bizarre bricks of a thing which doesn't fit you, and you need to be really artistic to see and imagine how to just fit it into that particular place. So the difference of whatever is outside this square actually is vital. Okay, that's what makes response or no response, side effect or no side effect, that helps to build a new drug sort of thing. So this is where I think accepting the anomaly as it is and then putting it into the system will help for the better research. So let us not try to standardize the anomalies and then just make them sort of thing.
So it is possible, but capture assets. No standardization. That's my opinion. We'll be open for the other comments.
Dr. Vamsi, can you please throw some light on what are the AI tools which are existing other than what Dr. Suresh was discussing?
Dr. Suresh was telling more about the
oncology side, yes.
We come from
Okay.
So there are AI tools available. They're open source tools are available, and they are there from last 10 to 15 years. We mature now enough, but they're not from. They're from outside of India, but they're mature enough. But here, as I said, here we can take that as an information and we can build our own tools on the top of it. But again, the data comes to the picture and we need to find our own data here. That's the main part of it. Everywhere, AI is very helpful for the doctors as well as for the patient. But the challenge here is how we present it to the doctor. If we present it in the wrong way, obviously the doctor's patient will be affected to the patient indirectly or directly. Okay. That's where I come across. We see that we want to maintain the best data out of it, and we want to see that whatever the present AI tool, we don't want to reinvent the wheel every time. We want to use that tool and see that it is on the top of it.
Right.
That's what we do in our company.
That's right.
I'll talk about something very fundamental. Actually, we are going way ahead of where my comprehension is. I think specific to our country, even basic sanitization of nomenclature is not there. Like you make a medical test in a diagnostic clinic and go to hospital B, the codes we use are not the same. So the ability to know what happens. So I think there's a lot of initiatives, many initiatives across the world. You know, there's RX9, so a lot of things are there, right? The national mission, the national health mission that was announced, trying to standardize a lot of things. So to me, I think unless at this basic level, everybody talks the same language and uses the same nomenclature. I'm not talking about forcefully anybody simply, you know, it's like, you know, cutting the foot to fit the shoe. That is not what I am talking about. I'm talking about some level of consistency across the country so that it becomes easy for people to understand. And I think Dr. Gaurav Raina is working on a health stack for the country. And I think when that happens, if I, as using that app, can decide I want to talk to a doctor in Varanasi because it's good at something sitting in Vidagamandalam, UP or somewhere, and I want to share my reports, it should be in a nomenclature that is easy for them to understand and standardized. So I think that level of at least standardization is what the country needs, and that will significantly improve the quality of healthcare. That's my personal view.
So I would deviate from the topic a little bit. I would not talk about patients and just healthcare per se. I would touch base to the pharma industry and drug discovery.
Okay.
So how do we do a lot of AI related equations in drug discovery? We can actually structurally have this enzyme pocket where you have compound bind to have innovation to happen and so thereby have some effect on whatever it is and then thereby reduce the disease for a patient. So we have all those technologies from a long time right now. We can have this active site pocket of an enzyme, can be computationally driven, can be seen on our computer, and then we can design the molecule to fit exactly into the pocket so that it does whatever it is supposed to do. So we have all those technologies before. Now we are using AI integrations, machine learning, so that even we don't need to give a lot of input to it to have a proper molecule. You can design a molecule without even having a single manual input to it. You can get a proper molecule that has all those features, whatever you want it to be. You need to have some solubility, you need to have some good absorption, to have, and then you need to have the activity for those molecules. You have multiple ways you can run AI in a drug discovery setup. That is just one part of it I'm talking talking about, but since that is the first part of the drug discovery setup, I'm just talking about that. You have multiple places where you can run it. But then how do you improve upon is a completely different science. There is a huge space for improvement. We can improve upon it.
Right, as you said, it is the early phase of drug discovery. So there are a lot of gray areas throughout the pharma sector which are still open for AI development to be happened. Yeah. Dr. Lakshmi.
Sir was saying that I don't know exactly the terminology, this is AI or not, because we have a bunch of software. Now, if I am doing the research, we are designing primers, we are going for cloning, we are going for all the cloning in eukaryotic probiotic things and NMV cutters. So these softwares are there for a very long time. So if this is AI, I'm not sure, but I wish there is the AI comes into play where it helps us more in the interpretation of all these things. As a very young researcher, if you push me back a couple of years, I look at something and I'm not sure what is happening in that particular screen. So imagine someone or AI on any basis, if it is actually suggesting this is what's the direction that you are going. So that would actually push us in a better space.
Just to add what is said, that's what most of the regulators are looking at. So they want AI to be explainable AI. Unless your AI tells why it is telling so, what it is telling, what is the basis of the recommendation or the conclusion, and how much is accurate and where it can fail. Unless it is very open, it cannot be used in things. So that level of regulations are in the process of being implemented across the globe, including. So we are just 18 months away if things go at the pace at which it is going. The target is 2027, but we are ahead of that.
So that is what the question I was about to ask you. Like, is there any regulatory guidelines? But as for you, it is not still under the process of development.
In US, yes. In India is only partly yes, not complete yes.
Okay. So whatever the tools which we are using currently, the tools which you have said also, are they validated with the patient data for verifying the outcome results and all?
So, okay. So I'll put it across. AI is very broadly used. Simple decision to these are also called AS. Definitely, I don't want to use the particular methodology of so, but this dichotomy, right? You have a age of what? Okay, you ask the next question. Diabetes here or not? Then yes, hypertension here or not? Then you say your cardiac disease. That's what the doctor thinks. That's what the AI does. So this is simple. So this doesn't require because these are all medically validated outcomes. They are just putting it into a user interface which is easy to interpret, easy to understand, and then some nice figures they are able to convince the patient. So this, if you consider this as AI, you are right. If you are talking about more complicated things like a big score at week 32, a pregnant lady is likely to develop hypertension because of low hemoglobin and high sugar. No, they are not validated because it is based upon 1 lakh patients data pool behind, and they need to undergo very rigorous implementation checks.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ramsey.
On the regulatory side towards AI, in India, they're coming up with a policy, but they're not fully regulated. The same leaders and the other countries.
Who are those regulators who are governing these?
So India is Central Control Board, and if you take US,
AI is considered device prediction.
Okay, so I just want to understand, like there are so many problems. So there are a lot of young investors and researchers are present here. So for them to take up some issues, what are the issues which can be readily taken up? So in your area, which are the hardest? So for them to study and generate some tools for them. Dr. Lakshmikant also, like he was working in agricultural industry. So,
yes, ma'am. I got your question. There are a bunch of things that coming into my head. I just throw them the ideas. So, definitely one thing is, the first thing that I said is imaging or the AI diagnosis in veterinary field. That would be really helpful.
it goes deep down. And the other thing is, the livestock sector is plagued with very frequent outbreaks of diseases. Like, there are FMD diseases. Recently, we are plagued by a disease called as lumpy skin disease. So, whenever the animals are hit by this, there is serious loss of productivity and economy. So, but there is a lot of epidemiological data. There is a lot of risk factors that we know. So, if only we can club them together and we can predict the next outbreak, or at least that's a gentle push forward. So, that keeps the health sector ready on a livestock basis. And also, I was thinking on a very remote level, just like now we have pull bots and chat GPTs to write our theses and research articles. No training doing that. So we can also have chat bots for a farmer level. We not suggest treatment exactly, but even a life hack or I'm saying on a health hack for an animal care or a health hack for an agricultural care. I don't know if it is really there. On something on that front would actually access them or empower them in a better direction. So one thing that is close to my heart is the pathology reading of the slides. I've given the talk on the AI and digital pathology. It's a very wide field and has progressed a lot in the recent years. However, I would still feel like the image-based interpretation of, say, a cellular-based evaluation is far more developed than what a pathology-based evaluations are. Especially if you increase the complexity by stating both, like not just the HLE slide, but say, for example, day of my life, I do the same thing. I just go to Google, pick a part of a code, and then try to see if it can be implemented. I can't do it myself. I'm no coder for sure. So that's how we do it. I just modify a part of the code. So, however, for mostly in vitro diagnostics and things like that, it is pretty well developed. I don't see the same things for pathology-related slide readings and things like that. There are a few companies that are currently working on it right now, but I would want to see the field. I would want to see the field develop a lot more faster because that is something which is of a tremendous application in terms of patient treatment and survival rates.
So, like you are an angel investor, like there are a lot of IT professionals are over here and researchers. Do you have any suggestion for them to pursue the career in AI? And what is your suggestion for them? Sir?
I think there is, first of all, AI is so broad-based. They can work in any industry. This panel is not limiting them to this sector, number one. However, if you are interested in this sector, I think, AI is a skill. You have to have passion for that industry also. Otherwise, you'll be ordinary person in a team of extraordinary people. Your skill is cheap. AI is telling us that skill is cheap. Like many coders are, he doesn't even know to code and he's picking up code and editing it. So for me, for the people, what I would say is, look for, if you're an entrepreneur, look for interesting problems that are low hanging. Don't look to shoot for the stars. There are enough small problems that can help people. He raised a very good point. If there is a hack for a farmer in a local language, even if it's a question answer bot about welfare of their animal, that is a phenomenal advantage for them, and that can be probably created in less than a year if you collect all the data and you can get it. So there are enough problems to be solved. I would think that if you're an entrepreneur, look for problems that can have immediate return because that gives you the high. If you're a researcher, of course, you'll do like what we're doing. That's a long-term thing that you would do. If you are just a practitioner of AI, have passion to be here. Otherwise, this is not the place for you. Because success rate here, is 1 in a million finding the right molecular combination and things like that. So it's not an easy thing. So you should have the passion for this industry.
Can you please throw some light here? Like, what are the tools we can take up? Do you have any suggestions for since you are also one of the entrepreneurs? So
the most important part. So the most important part of the entrepreneur journey in healthcare or AI is the patient. So the most important part it needs to be great for the founder because
every day is a worst day. It is a good day, you can do a party and everything, but it's not going to be every day a good day for us. So we have to be more patient in that, because the cycle time for the success in the healthcare or in the medical device platform or in AI. I'm talking about only on the healthcare, not on the other side of the industry, but it takes a minimum of 3 to 5 years, depends on the use case. So, and as entrepreneurs, the first thing we need to keep in mind is what is the worst thing going to be happening in the last. We need to come from there to see that how we can break that and take it forward.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Sir.
One final word which I learned is, ambition should not build the common sense when we are doing the research. The best answer is always find is one of the second year students taught us on the fall detection tool. I still surprised a lot of equipments are there on how to detect fall in elderly. So if you have to define the fall, you have XYZ axis on the standard, they become 0. When you fall, it takes 5 to 6 seconds if you want to purposely lie down. But if it happens in 2 seconds, it means you fell down. So till that time is coder's job or a medical device job. But the intelligence comes after that. So most of the vertebrates stand up when they fall, that's a reflex. If that doesn't happen, that means I prevented one falsana. And if I don't deliberately stand up because there may be slippery floor or dark surroundings, that means my brain sends a signal to my heart and it says, calm down, things are okay, but you don't stand up. That means HR gets sick. And if that means second prevention of the fall detection, then again comes the coder's job. Okay, if it is a significant one, send it to the ambulance and the neighbor and caregiver. So this is all common sense. So this is nothing like a great science behind it. So unless you are very vigilant about what things can commonly be solved rather than trying to develop a very fancy code, then you don't come up with a good product.
Thank you, sir. So I have a question for Nagendra, sir. Do we have scope we have already discussed, and what are the funding opportunities available for AI-based innovations?
I think there is always funding opportunity, in my opinion. So long as you are solving a real problem and you hit the nail on the head, ultimately the patient is God. The patients vote with their feet, whether they vote with their pocket or not. Right? Even if you give treatment for free, they will not come to you unless they, so it's nothing to do with voting with their pocket, they vote with their feet. If you are solving a real problem, enough funding opportunities available. Most of the time, what I found in my experience over the last few years is, entrepreneurs fall in love with the idea and product and lose sight of practicalities. And that, I think, is something that we should be careful about. There are enough people who throw cold water on the money every time they go and ask. But I think it's very important to keep that in mind. I would again and again say there are enough easy problems to solve before you take big problems to solve.
That is nice, sir. Thank you everyone for participating in this discussion. So we want to take few questions from the audience.
Please introduce yourself and which panelists have to answer also. That makes our job easy.
Hi, this is Bharat. I work for a software company called HCA Technologies as a project manager. I just wanted to understand, I work in the healthcare domain as well, clinical trials and other stuff. So, we know, recently, stem cells therapy, using stem cells, we can create artificial organs in near future. So, as a doctor's view, where do we stand on that thing? I know that.
I think that is for me. Yeah. So the answer is very simple. Not in the near future, right? Stem cells can create a beautifully functioning cardiac muscle.
But if this part of the heart is contracting and this is not, they are not in sync, then output doesn't come. So creating the organ is easy, making it functional is easy, integrating with the existing system is impossible. Wherever it happened by accident, not by design. So accepting for the organs like blood, where they can function in isolation, no stem cells have worked. So some stem cell transplant work only in the organs like bone marrow transplant, where RBC, one RBC needed coordinate with other RBC to carry oxygen, or very gross things like bone, where you just have to bear the weight. So accepting that wherever it requires a complex coordination, it always do. So something has to happen, miracle, for the stem cells to come into the real time.
Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, hi. This is Hardik from Sama. So currently we are also working in clinical trials. But I want to just check the different side of AI. I have read one article. It's called like behavior change. The doctors were using AI tools for diagnosis and all. And later they realize after 2 years they were performing the nuclear scans were reduced from let's say by it was around 40 to 50% they reduced scan because they were predict the AI tool what is predicting. So in that case they have misdiagnosed certain patients. How to do in our regular life also if you see we can't do basic multiplication also because we used to calculator and all. So when all this AI will come, so how human intelligence will be downgraded and the human touch in the care and all. So how we can deal with that also?
To me, yeah, I know. So thing is, AI according to me is not artificial, but it is automated intelligence. As long as you try to enhance your decision making for the better patient care, that's okay. If you are trying to replace it, definitely a big no-no so far. So please don't attempt that, and that's what will happen. What you told, if I trust the AI that this patient is unlikely to have a recurrence, and if I stop doing this scan, if the patient comes with a disease bad, then I'm the saddest person, so as the patient's family. So we don't deviate from the conventional wisdom and conventional treatment. At the same time, we try to improve on how to interpret the scan better rather than how to avoid this scan. I hope I answered your question.
Hello sir, I am Manu from Biomedical Engineering. So I want to ask Dr. Suresh sir. Sir, as you mentioned, as per regulatory thing, AI is considered as a device. We have to look at it, is it good or bad? Why not as a tool or something like protocol? Because
tool and protocol doesn't go. See, the problem in India, I'm not an expert, but I definitely would like to see some of the inputs from the patent lawyers. In India, the code is not patentable unless it is in a device. Whereas in US and other countries, it is patentable. So, because the device is patentable, it is regulated, so the code has to sit on a device. So, it is more of a law that is making it to happen rather than why it is a device. It is otherwise. So the same law controls both device and the code. So that's what is the logic why it is put under the devices side. So because more of a regulations in terms of law and enforceability and IP that is making it to happen in this stage. So I don't see any reason, but probably some of the regulators can help you to answer in the right way. But whatever I told, I do attend few of the CSO meetings, so that's what I gave.
I have one more question, about the standardization. So if we can look this into two ways, the practices which would be followed, the protocols where correcting the data would be two different ways. As you mentioned, it would not be standardized for all. But if there is a possibility of collecting the data in a standardized method.
That's what sir is telling. That's what even I completely agree. Right. I have to measure the speed of a car either in miles per hour or kilometers per hour. Unless I do that particular basic things, I can't keep on modifying my speedometers or odometers.
right? So you start with basic standardization, and on top of it, you modify it and improvise. So basic standardization, no brainer. It has to be done. No choice.
So if we are not standardizing the practices and still we are standardizing the data collection process, so how would it would affect the data quality?
Right. So the practice cannot be standardized. It has to be individualized to the patient. That's why the AI is trying to solve the problem. How can they personalize the AI to you?
See, basically, the outcome decides the practice, effectiveness of practice. The moment you have standardized data and you also are able to collect the outcomes, then you will be able to know that this particular set of practices, right, are good or not good. Right? That's why age-old home remedies still work at home. Because of this historical data, we know that if you get cold, you take some turmeric, something will work, right? So practice is different, right? But if you can measure the outcomes, in fact, that's what a lot of people around the world are doing now, whether they're governments or regulatory bodies, to say there is this movement called pay for performance that's happening, right? Dr. So this is nothing about practices, and I agree with him totally. Practice is based on experience. It is also based on a moment of inspiration, right? Because, correct, right? So it is so important that you can't take that away.
Yeah, I have a question to Dr. Lakshmikant. I mean, from my side, so we are seeing how AI is really helping the human sciences and how it is treating in a better way or diagnosing in a better way. But coming to the animals, I hope you might have seen in many places, there could be times where it might be hard for you to diagnose or treatment the animals, right? So is there any way that maybe this technology or this AI could help this diagnosis, could help this in treatment to the animals? Are there any situations that where you have thought maybe this technology or this AI might have helped these animals in diagnosing faster or treatment them faster?
I got the question, but to even answer that, I've never used AI to say AI would have been better here. So that is the area where we are in so far. But to address it in a different dimension, I've given a lecture in the morning where I felt antimicrobial resistance is a serious threat from our particular livestock industry. Many times I had a very small clinical, how would I say, career. So I felt like whenever I am prescribing an antibiotic, there are only a couple of things that are clicking my head. I wish we had AI where it suggests an alternative, where it can actually bring in data that this particular your area is actually having more resistance for this organism. Better prescribe something else, or you can actually let me give it a 3-4 options. Like these are all there in the market. The first thing that always sticks into our head is the only thing that we write. So I wish that kind of a support, if it really comes, it would have made a game-changing difference to tackle AMR is what I always felt, and I'm still feeling.
Just want to make a suggestion which is probably not good from my point as what I'm wearing. Let's not think everything is AI solvable or you need AI to solve. Because for a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Right? Maybe you need a shoehorn, maybe you need a wrench, you need something. AI is just one of the many things that we have. So I just suggest that collectively that AI is just one of the many things we use, and it definitely has a lot of potential, no doubt.
Hello, good afternoon, panel. This is Dr. Santosh Shubarma from BVIT Nasapur College. I'm assistant professor here. And sir, my question is for that people are working in majority of the students are working in Raspberry Pi and Arduino boards. They are working with physical sensors, which is in generally Chinese supplied. So we are not getting proper result. And even in my doctorate, when I pursuing my PhD, so we are working in that domain also. So we are facing the challenges with the physical hardware sensors. So because that sensor is substandard sensor, so that's why we are not getting the proper result. And if we are compared with the Chinese sensors or the low cost sensors like BP monitor, which is cost around 1,500, so it is almost more than 20 to 30% of the result sometimes we get. And even if we are talking about the rural areas, so majority of the practitioners who are they are not basically MBBS. So they are GMP practitioners or some kind of supportive staff. So they are using the same medical devices which cost not more than 2,000 rupees for the diagnosis purpose, and the result is affected more than 20 to 30% around. So for that, in Indian perspective, if you want to try something in hardware perspective, so from where we get, because in generally I try from many of sources, but I can't get a proper sensors which is affiliated from any of the companies like Siemens or Philips, or they are not actually supplied in the Indian market, even in Asian region also. So for that, what we can do?
Let me divide the question into two. One, you're talking about the sensor.
Okay, fine.
And the second is you're talking about the result.
Yes.
Right? So sensors, India doesn't have a capability to manufacture or design sensors.
Definitely, it will take almost 1 decade.
More than a decade.
Yeah, actually, I agree.
So sensors, what you are procuring from maybe from the China or from locally, are more of made in China products.
It is all from the China supply.
So here we need the selection of sensors is also very important. So we have to see that we've made it. Okay, where the company is from. Okay, if you take a company from US, let me say a maximum integration or analog devices. Yeah, if you call analog devices, they're procuring a sensor from analog devices. They provide what is the standard they are maintaining. If you take the data sheet, you go through each and every point in the data sheet, you have a detailed explanation how the sensor works and in which conditions it works. That's also very important for a prototyping or a POC to be tested. Yes, that's one part. And the second part, when you're doing a POC or a prototype, it's almost like a raw development. I don't say it's a finished development. Yeah. So in the scale, I mean, in the percentage of 100, the development is only 15%. If you take a POC or a prototype 1 or prototype 2. Yes. So after MVP, I'm talking about minimum viable product. The MVP reaches by 30%. Right? After that, 30% reach 100% as marketable product. That's where you can see the difference. It's not going to be easy to say that, okay, I've done a POC or I've done a prototype 1 or 2 and I'm ready with the minimum viable product and I can take it to the market. It's not going to work out like that. It takes a lot of time and energy to see that from 30% to 100%, it takes a lot of time. Exactly, that's one. And coming to the second part of your question on achieving the accuracies and all that, the maturity of the product development also is required to get that accuracy level. You have to fine tune the device in such a way that when you're going to one region to collect the data and doing the testing or the validation, you have to fine tune it in a more, the fine tuning is the most important part to get the marketable product.
I just want to add one thing. Don't underestimate the affordability of the medical practitioner in the village, because I see this constantly trying to bring the cost of the product down and pay for quality instead. I am sure the incremental cost will more than help the practitioner to get more clients. So I don't see that as an issue. I think he raises the good points. Cost of product is only 20-30% in the overall scheme of things. So I think if you're guiding them, sir, please make sure that they have the first prototype of the best quality. Then you can choose to do how to do the value versus price and all that. Otherwise, we'll end up building subpar products.
Sir, actually, sometimes we try to communicate with the Philips and Siemens also, but actually, for the starting prototype, our card size is very limited for the getting the sensor. So that's why they are not interested to winning with a business. That's the main problem I face.
Okay, thank you for the question.
Okay, fine.
We have one-to-one interaction with the panel speakers. So I thank every one of you. It's a really interesting discussion we had with you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Praveen, for giving this opportunity for us.
That was a very informative session. Lots of questions. I know there are more questions, so I would request that the audience please talk to the panelists and speakers after the conclusion. We have now, we've had two really wonderful days. We started on a high yesterday. We started with an anthem. And I remember yesterday what we had 2,500 people filling this hall, hundreds of people standing outside. We had this wonderful anthem that we all sang together. Then we had the keynotes and all. And I now have the privilege, and I'm extremely honored, to be welcoming Jayesh Ranjan Garu. Thank you for honoring our request and coming over here. Jayesh Ranjan Garu is a special chief secretary. He's also been involved with whatever progress we have seen over the last 10 years in IT and all. Jayesh had a huge role to play in all of this stuff. He has been a huge support of what we've been doing. Thank you, sir. Thank you for obliging our request and coming over here. May I now request Jayesh Garu to deliver the closing keynote, and then we will proceed to the valedictory after Jayesh Garu's closing keynote. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to convey my appreciation for the organizers of AI Days, Swecha team in particular, and everyone else who have supported them in organizing this wonderful event. Even though I was not here yesterday, but I heard very good things about the day-long deliberations, also the interactions that happened today. And I feel very happy that the ecosystem in Hyderabad, in Telangana, supporting AI is maturing very rapidly. We are already thinking of developing local language models, Telugu language models, Telugu language products, solutions, etc. So, some of the things that we are doing here in Hyderabad, I particularly feel very happy and very proud about it. Some of you would be aware that while the world over, AI has been in existence for decades, but the real thrust came in just about 7 to 8 years ago. And gradually when people in India started taking note of AI, Telangana was amongst the first few states to decide a very focused strategy on how AI has to be developed, AI has to be used. Some of you will recall that in the year 2020, we decided to celebrate that year, commemorate that year rather, as the year of AI. And 2020, all of us go back and recall, was a very tough year. We had COVID, lockdown, all kinds of emergencies. And obviously, if you have planned something, not knowing that these kind of calamities are going to befall you, your plans do get derailed in some ways. But again, I feel very proud that almost 80% of what we had planned for that year, we were able to accomplish. Partly virtually, partly through in-person activities. But nevertheless, the beginning was very good. And of course, when we started something on 1st of January 2020, lots of preparatory work happened in the preceding months in 2019. And one of the good things, something which we have been recognized, national government has commended us for that particular activity. We brought out a framework to support AI. What is the responsibility of the government to promote AI? What is the responsibility of other stakeholders? How do we bring all the stakeholders together? And I would encourage all of you I'm sure have deep interest in AI, to go to our website and read this framework. While it was prepared in 2019, later 4 years approximately have gone by, but it is still very relevant. And I don't think there is anything that we have missed. Possibly generative AI was not that relevant at that point in time. But other than that, everything else that one needs to do to promote AI, to adopt AI very rapidly, all these features are provided in that framework. So just to give a very quick overview of that framework, the most important thing, and I briefly overheard some of the panelists of the earlier session. I came a little late, unfortunately. One of the key things about doing anything related to AI relates to training your algorithm. And of course,
writing the algorithm, developing the algorithm for sure. But we require lots of data, even prepare that algorithm, train that algorithm. So as a government, one of the first decisions that we took is that we will take upon ourselves as a key responsibility to make data available. And again, lots of efforts have happened in that direction. I feel very proud and satisfied to share with you. We have decided as a government that our priority for AI will be agriculture. Agriculture is one domain. I'm sure all of you know this, that it supports the largest number of rural livelihoods. And I'm very happy that you are also choosing to focus on AI for society, because this is exactly something which is our priority also. AI should work for everyone. Just as we use the thing AI for society, the similar thing that we use is AI for everyone. Making AI work for everyone. That is the thing that we work on. So obviously, everyone is the society, and if you look at which sector, which livelihood supports the largest percentage of that society, it is agriculture today. And to facilitate development of AI-enabled solutions for agriculture, we have set up, and as I said, we are the first state in the country. Now we are showing the way to the national government also. We have set up an agriculture data exchange. So all possible data sets that one would require to develop a solution related to agriculture is available on that exchange. But like any other exchange, like the stock exchange or any other kind of data exchange, there are norms on how do you participate in that exchange. So sometimes we have heard, we have seen also, these are very true kind of episodes, in which large scale misuse of data has happened. Lots of even reputed tech companies have allowed the huge access to data that they have to be passed on for commercial interests to third parties. Third parties have misused it. A few years ago, when the elections in the US were happening, there was a huge debate and investigation on how personal data has been misused to kind of motivate or nudge people to vote in the favor of a particular party by reputed technology platforms, etc. So there is always that risk and always that concern that the more access you provide to data, some element of misuse will happen, some element of extracting commercial benefit without passing any benefit to the people whose data you are using. That kind of scenario will happen. So we have created an agriculture data exchange, keeping in mind all these possibilities and creating very robust internal system of checks and balances. It is not just commercial misuse, it is also privacy, it is confidentiality, it is consent. So that is one very important responsibility. And as I said, while we have created data exchange for agriculture, we are absolutely open to provide or make accessible other data sets also, which people will be using in other domains. So as I just found out, we are panel was focused on healthcare. Again, lots of data is available. Lots of mobility data is available with the government and so on and so forth. So making data available is a very big responsibility that we have taken, and many of the startups who are connected with us, who participate in our program, they know how easy it is in Telangana to access any of these data. Along with providing access to data is a related issue or a related question of high performance computing. See, when you are given trillions and trillions of bits of data, many times we feel that the compute capacity that we have access to in our simple PCs, etc., that is not enough. And that is a big barrier that we face, because high performance compute also comes at a very high cost. And again, for young innovators, young entrepreneurs, startups, students, it literally becomes impossible. Even if you have a bright idea, you will be thwarted because you won't have compute access. So again, this is something which we have done for our kind of ecosystem partners. We have been able to access high performance compute facility, more than 15,000 GPUs through CDAT and NVIDIA at literally pro-other prices. And we are now in discussions with another provider, a company called Jota. We have decided to initially set it up in Delhi, but we are convincing them to set it up in Hyderabad as well. So once these facilities are available, already as I said, the CDAT and NVIDIA facility is already available. Many of our startups, I don't have precise information, but recently when I had checked on this, I was told that more than 20 startups in Hyderabad
use that facility, the low cost compute facility that we have arranged for them especially. And once this water facility is also developed in Hyderabad, and these are some of the challenges that people face. You're absolutely right, algorithm. These are the challenges that they face. Accessibility to data, clean data, interoperable data, access to high performance compute facilities. So the government we are making these kind of things. Another very important thing, of course, as we notice now, AI is becoming more and more and more pervasive. Literally, there is no sphere of our lives which cannot potentially be improved or made more efficient using AI. But where are the people who have that talent to run AI kind of programs? So again, skilling is a very important responsibility, and it's a nice coincidence that we are having this conference in an academic institution, a premier academic institution like the JNTU, which is of course offering high quality courses on AI, ML, etc. But again, many of you would be aware, since I see that many of you are students, there are a range of courses available. In fact, AI is not just PhD level skills, writing very logical algorithms. AI skills start from absolutely low end, even to clean the data, data cleansing, data organizing, data annotation, making the data interoperable. Even that is a task which has to be done before PhD kind of people take over that. So again, who does that kind of work? For that, you don't require very high skills. But I have seen that people with as low as 10th pass qualifications or 12th pass qualifications can do that job. And to do that kind of a job, you don't have to be in an expensive office building in Hyderabad. You can be somewhere else and do this work. So again, we have been very successful in motivating some companies to set up basic AI level of skills in smaller towns. So again, I'm happy to share with you that some of this kind of the work is going on in Warangal, some of this kind of work is going on in Nizamabad, something in even smaller towns, etc. So we have made a good beginning to show that the basic skill sets which are required to organize the data, that is also something which can be done very easily, and Telangana government arranges for those kind of skills to be made available to people. Of course, the higher level skills, there are many. JNTU and many of the colleges under JNTU were the first to introduce options, engineering options in AI/ML. IIT in Hyderabad again was one of the first to introduce a full-fledged BTech in AI. But there are lots of short-term courses also, few months courses, few week courses, very fundamental courses, etc. So there is no dearth of content which is available today for skilling, but how to put it together, how to make it easy to use, how to provide credits for it, and how to introduce an element of practical learning. While you learn theory, while you learn the coding languages, how do you actually test the experience or the learning that you are getting on live situations? So that is again something that we have decided to focus on from this coming academic year, which will start maybe from June or so. We will be on our, we are an institution, students will be possibly aware, which is called TASK, Telangana Academy for Skills and Knowledge. And on the TASK portal, lots of practical use cases will be demonstrated, will be displayed. So if you have done some course and you want to try out whether you have learned something which is worth replicating, which is worth applying, opportunities will be there. And once you enroll that, okay, I'll work on this particular problem, data sets will be made available, you'll be encouraged to develop your solution, the POC will be tried out. So, and then additional certificate will be given to you that apart from learning a particular content, with theoretical means, you have also been able to demonstrate that you know how to use it. So again, this is something which is, in my opinion, very progressive, because to the best of my knowledge, not too many governments are doing these kind of things. Possibly no other government is thinking of these lines. That the skilling that you are developing, the skill manpower pool that you are developing, must also have a practical orientation. Just knowing the language is good, but how do you apply it in real situation is the real test. So again, that is something that we are working on. Of course, we have seen the world over that
large number of AI solutions today are coming from not just big technology companies or niche AI companies. Many young innovators, young entrepreneurs, they are also providing these solutions. And to encourage that to happen here in Hyderabad, here in Telangana, we have set up very useful and a very kind of comprehensive programs to promote entrepreneurship, to promote innovation. In the government, we have set up a center of excellence on data sciences and AI along with NASCOM. And we run AI accelerator program, which is called RevUp. And so far, we have completed 3 cohorts. More than 60 AI startups have been supported through those cohorts. And many of them have done very well. The solution that we have developed is in use now. The valuation have gone up. Some of them have received subsequent funding also. That is happening on a very satisfactory level. The eHub also has been recently